every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow.
Alrighty, welcome everyone to MangoMagic. 30 plus CEOs from industry leading sales and marketing organizations doing 20-minute bits on practical sales and marketing tips we can apply today to get value tomorrow. We're kicking things off today with the amazing Kieran McGuigan, who is my first ever sales mentor back from my early 20s, who taught me the definition of sales, helping customers make better buying decisions. Doesn't matter if they'll buy from you today. If you keep helping people make better buying decisions, they will be a customer eventually. And I still use that definition today. So no better person to start things off with today on our 6-year anniversary than Kieran McGuigan. Kieran, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
My pleasure, Isaac. I'm looking forward to it.
Mate, there are quite a lot of people who might not have met you yet, or they know a little bit about you. Maybe if you could introduce yourself, tell us who you are and why do you do what you do?
Well, it's sort of I'm a typical accidental salesperson. So about 36 years ago, I arrived in Australia from various places, traveled the world, etc., but originally from Ireland. And I found that the one thing I could do that was different over here was I could talk. Okay, so in my first sales job ever, which was at News Limited, as a commission-only sales guy. So you only got 20% of what you sold. If you didn't sell, you didn't get anything. So it was great in some respects, but I really learned my bones, so to speak, of the sales profession back then. This is I'm so old that this is before mobile phones, before emails, before computers. I mean, and I know, wow, yeah, it's not possible, is it? But it is. And so I got a lot of experience from burning shoe leather and knocking on doors.
There you go. Amazing. So the theme of the day is something practical we can apply today and get value tomorrow. Is there something you learned when you were doing the door-to-door that you're still doing today that you could get value from tomorrow?
Yeah, look, this is probably my key point. And I would say for those of you who are watching, I would, if you haven't got a pen, get yourself a pen and start writing things down. Too many people just record things or go to a training program and think that, oh yeah, I've been there, I've done that, but that's not the same thing, right? The same thing is doing the behavior, and to do that, you need to write it down or have some way of remembering what we discuss. And so I don't have a lot of time to squeeze a lot of value in, and gets back to that point that Isaac mentioned about the reason you get out of bed in the morning. If the reason you get out of bed in the morning is to help other people, I don't care what industry you're in, first of all, you're going to enjoy what you're doing and people will want to talk to you. But if the reason you're getting up every day is to sell things, right? Okay, is to push products on people and just flog stuff, then yeah, you're going to have a really hard time for the rest of your life, right? If you want to stay in this business. So if you're running the business, running the sales team, or if you're running yourself as the sales team, the first thing you've got to do is find some sort of center of gravity about why you do what you do. And most salespeople, in my experience, are accidental. No one, for those of you who've got children, they're sitting around the table and saying, well, what did you do at school today? Very few of your children, and I'm guessing most of you probably wouldn't want to hear this from your children, is they're going to say, oh yeah, Dad, we talked about what we want to be when we grow up. And I said I wanted to be a salesperson. So most parents are going to look at the person, their kid, and say, I think you can do better. And that's sort of wrong in the sense that sales is one of the most noble professions in the world if you're doing it for the right reasons and you're truly helping. And by the way, it's a lot easier when you do it from that perspective. It's a lot easier to qualify customers. It's a lot easier to be genuine because you are being genuine. So it gets back to that, help people make better buying decisions. And sometimes that means buying your competitor's product. Okay, there's a tough one for a lot of people. If your product isn't good enough for the specs to do the job they want, and you haven't uncovered those needs, if you like, then you need to shake the tree a little bit and interrupt them. And I'll talk about that as well a little bit later.
Yeah, that might have been the reason why you ended up being the first mentor that I got. But when I first got into sales, like I'd done a bunch of different jobs, loads of different things. But it hit me like within the first week. It's like I couldn't believe I could get paid to talk to people, right? And it's like fun and enjoyable, and you're having a great old time. At the time, we were signing people up to do like charity subscriptions and things. But that purpose and that initiative, that sudden realization that this is what I actually enjoy doing, enjoy getting out of bed doing, is why I think I've been able to do quite a lot of stuff in the space. But you're right, a lot of people get into it for the wrong reasons. Which leads to the typical car salesperson type image that a lot of people have of salespeople. So it's
well, if you're selling a secondhand car, it's great if you're truly interested in your customer driving away with a solution that's going to help them, right? But if you're interested in just moving the vehicle and clipping the ticket, look, you might get away with it, but you're not going to build a repeat customer base of people who are coming back to you. And of people who want to choose you. One of the questions that one of my team were asking earlier was, how do you differentiate between, say, when everything's equal, your price is the same, your product's the same, it's a generic beige solution, right? It's very hard to differentiate. You can get exactly the same product from here. In fact, some of your competitors could get it cheaper, right? So you say, well, how do I sell that? Well, this is where the salesperson forgets that you're part of the solution. The thing that your competitors can't get, the thing that your customers can't get, is you. Okay, so you're part of the solution. So the value that you bring to the table in terms of your dialogue with your customers, in terms of your relationship, the value you can bring in, and I'm not just referring to the product you're selling, I'm talking about the value that you bring in your contact. I mean, one of the biggest problems that most salespeople have is they go, okay, I've started a new job, I've rang everybody in my territory, and I've introduced myself. What do I do next? Yeah, and they go, right, I'll ring them again in 2 weeks' time and say, hey, it's me again. I was just wondering if there's anything happening. And they go, right, well, this job sucks. And I'm like, I've got nothing to say. But really what they should be doing is when they have a reason to make contact, is think about it from the customer's point of view. What is it that I can bring to the customer in that 15, 20, 30 seconds of the call that's going to surprise them, and they're going to go, oh yeah, I didn't know that, or that's useful. And so that they will welcome your approach, welcome your interruption, welcome the fact that they're busy doing something else. When the phone rings, they don't want to take your call. It's I've got one of the reasons I was happy to do this, and you were keen to promote it because it's right here, which is like, I wrote that 20 years ago on a bus, right?
Still have a copy.
I was nuts, right? So 45 minutes a day going in, 45 minutes going out to and from work. I used to sit and write little sales tips, and did that for a year or so. And at the end of the year, stuck them all into one volume and became the world's best sales tips. And I've sold 10,000 of those suckers, right? 10,000. That's a lot of books. And I've got a new one coming out, and hopefully by the end of this month, it should be fully published, called Interruption Selling, right? And now this is about this whole premise, and I'll give you the guts of it right here, is that most salespeople do not understand what their core function is, right? If you surveyed most salespeople and said to them, okay, so what's your core function? Most of the answers I get back when I'm running seminars or workshops or anything like that is, oh, I'm engaging with the customer, finding their needs, is bringing better solutions, all this sort of stuff. That's not their core function. As a new business development salesperson, and right now, if you're in account management, and if you're in all sorts of other sales support, and you're in this, understand this: your function for the next 4, 5, 6 years is going to be new business, because everybody wants new business. I haven't met a business owner yet who doesn't want new business. But the number one thing is that they don't understand is that their job is speaking to strangers, right? Yeah, that's their core function, is to talk to strangers. And the paradox is that since they were 2, 3 years old, their parents have been telling them, whatever you do, you don't speak to any strangers, right? And suddenly then, when they're about 19, 20 years old in their first job, their core function is speaking to strangers. And they begin thinking, someday I won't have to do this. Please, God, I won't have to be cold calling anymore. I won't have to be going to networking events and introducing myself and all. So there's this inherent friction here between the person who you are inside truly doesn't want to speak to strangers, and yet your core of your job is just doing that. So getting back and understanding, back to the basics of understanding that if I'm your sales manager, the one thing I want to know, okay, between you and everybody else, if I'm going to hire you, I want to hire you because, well, in my business, you don't have any choice. As you know, Isaac, it's like you're in the swimming pool, you're going to get wet. It's just the way it is. But if for other salespeople who are out there, you got to say, well, okay, if that's your core function, the next thing, how do you do it in a way that you feel comfortable making those calls or those initial approaches? And please don't send me LinkedIn approaches. Hey, I want to link in and just say hi, because I don't want to say hi, and I don't want to get an offer from you 2 days later. I want to speak to a human being, right, who can actually understand what I'm trying to do and work with me on that. And that's the price of entry.
So I mean, I hear the same thing from, I mean, even junior salespeople and really experienced salespeople. It is that nerve-wracking, jump out of your comfort zone to pick up the phone and call. And I remember from a lot of your previous speeches, it was just like, just pick up the phone. Like it was like a very, just pick up the phone and go. And you do that in your training sessions. But maybe if there are some practical ways that people could think, oh, this is an opener I could use, or maybe this is a question that I could ask. This could maybe make people feel a bit more comfortable. So what would be your favorite opener or favorite question?
Well, there are lots, and they are and I didn't get on this to push the book, right? But a lot of them are in that book. Or I've got an online training course. There's lots of different links that I'm sure, Isaac, you'll flick through to people that where they can download stuff and it's free, etc. But the one thing I used to, when I was a lot younger, I used to do a lot of judo, and the judo is really the art of balance in combat. So you use your opponent's weight to throw them or to push them to one side and get an ippon or win that particular bout. And when you make an outreach call and you're speaking to, and you've got maybe 10, 15 seconds, right? I've got a number of methodologies, but without turning this into a detailed training session, because that would take a couple of hours. The first thing is, what can I say, okay, that's going to get you to go, oh, that's interesting. And so rather than asking, why don't I give you something? So if I make a cold call to a stranger, someone I've never spoken to before, then I'm going to say, look, hey, John, thanks for taking my call, insert name here. And I don't believe in scripts. So I'm calling into an industry set. And so, look, thanks for taking the call. Look, the reason I wanted to speak with you is that we've been doing a lot of work with your industry, helping people there. And I'm doing a bit of a quick outreach or a survey. I'm thinking about putting together a white paper or a piece for one of the local newspapers or business gazettes or online. I'm doing a bit of research in that. And what do you see as the top 3 or 4 challenges in the whatever their industry is? And get them talking about what's going on in their world, and thank them and ask them if you give me, have I got permission to use that, etc. Right now, you've got a reason to call them back in a week's time. When you gather all that information, and now you find out that 60% of them think this, 20% think that, 10% think the other. You can ring them, contact them. They'll take your call and say, look, hey, thank you for that. That was really valuable. I found that one of your priorities wasn't the same as everyone else. Do you mind if I ask you why that was? Now, I haven't, thus far, I'm not talking about my product or my service or anything to do with me. I'm introducing myself by being client-centric. I'm having a conversation with a stranger and making that stranger more familiar with who I am and building trust. So that there's a simple way.
I like it. So the proof that you're doing some research, what are these kind of key challenges?
Yeah.
Great. Would love to come back to you. Come back to them with even more research. Now you're building on their case. You haven't talked about you at all yet.
No.
You're talking about building
and
their.
This is, so I would say, look, there's too many sales professionals out there who are not, who actually aren't interested or have never done their due diligence in terms of their own skill set. Maybe they've done 1 or 2 training programs, but they haven't read any book. I mean, I just ran it before this session started. I wanted to sort of say I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. When I wrote a couple of my first books, I always go back and read the books previous authors read. So the greats of the sales industry, and I buy I go out and I buy their books, right? And I get these things. There's a couple of these are over 100 years old, right? You buy them in op shops and things like this. They're like written in letterpress for old school sales tips, and I learned from those guys. So get interested in what your profession is. I mean, there's no other profession in the world you get away with just going, I don't know, I just make it up from time to time and wait for someone to come along and give me a hard time. You wait for your sales manager to tell you what you should be doing, whereas you should be doing it yourself.
So to the old school question, so you pick up the phone, you're calling an Eskimo, and you've got a bunch of ice to sell. What do you say?
Well, the first thing is that if you think about why is the Eskimo going to buy ice from you, right? And there it goes back to the point I was making earlier. The reason they're going to buy ice from you is because of you. It's not your ice is the same as everybody else's. Okay. Now you can try and beat them on price and say we've got the cheapest ice in the world. It's delivery's better, etc., etc., etc. You can win points in that, but your competitors can always beat you in that as well. And having a race to the bottom is not a good race to win, right? Because you might have the number one in volume, but you'll be the number one who's going to go bust first. So the reason why the Eskimo is going to choose you is because of you. So you've got to understand what is it about you personally. Now, that can be your accent, your tone of voice, your inflection, the way you present, how you engage. It could be a number of things, but it's you, and you are the product in that particular instance.
Applying that same theory you just did. So, hey, I'm working with a lot of Eskimos, and I've been doing some research on other Eskimos. And then, can you let me know some of the challenges, whatever, and I'll come back to you with research.
And almost sort of step back from the temptation to sell, right? It's life's so much easier when customers buy from you, right? Now think about it this way: if I opened a restaurant, okay, a pizza shop, okay, just down the road, I want to find customers for my pizza, right? The first thing I need, if I'm looking at my target market, is going to be people who are hungry, okay? Many moons ago, I worked for Coca-Cola as a creative, and I was talking to one of the marketing guys, and I said, what's your market? And he said, everyone with a mouth, okay? Which I thought that's a pretty big market. But if you're selling pizza, you're looking at, or any sort of food type, you're looking for people, who are hungry. Then the subset of that are going to be people who like, maybe say, Italian food. Then the subset of that are going to be people who like Italian food and like pizza. And then the subset of that is going to be people who, for whatever reason, are going to select you because of locality, because of price, or whatever. But you sort of define your market, and then you go after them and position your solution for them to buy, and then just get out there and communicate.
Yeah, I love that. So, I mean, the more niche and more subset you get, that's exact same activity that you mentioned is even more relevant. If somebody calls you up and they say, I'm speaking with this subset of this subset of this subset, doing some research on this piece, would love to hear the challenges. Kieran, it is always a pleasure and never long enough, mate. I wish we had more time.
20 minutes? Was that the time?
Oh, 9, yeah.
Okay,
so,
well,
I want to make sure that people can see this book, because I'm definitely going to be buying that first copy. I still travel, of all the places that I've traveled everywhere, it's the only book that I carry with me, The World's Best Sales Tips by Kieran. You're a good man.
Yeah. You're warming my heart, buddy. But look, I'll put together some sort of like super duper special offer for like books, courses, things like that, if people want to buy them. As always, if people have got questions after the fact, just flick them on to me and I'll redirect them in some way, because I'm genuinely interested in helping the sales profession. Okay, so that's what gets me out of bed in the morning, is helping other salespeople sell. Okay, and
we appreciate you, Kieran. Good man. Thank you
very
very much.
Good luck and keep prospecting.
Thanks, mate. Always a pleasure catching up with Kieran. Absolutely fantastic. And I'll make sure that everybody has access to the links after this call. He's got loads of online training stuff and books and all kinds of wisdom. Next up, we have the one and only Tony Hughes, famous. If you're in sales in APJ, you for sure know Tony Hughes. And so I'm going to let him into the room now. G'day, Tony. How's it going?
Hey, Isaac. Thanks for having me on. I'm super excited about the conversation.
Thanks for coming, mate. It's an absolute honor to have you here. And for anyone who doesn't know, Tony's got multiple books out, hundreds of articles. I remember you were saying a while ago you were doing an article a day for a while. So loads and loads of wisdom. And we've got 20 minutes to talk through some of the key bits, practical lessons learned. But for anybody who doesn't know you, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, tell us, why do you do what you do?
I'm really passionate about the profession of selling. The selling role or function in an organization is without doubt the most important thing that goes on in a business. Unless somebody sells something, all of the other people in the organization really don't have a job. Professional selling is changing at an insane pace, and we're operating in a down economy right now. So, the reality is that whenever we spring from the bushes and run outreach to somebody, they weren't expecting us to contact them. The brutal truth is the very best he gets for us before the person's thinking, how do I get off the phone, is about 7 seconds. If we're sending emails or in-mails to people, the problem today, especially in this world of automation, and Isaac, I know you do a lot of incredibly, incredibly good and powerful and nuanced things around automating outbound. But a lot of people are automating in a really clumsy way, and they're burning through their list really fast. They're having their domain blocked. Buyers today are just being bombarded. So to find a way to be the signal amidst the noise is really the challenge for people.
So how do you do that? How can you be the signal amongst the noise? I know that if you're even a junior rep at a company, if you're a very senior rep at a company, irrespective of where you are, you get 100 emails a week. You get all these connection requests. You get all this noise. So how do you be that signal? What's a thing we can do today to try to stand out tomorrow?
That's such a great question, Isaac. The key is really relevance. So if we've never had a conversation with anybody previously, unless we appear relevant to them, unless we have contextualized the reason we're contacting them, unless we've done that effectively, then we'll just be perceived as more noise. So whether you're a sales leader that's in this session today, or in sales, frontline sales, whether you're an account exec running the whole sales cycle, but nevertheless need to build your own pipeline, or maybe in inside sales, creating opportunities, there's a few things that's key. The first is, the real enemy for all of us with our own success and an impact in the market to be able to help as many people as possible, the real enemy is lack of time. So what we need to do is to focus really well. So I just encourage everybody, have clarity about what your ideal customer looks like. Have you defined your ideal customer profile? In terms of firmographics, what does the organization look like? Typically, they'll be in particular industries, they'll be in a certain size range, maybe in certain geographies. The next thing is psychographics. The psychographic that we're looking for most of the time is growth. We want organizations that are growing. They're typically looking for ways to be more efficient. They've got the money to invest. And then the third element is technographics. What are those technical attributes about an organization that would indicate we coexist well with some other technologies, we replace other technologies well, maybe certain technologies give us an idea about mindset. But be really clear, because the whole world is not a prospect. I really enjoyed what Kieran said with one of his customers that did pizza. Hey, my ideal customer profile is someone with a mouth. Well, fine, but for most of us, time's the enemy, so we need to focus where there's highest propensity to buy. The next thing on the back of ICP is to really be clear about the buyer personas, those roles in organizations. So this is very much business to business selling, but the roles in the organizations that we sell to, and understand how are they measured in their role, what are the stresses and pressures that they're under, what are the outcomes they're trying to drive, what are typical problems they face. And then if we understand ICP really well and buyer persona well, then we can add the third element, which is nail the narrative. And there's some key important things about that, but I was sensing maybe you had a question about those previous two.
No, and even just thinking about it. So I feel like the messaging here is, it's easy to become part of the noise, but to really do your due diligence and drill into the ICP, understand the technical requirements and the recent stories and things that are happening before going out to them, can help you become that signal.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on, Isaac. And if we're clear about our ideal customer profile, and then we start to build lists against that ICP, and then identify the buyer personas in organizations we need to engage inside those organizations, we'll have either a big list or maybe a small list. If it's big, we then look at segmenting that list and thinking, well, which are the ones with highest propensity for success where I can help them? Where's the lower propensity, or maybe the smaller the prize in exchange for all of the effort? So you might segment the list and use automation, in maybe 60% of the list, and go deeper with the other 40%. So just really important to be clear about who am I targeting, what are their preferred channels, truly understand those people we're selling to, and then based on that, nail the narrative. So because we've got that 7-second attention clock ticking down, if we think about an in-mail or an email, that translates to less than 18 words. If we don't show relevance and context quickly, if we don't hook a level of interest, people tend to skim and then be out. I know for myself, I've got 330,000 followers and first-degree connections in LinkedIn. So every time I open LinkedIn, there's this fire hose, just this torrent of outreach being pointed at me. And I'm just going through and skimming. So anything that's long, typically busy people just won't read it. Anything that looks like it's spam or a sales pitch. So we have to show relevance and context. And part of all of this is to work within the hierarchy of communication in how leaders engage. So most of us as sellers, even as entrepreneurs or business people, it's perfectly natural that we want to talk about who we are, where we're from, what we do, and how it works. And yet that 7-second attention clock ticks down and they're gone. They're gone mentally, even if they're still on the end of the phone. So we need to flip the script, reverse the order. Instead of going bottom up with our capabilities and then trying to link that to something that we think would matter to them, instead of that, we reverse the order and we go top down. And at the top, we start with the result. What's the improved result that we think they may be able to drive? It's relevant to them in their role, and it will monetize really strongly for their organization. So then it's a priority. We need to build a point of view around them driving an improved result in their role. And when they ask us, well, how do you think I'd be able to achieve that result? Most of us fall into the trap of then talking about our capabilities. And what we do at Sales IQ Global is we help sales teams understand the next layer is to talk about the strategy that drives the result. Talk about the strategy that drives the result. And then we ask questions that identify any gaps, not typical gaps in maybe tech if you sell tech, not gaps in technology or capability, but gaps in results. So if we believe that a particular industry achieves a certain level of results, and we ask them how do they feel they track against their peers, now it's a more of a consultative conversation, and we're asking questions that what we describe as lead to value, questions that lead to value. They're thinking about the value in change. Because one of the biggest problems sellers have got at the moment is most sellers are good enough to generate a level of interest, but they're not good enough to generate real intent in the customer organization to invest in any form of change. So if we can lead with, in essence, the business case for change, instead of, hey, I've got this really cool attribute in the thing that we sell and it's better than other things you might have, just because something might be a little better is not a reason to change. So nailing the narrative is really, really important. Did you want to dig in on any of that in more detail, or are you happy for me to move on?
Yeah, I think this is by far the most common thing, or the most common problem that I see with most salespeople is they've got all this knowledge in their head about what they're selling and what they're doing, and it's just this typical show up and throw up, right? I want to get it out there. I want to get it out there, but like you said, you've got so many messages every day. If it's not about me, the prospect, you're just not gonna read it. And so the power of discovery and asking the right questions to really drill in and build a business case is so key. What would be some? Do you have some practical tips for openers? How do you get people to open up about these problems, even though they don't even know you, right? You've started a conversation. Maybe they're open to chat, but you'd like to build that business case some more. What are some ways that we can get people to open up?
Yeah. So the language of leaders is relevance and brevity. is really key. And Isaac, maybe to give an example from your world, which is sales and marketing automation, for example, and helping people really grow revenue. Just as an example, imagine you sold, for those watching this, imagine you sold marketing automation software, and you were targeting your ideal customer profile is a fast fashion online retailer, and you've got this marketing automation software. So what we do is we build a narrative that goes top down instead of bottom up. You wouldn't say I'm from XYZ or XYZ company and we're the market leader and we have these capabilities. Instead of that, you'd say, hey, Mary, it's Tony from, I noticed, or hey, I'm a fan of the brand. Reason for the call is I think there could be a way for you to drive down cost of acquisition and with higher repeat purchasing. Do you mind if I ask, how do you compare on those two metrics at the moment against your peers? Now, then if Mary said, well, hang on, Tony, that's a very bold claim. How do you think I could drive down cost of acquisition and with more repeat purchasing? Instead of talking about my platform, I would talk about the strategy. I'd say, Mary, it's about being able to more precisely target and with stronger engagement. That's how we've seen, and then I pick another retail brand that they respect, maybe not a direct competitor, because we don't want them thinking we betray the secrets of one company to their competition. But I'd say, so it's around a strategy of more precise targeting and with stronger engagement. We've been able to see this other brand drive down their cost of acquisition by 18%, and they've driven up repeat purchasing by 30%. What's your strategy to more effectively target for stronger ROI, in your marketing spend right now? So what we've done is we've led with Mary's opportunity to drive an improved result in areas that speak to how she's KPI'd and measured in her role, and with outcomes that monetize really strongly for the organization. Because, and I might just give you one other super quick example. I think we've got about 6 minutes to go. I'll give you one other real world example. Before COVID hit, back in 2020, my biggest customer globally was Flight Centre Travel Group. So they're a public company, and they have lots of business to business brands. FCM Travel, Flight Centre Business Travel, Corporate Traveller is another brand. Yep, Corporate Traveller.
When I was 20.
Yeah. So I was doing all their sales training worldwide, and their leadership team contacted me and said, hey, Tony, we need some help, whether it's an account manager phoning an existing customer, or whether it's one of our new business reps trying to get a new logo account. When we're calling customers, immediately we hear something like this. Look, I don't even know why you're phoning me. Are you crazy? None of my staff are traveling. Why would I want to talk to a travel management company when none of my staff are traveling? Ring me back when the airlines are in the air again. Now, that's a brutal objection. I think everybody listening to this will go, man, that sounds like a valid objection. No one's traveling. Why would I talk to a travel management company? And I said to the leadership team, we need to make that excuse. We need to make that the very reason why they should engage in the conversation. So we came up with a scripted conversation narrative, and they've won hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of customers away from competition. And they validated this with me, and they've given me permission to share this story. So I'm not speaking out of school. Here's the strategy. We phone the chief financial officer of companies and say, hey, John, with none of your staff traveling right now, I think there could be a way for you as CFO to drive somewhere between 8 and 12% of cost out on what's going to return to be the third to fifth biggest expense line item on your P&L. And John, do you know what? With no one traveling, you've got no change management issues, and you have the bandwidth in your admin team. Do you mind if I ask, when's the last time that you reviewed your travel policy and the way you've been running travel as a process? Now, if you open the conversation, hey, John, with no one traveling right now, is John going to say, why are you calling me? No one's traveling. I'm making it the very reason. And the truth is, customers can fiddle around the edges with cost reduction by pressuring their travel management company to reduce their fee for booking a trip. The real savings are in getting rid of rogue travel. Rather than the inmates running the asylum with travel, putting it on their own personal credit cards, taking months and months and months before they put giant expense claims in that cause travel freezes, rather than booking on the most expensive airlines at the most expensive hotels, all to maximize their personal points with their favorite airlines and credit cards for their free holiday at the end of the year. Rather than that, let's get people following the travel policy. That's where the real savings and where the risk mitigation is for an organization. So last thing I'll finish with is this, if it's okay, Isaac. I'm conscious of time.
Yeah.
So just remember, for everybody, some actionable takeaways here. Opening is the new closing. The way you open a deal is what determines the probability of ever closing it. So seek to open the opportunity around their opportunity to drive improved results in their role. Personal KPIs and things that monetize, in essence, creating a business case. So ask your prospect or your customer questions like, hey, what's happened inside your own organization that's caused you to be willing to have a look at this right now? What improved results would you expect in any form of change? Who is that important to internally? Where do you see the risks in getting this done successfully? This is how, in practical terms, you set the right agenda. Get them comparing us with the business case, the cost of inaction, instead of us with normal competition. And then at the end of the deal, to bookend the deal, we've opened it in a way where we've anchored our deal to commercial value. We then close the deal by asking our sponsor that's going to go away for approval, hey, when you go up the line internally to the CFO or the CEO for approval, and they push back on you saying, hey, look, this all sounds great, but I've got 13 other things I'm being asked to approve, and we can't do everything right now. Say to your prospect, how will you finish these 2 sentences with your boss or the CFO? Hey, I know we got a lot on, but if you're only going to approve one thing this month, it needs to be this. Here's the 2 sentences. It's essential because it pays for itself by. So unless you as the seller can finish those 2 sentences in a way where you truly believe it's true, or your coach or sponsor in the deal can, the reality is your deal's in trouble. So if we open the deal around the commercial value of change, we close the deal around the commercial value of change, rather than I'm a wonderful person, my product's got more features or slightly better level of service, we link to how this all pays for itself. If you use BANT as a qualification acronym, budget, authority, need, and timeline, I just encourage you as a last thing, the B in BANT stands for budget. Replace budget with business case. No one ever has enough money when they go to market. And their lack of money, their inability to sell the business case internally shouldn't be made our problem with the discount. Co-create the business case. Isaac, thanks for having me on.
Very helpful, Tony. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them.
Love that. Awesome. It's essential because it pays for itself by such a crucial question to ask a customer, and really drilling into the ICP, buyer persona, proper discovery questions, not jumping in and doing the show up and throw up piece. Always a pleasure talking with Tony. Next up, we have the amazing Graham Robinson. I believe he's here with us now. Let me let him through.
Good afternoon.
G'day, Graham. How's it going?
Very well. Thank you very much for letting me draw the short straw following Kieran and Tony. Good on you.
Not at all, mate. I'm glad we get you at the start. Kick off with a bang. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you this year, and I really think you've got some very valuable insights that many people we get a lot of value from. So for those of you that don't know Graham, maybe Graham, if you could do a little intro, who you are and why do you do what you do?
Good question. Look, let me just start off by saying again and reiterating, I drew the short straw following Kieran and Tony. Like Kieran, I'm an Irishman, and I've spent a life introducing myself to people that didn't know me before that very moment that I stepped on their toes or stepped in their door. And it took some of Kieran himself actually took some of my thunder, because people do buy from people. Then you follow it with Tony. I've known Tony for 20 years, and Tony crystallized my thinking and selling, and I guess codified my talent. So why do I do what I do? I left the Royal Australian Navy and had to find work, and started it by, again, like Kieran, commission only, selling consumables for cash registers and photocopiers on the south coast of New South Wales, and calling every business on the left-hand side of the highway down as far as Bateman's Bay, and every business on the left-hand side on the way up. Giving people 10, 15, 20 business cards week after week, and knowing that one day, or realizing that one day, they would ring me back. Why do I do it? I love what I do. I find I've tried many other things, but I think at the basis of all of this, of everything that we do, everybody sells. We sell ourselves on a daily basis. Every time we walk into a shop or a doctor's surgery or government department, we're selling. So here I am.
Love it. Love it. There's a bit of a theme there. People starting out with commission only sales.
Yeah.
That's how I first got into it as well. All right. Well, look, I mean, you've been in this game for really for a long time, and so I'm wondering if you can boil this down in one example. But the theme of the day is something practical that I can do today to get value tomorrow. Right? What do you think when we ask something like that?
So when you briefed me for this, one of the things I remember telling you was that I went a period of time where I didn't lose a sale for 4.5 years. And when I thought about why, I thought, just in case he asked me, or in case I decide to bring it up, I wondered why that was. And it was selling to government, selling solutions to government. And what I realized about that was understanding the rules was really, really important. They all play, government buyers all play by the same set of rules. And the reality is government sellers must play by the same set of rules. But don't forget, rules are also for interpretation. They're not for blindly following. And going back to people buying from people that they like and trust, understanding what drives a government department or a company to buy or to solve a problem, and thinking of it from the point of view of the person that you're dealing with, because don't forget, companies, government departments pay companies after people buy from people. So when we distill it down to that, it's a people business. It's still a people business, playing by the same set of rules. So what did I work out one day? That working for government is having a degree in the abrogation of responsibility. Now, without having a go at any of my government customers or anybody in government, but the reality is responsibility is a committee decision, or a committee responsibility. The committee, the buying committee, the project committee, the evaluation committee are responsible for buying or for making a decision. So what I did, I must admit, without knowing it, the words fell out of my mouth one day, and I said, I am responsible. I'm responsible for ensuring that the tender response we've offered you in response to your request is exactly what answers the questions that you have. I'm responsible for ensuring that our presentation and our delivery of our understanding of your need is correct. And I'm responsible for ensuring that after you make the decision to trust the company that I'm representing, provide the solution, I'm responsible for ensuring that it's delivered. I work for you. I get paid by these guys, but I work for you. I could see the weight being lifted off people's shoulders. It was just amazing. So they went, okay, wow, somebody else is responsible. I don't have to be. So Graham, help us. Of course I can. And there we are. And then we broke it down. People dealt with people at all levels. And we helped over 4.5 years, or in New Zealand particularly, I won 7 out of 7 tenders. And left there without. I'd never been to New Zealand before. In 2 years, 2 and a bit years, I went to Wellington 38 times, and won. I've probably close to $10 million worth of business in initial upfront license and initial support costs. So there you are. I hope that answered your question.
7 out of 7 government tenders. It's unheard
Yes.
of. That's amazing.
The only government tender I lost in 6 years was to one fellow called Tony Hughes. He cost me $500,000.
Oh, yeah, right.
Good on him.
Listen then. How good. So, a bit of a curveball and a different swing of a question. But so, if you did have to sell ice to an Eskimo, what would be your opening line?
I'd need to understand why he needed ice. First off, so the question would be, so what am I doing here? What's happened in your life or in your organization that has you talking to me about this particular problem? Because I would need to understand in my own head, what am I doing here? Well, this guy doesn't need ice. Maybe he thinks I'm here to buy ice. So I would have to, my opening line would be, why am I here? Tell me.
Fair enough. All right. In all the years that you've been selling, have you got a favorite deal, a favorite customer, a favorite sales experience that you feel like really helped propel your career?
Propel, or I guess in a funny way, bookended. My first sale was I was on 35% commission on gross profit. And I sold a calculator. I made $1.43, and I went to a pub in Milton on the New South Wales south coast, and I bought myself a midi of Tui's New for my lunch. So that was the very first one, and that was, I'll never forget it. I could take you to the exact spot and how chuffed I was. A deal that really, or a sale I made, and deal is a funny word, was in Western Australia, and it was to the Department of Child Protection, and they were out. I get emotional about this actually. They were out for an information management system, document records management, and we were subcontracted or were working with Unisys at the time, not for with. So they answered a bigger tender, and we were part of that tender response and that solution delivery. And what we worked out was that, and what I understood and worked out was that the CEO of this particular department was turning over on a very regular basis. And there was one particular piece of information that hit the headlines, hit the front page of the paper, because the first thing that the CEO of any of the social services departments in any government doesn't want to do is be on the front page of the paper. And on the front page of the paper was the fact that a ward of the state, a young 9-year-old boy, had been fiddled with by a piano teacher, music teacher. Right? So they failed in their responsibility. So in my allotted 20 minutes, I decided, after being told not to go off script, to appeal directly to the CEO. And so this is not about getting your records management right. This is about saving the wards of the state. This is about ensuring that your department delivers on what it says on the sticker. Okay? You're here to protect children, and I can help you do that. And I can help you keep your job. Again, it was one of those moments when everybody hushed and I thought to myself, have I blown it? At the break, which was very soon after it, he approached me in the corridor, shook my hand and said, thank you very much. I'm not allowed to do this, but I think you're going to win the business. So I appealed appealed directly to a real problem that this guy had. It wasn't the problem that was on the initial front page of the tender request. And I've always said, and even since then and before then, I had said, be careful what you ask for, you might get it, and then you'll have to go back to market and buy what you need.
Like that. It kind of ties into what you had first mentioned. Right? Like, you can go to a customer and say, look, I work for you. Like, I get paid by these guys. I work for you. You're actually understanding what their real problems are, not what the bill is on the ticket. Right?
And as Steve Jobs did beautifully with Apple, I mean, that's the whole thing about Apple. Apple solved problems for people, appealed to people. It wasn't about the product. It was about the person, right? It was about give them something they want to use, not give them Lotus 1, 2, 3 and use it as a word processor by making the cell 80 columns wide back in the day, talking about Kieran's before computers. So yes, absolutely, give people what they need and what they want, and they'll be with you forever. I can still call up my customers, government customers today, and they will see me and they will ask me, hey Graham, what's going on? When are you coming to see me? What have you got? Right? Because I solved their problem, not because I sold them something they didn't want.
Yeah, exactly. What you have is irrelevant. They like working with the person, right? It's really
absolutely. Yeah, look, and it's people, Tony Hughes is famous also for saying people buy from people they like and trust. And again, as Kieran alluded to also, when you make a living from introducing yourself to strangers, you have to be likable and you have to be trustworthy. Otherwise, you're never going to make a living in what we call a profession, which it isn't. You don't go to university to become a salesperson. But in fact, I think we are as skilled as any profession. And we have to continue to skill ourselves. And talking about books, the books that are on my shelf, a number of them are by Tony Hughes, but there's a number of them, and there's Tom Hopkins. Tom Hopkins taught me the 3 things I still use today. What do you have now? What do you like about what you have now? And what would you alter or change with what you have now? Right? It's the basis of what we do. And that must be your mindset when you meet a stranger.
What are 2 more books you have on your shelf and your favorite thing from each book?
Wow, 2 more books I have. So look, my favorite sales book is The Joshua Principle, and it is a Tony J. Hughes book. And it's ultimately a story about a father and son. But it's written, under the guise of a business relationship and mentoring a young man in a business career, selling career, and helping that young person understand how to sell big ticket items, how to sell to the entire organization, how to be likable and trustable and trustworthy. And it's a brilliant book, and I recommend it, and I really do recommend it to everybody I come across and talk about selling. It's The Joshua Principle by Tony J. Hughes. Another book I have on my shelf. That's such a hard.
What's a one-liner from that book that people can resonate with?
Tony's book. People buy from people they like and trust.
From that book, awesome.
Yep.
All right. What's
I believe it's from that book, but hey, that's a good question. I'm looking around to see what I have here. That's a great question, and I'm going to take a rain check on that one. I'll have to get back to you because I read a lot. Dr. Dennis Waitley wrote a book called The Psychology of Winning.
Mm-hmm.
And it was for me, it was a character changing, a bit of a savior text for me. And from that, I realized that winning is a mindset. And if you believe you can, you can. If you believe you can't, you won't.
Too true. Too true. All right. Just a couple quick fire questions. All right. So, what would be your favorite opener? Let's say you don't know someone, you've checked them out a little bit online, their LinkedIn, their website, or whatever. What's a good opener that you might use?
I love the opener, which is what's happened in your organization that saw you offer me the time to speak with you today. Why am I here?
What happened in your
Ultimately,
organization? I like it.
Yep. You know, because again, it's not about me. And again, we don't talk product, solution, or service. We need to understand what's going on in that organization. Now, we also need to turn up with a researched point of view, okay, and a relevant point of view. So knowing the industry, knowing the company, understanding what drives the buyer, because again, companies pay companies after people buy from people. So how do I help this person in this role, in this company, in this market, in this geography, on this planet? How do I help them today? What's happening in the world today that affects them, and how can I help them achieve their own outcomes, their own KPIs, KRAs, goals, overcome their own challenges and obstacles?
Amazing. Love it. Can you think of a single, what maybe the strangest request is that you've got from a customer? What's the strangest request that you received from a customer, and how'd you handle it?
Well, I wish I had told me this one beforehand. I would have done some thinking. I've never been asked to. I'll tell you a little one quick, and it's about research. This isn't a strange thing, but it's I guess it's part of the nuance of selling. I had a habit of going in the day before to understand the layout of the room, the acoustics, the AV setup, and I talked to the prospect or my contact, the influencer in the organization. And again, this was in New Zealand, and I asked them, and I was able to find out that the day before was a particular. They're still around. FileNet were before me. They connected via the internet back in the day, and we're talking 2001, 2002 here, and it fell over, and so much so that the buyer, the decision maker, a fellow called Noel, was falling asleep. And he fell asleep. He had enough. So what we didn't do was, of course, therefore, connect up the AV. We didn't have any need to do that. We were well researched. We knew where we were sitting. We sat each other where we had a good vision of everybody in there. And every time Noel started to flutter his eyes, I would say, "So, Noel, what happens in your organization at this point?" And he would wake up, and he would participate. And I heard back later that he loved it because he felt part of the process as opposed to being spoken to. So I hope that didn't answer your question, but it's a real thing. It really happened.
It's a funky situation. I like it. That's a good way. There's 20 different ways you could have handled that, but that is probably the one more friendly and like a positive contribution to the meeting. I like it.
Thank you.
Graham, I really appreciate you taking the time, mate. Thank you so much for
very
sharing. And we'll make sure we share all the questions that come through to you directly, and people will have a chance to get some of the links from Graham as well after the session.
Enjoy, everybody, and thank you very much for the time, Isaac.
Thanks so much, Graham. See you later.
Cheers.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play.
I love that. That was fantastic. That's a line I definitely am going to use again in the future. You say to the customer, I work for you. I get paid by these guys, but I work for you. Really try to put yourself in the position of the customer and understanding their needs. I think that's the most common theme of today, is people have a habit of the show up and throw up, right? But really trying to understand, who are your customers? Why would they buy? What are their issues? And how can you support their actual needs, not just what's on the bill? Graham's awesome. And so I'll make sure we share the details of Graham after this session. Next up, we have the amazing Peter Strokorp, who I've seen some incredible things from. He's got his content has the most advanced AI in the world interacting with his books and white papers and webinars and all kinds of stuff. But I won't steal the thunder. I'll bring him on here. There he is. G'day, Peter.
Yeah, g'day, Isaac. Hello, Isaac. Good to be here.
Thank you for coming, mate. I think there's a little echo. Is it possible you have event open live?
No, I don't, but hold on. Is that better?
Let's see.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, no, it's perfect, mate.
Okay.
Peter,
the echo cancellation on, so
nailed it.
Technology
works. No, mate, I really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. I've known you for a little while, but I feel like every week there's new stuff that I didn't know about you, and I'm uncovering new articles and new awards and new things, and so I'm really grateful for you to take the time and join us today. For those that don't know you, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, tell us, why is it that you do what you do?
Okay, well, cool. So my name is Peter Strokorp. I'm the founder and CEO of Peter Strokorp Sales Advisory, and that's exactly what we do. We don't tell our clients how to sell, we advise them, and we co-create a selling framework that comprises 10 specific competencies with them. So we work with them, we work with you, we co-create your future selling capabilities. And by the way, I was asked the other day if we've already done some sales training and we got a sales methodology, do we need to throw that out if we work with you? And the answer is no, because I'm not selling a sales methodology, I'm selling a sales framework and in a what I call the buyer-focused selling framework, and it is the buyer-focused selling funnel, which brings us to why am I here? And it is that I spent 25 plus years in the corporate world, sometimes in marketing, sometimes in sales. So I'm one of the few people who understand both disciplines and can actually interrelate. But I always hated the way that we were told we had to sell. And the way we had to sell was to basically ambush unsuspecting suspects, not even prospects, with the sales pitch, and hope that they would be interested in what we're selling, and hope that they would just happen to be in the market for the thing that we're selling. And guess what? It just really rankled with the prospects, and it really rankled with the sales reps as well, including myself, because it was so frustrating to get rejection after rejection after rejection, and we was just meant to keep going and develop a thick skin. And I thought, this is really rubbish, you know. And I think since the pandemic, nobody likes to be sold to anymore. Like, we used to tolerate it beforehand, but since the pandemic, people just have too many challenges and issues and problems on their mind. The last thing they need is to be bombarded with a sales pitch by some eager, commission-hungry salesperson. So sorry if I speak badly about the industry, but there are better ways. And if you think about how you want to buy, think about how you want to buy. You don't. Let me guess. You don't like to be cold pitched. You don't like to be pitch slapped on LinkedIn, right? You don't enjoy all those spam emails. You don't enjoy it when somebody rings you up and the phone goes boop, and it's a call center, and you know that they're going to sell you something, try to sell you something. So did you know that Apple, in their version 16 software, has a new feature that says mute numbers that are not in my directory. So if somebody rings you up and their number is not in the directory, it actually automatically goes to voicemail now. And that's because people are fed up being cold called by sales reps. Right? So I talk about helping the customer to buy instead of driving for a transaction.
Yeah, I think that's a frustration for both on the receiving end and the giving end, right? As
Absolutely.
an enterprise sales rep, you know that it's like, damn, I've got like 25 accounts, and I know that 15 of them are not into this, right? So how can you use these 10 buyer selling competencies to help open, develop, and close a deal? Like, if we can get, I know the theme of today is practical. So if there are any, I know that your training could go for hours and hours, but if you could have single one-liners for perhaps opening and understanding your, having a systems brand promise and some of the others, that would be pretty great.
So thanks for the question. That's great. So think about you're running a business. You have responsibilities, you have challenges, and you have problems. You would love for somebody to come along and solve all your problems, but you don't know whether somebody is there to solve your problems, and if they cold call you, you don't know that they're the one that can solve your problem. So I say there's three ways to engage with senior buyers, with senior executives, or with business owners. 3 ways. The first one is to make them aware of a business opportunity that they didn't know they had. Make them aware of more business that they can get that they didn't know about. 2, warn them of a risk they didn't know they were exposed to. Like save them from trouble. Now both of those work really, really well, but there's a but. You need to almost know more about the industry that they're working in and to a degree about the company that they're running more than they do in order to tell them something new. So that means you've got to really do your research, you've got to understand the industry, and you've got to kind of be a bit of a domain expert or a subject matter expert in their field. And then you can surprise them with something that they didn't know they had, or they didn't know that they were exposed to. The third way is much easier and it's more scalable. And that is to make them aware that they have a need of what it is that you're selling. So how do you do that? Well, you can use AI, right? You can use a survey. You can use an assessment, and you just get them to discover that actually what you're selling is useful, and they actually need one of those, right?
Yeah.
And so we can talk about the AI that you mentioned earlier. We created an AI that is basically me. So anybody that doesn't want to talk to me, doesn't feel comfortable, doesn't feel ready, doesn't want to be pitched at, not that I do that, but who knows, people might think that may be their fear. They can actually go to the AI and ask the AI questions that they would ask me, and the AI will respond like me. And so they can do that for as long as they like until they feel comfortable to speak to me live. So we're kind of taking the fear of talking to an expert away from people. They can get themselves ready, and then when they're ready, they can be comfortable talking to me live. And so so that's one of the ways that you can actually reach out and engage with, not just reach out, but engage with a senior decision maker, a senior executive, or a business owner.
I love that. Yeah, it requires that kind of awareness or education building when you're engaging with senior decision makers. Requires a relatively significant subset of knowledge. Right? You need to understand the topic and their business and their problems and all of their things in order to make them aware of a problem, aware of a risk, aware of a solution that they might not even know that they need. And so how can you approach a business? Say you're selling, I don't know, mangoes. And so you wanted to speak to a mango business and you've got a solution for them. How would you go about researching that company so that you can make them aware of something that might not know?
Okay. So let's say we're approaching mango farmers. All right. We'll have to find out what goes on in the mango farming business world, right? In the industry. Then we might want to narrow it down to their geography and say what is specifically going on in their geography or in their market niche, perhaps. and we can already then talk authoritatively about their industry, not yet about them, but about their industry. If they're a publicly listed company, then of course you can look to the annual report and have a look at what's going on there, whether there was a lot of change in the senior management structure, what acquisitions they've made, what challenges they have, etc. So you can find out things about the company itself. If you don't have that luxury, you can always reach out to somebody who knows somebody in the industry and get them to tell you what's going on. When I used to work for a very large Japanese multinational, we wanted to get to one of the big four banks in Australia. And what we did was we didn't want to go to the big boss, the decision maker, cold. So what we did was we went to a whole bunch of middle managers and we invited them to lunch and we asked them questions over lunch. And they were quite happy to, in return for lunch, they were quite happy to share with us, not secrets, but just things that are going on in the organization, who's who in the zoo, and what the real issues are. And then, armed with that information, we then went to the big boss guy, and one of our lunch guests actually coached us on how to approach him. And so we use that. If it's a private company and you don't have that luxury of taking people out to lunch, you can actually talk generally about the industry and you say other people in the industry are seeing these trends or are facing these challenges. Now we've solved these challenges for other people. Are you interested in how we did that? So I call it creating a lean forward moment. You got to say something or present something that makes them lean forward and say, Isaac, tell me more about that. Right? And it could be a fact. It could be a statistic, could be a trend, or it could be a point of view. And a point of view could even be controversial, just to get that reaction. Because if they say, why do you say that? Then they could be interested or they could dispute your point of view. Right. But either way, you start a conversation and you have a dialogue and you're engaged. So I'm a very big fan of engaging prospects, not just reaching out to them.
Yeah, no, that's super valuable, Peter. I think most people who are listening are going to be guilty of going in without having done their research on the industry, the problems and the needs, and all of that stuff.
Well, we used to joke that the salespeople did their preparation in the customer's car park.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately, we got Perplexity and GPT nowadays. We can
we're now online. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I like that though. So a few key resources, right? You want to engage with the CFO, CEO, CTO, CMO, whatever C-suite exec. Do your research. Find out what's happening in the industry news. Find out what's happening in the company. Find out from experts. Find a problem, right, and try to address it. All right. So now we've got a conversation with somebody. Right? We've identified we've got some knowledge, and they've identified we've got some knowledge. Conversation's moving along. What are some kind of opener questions or discovery questions you could ask to someone to try to get them to open up even more and really understand what's the potential business case for them?
Okay, so here's my secret sauce question. You ask them, have you bought something like this before? Right? The answer will either be yes or no, right? So if they say yes, you say, brilliant. Who was involved in the decision making and how did you decide? What were your criteria?
Right? You've got the map.
If they say no, we have never bought something like this before, then you say, great, who should be involved and how will you decide? And you can actually help them put the buying committee together and help them choose the criteria. It's just a simple question. Have you bought something like this before?
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that's particularly with, I used to sell HR software, right? And a lot of the companies that I'd speak with, there was a lot of fluffy, things for employees and blah, 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 but building a business case was very challenging for them. And so although they wanted things, they needed that guidance or that map on how to actually get a deal across. Asking a question like that would have been perfect, right? Have you bought this before? Yeah, great. We'll figure out how it was done and let's go follow that path. If you haven't, all right, well, let's figure out who in the zoo.
So Isaac, if I just can mention two more things, please.
Yeah.
So the most salespeople are focused on what they're selling, and so guess what they're talking about, right? And so they talk about, you know, we do this and we have that and we're so great and you just got to buy from us, and I call that we syndrome. And the buyer is not interested in what you do and what you have. What they're interested in is what's in it for me. What am I getting from you? What benefit can I get, right? What problem are you solving? If you just think about that, what problem are you solving? That gets you a long way towards having a conversation and engagement with a prospect. The other thing I was going to say is about buying committees, because the days of a mystical one person making the decision are over. So there've been a buying committee, and a few years ago Gartner said there's on average 8.5 people involved in or 8.3 people or something involved in a buying committee, and they've since jacked it up. It's now 12. But so you've got 12 different people who will all decide whether they're going to buy from you or from somebody else. And the reason that these committees are being put together is twofold. One, they all want to abdicate their responsibility and spread it out so that no single person can be responsible. But also they want different perspectives on the purchase. So for example, a financial person might come in and look at the internal rate of return, time to payback, ROI. Yeah? A technology person, maybe an IT manager, CIO, might come in and say, what's the backup like? What's the support like? You know, I've got enough trouble. Will it give me trouble? A representative of the end user might be, is there a learning curve that's like steep, and will my people find it easy to operate this thing? So you can see that every person in the buying committee has a different perspective on the same thing. So it's very important to understand what their perspective is and then cater to that perspective. You know, talk to the finance guy about financial stuff. Talk to the techie about technology. Talk to the end user representative about end user, how easy it is to use. So that when they come together as a committee to decide which vendor will they go with, they discover magically that you tick all the boxes and they go, I'm buying from Isaac.
Yeah. No, that's you've kind of honed in on this piece a couple of times now, but making sure that you do due diligence with the influencers and evaluators as well as the decision makers is often overlooked. You think the decision maker is the only one. You go in for the juggler, you do the show up and throw up, and now you wonder why 8 people decided, hey, there's other options.
And can I just say one more thing? A lot of salespeople forget that a buying decision is actually a high responsibility stuff. Making a buying decision, especially if it's an expensive one, if it's one that ties you up with a vendor for many years, or it's a complex sale, everybody is dead scared of getting it wrong. So talk about the buyer risk. Bring it up proactively. All of your competitors will avoid talking about risk because they'll go, nothing can go wrong, trust us, we'll be here for you, right? But if you bring up the fact that it's a risky thing for you to make this decision, and you can talk to them about how you and your business mitigates those risks for your customers, your customer will say, hang on, Isaac's talking about risk. None of the other bastards have talked about risk. What else are they not telling me? So you basically, kind of figuratively put your arms around them and say, look, big bad world out there, let us help you avoid those risks.
Very helpful. Very helpful. And it kind of ties back full circle to your original three points to open up a dialogue. I love it. Peter, I know we could continue this conversation for another 2 or 3 or 4 hours, and I would love to. And I hope that we can get some links out to some of the viewers who I'm sure have plenty of questions. I'm seeing the feed fill up with a bunch of different questions coming through. But I'm really grateful for your time. Thank you so much for coming along, and I hope to chat with you again soon.
Thank you, Isaac. Thanks for having me. It was awesome.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. strategies that stun, creative minds at play, winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go, every product they know. Marketing's their show, watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun, for them work is fun. Strategies that stun, creative minds at play, winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go, every product.
We're back. We're good. Another amazing session. Always such fun talking to Peter. It's jam-packed full of knowledge. I like that concept of proactively talking about buyer risk. Not enough people do it. People bob and weave around it. But proactively going out, making people aware of problems they didn't know they had, making people aware of risk they didn't know they had, really doing your research before speaking with the customers is absolutely fundamental. So there's boatloads more. If you check out Peter Struckrobb's page, he's got so many articles and lots of juicy nuggets available to check out for free and paid, and loads of good stuff. We'll make sure everyone has access to that soon. Next up, we have the awesome Kay Ridge, who has been a partner of ours this year, and we've got some incredible results. She's full of lots of wisdom, also specializing in social media management. And I see her; she's in the room here, so I'm going to bring her in, and away we go. Are we good? We're good. G'day, Kay. How's it going?
It's going well. How are you going?
Oh, great and grateful. Can't complain.
Well, fancy having to come on after those amazing speakers. It's pretty incredible what they had to say. Thank God I'm not in sales, is all I'm saying. But the hardest on earth, I reckon.
Yeah, it's a dog world in sales, but lots of words of wisdom. And I've seen some incredible stuff coming from the campaigns you've been doing, and you've got a lot to share in the world of marketing with the LinkedIn top marketing strategy voice branded on your page. If you wouldn't mind, Kay, there's a lot of people who might not know you and haven't been introduced yet. So if you could please introduce yourself, let us know why do you do what you do?
There's a really good reason why I do what I do. I don't work. It's basically what happens with me. I love LinkedIn. I've been a marketing strategist for 10 years. And I found with the platforms like Facebook and Instagram, I just didn't get it. I come from a corporate background, and I found that when I started to look at LinkedIn and how you can actually market organically on LinkedIn, I went, hey, this works. And so I spend my days working with small, medium, and large corporations, creating marketing strategies for them. And because you're dealing in 3 different size businesses, your marketing strategies are different. To give you an example, when you're talking with a very small business, it's predominantly you're talking about you as your brand. And as we know, we are our brand, but you work more on more brand awareness in regards to personal branding. When you're talking about a large organization, you start talking about culture, you bring the employees in, you start talking about ESG, global corporate responsibility, sustainability, modern slavery, what is their position on all of these things that people are concerned about now. Forget about the fact that with ESG, you've got your investment responsibilities to report on. There's also a LinkedIn responsibility to let your buyers know what your positioning is on these matters. So it's really, really interesting. You can do so much with LinkedIn, and when you do things where you actually use the assistance of mini Mangos and you start running a messaging campaign, and I was absolutely stunned. I think I mentioned to you, Isaac, that whenever I look to do something else that I believe that I'm going to refer to my clients on, I want to trial it first. And, you know, I'm the biggest doubting Thomas you can have. And so I said, yeah, all right, let's give it a go. And what I've found, what it basically was, or do you want to explain to people what it was?
The campaign, you go ahead, but no, you got some really great results. Why don't you talk about it? So why did you want to try it out? What did you see from it? How many proposals did you get out, and how long? Right? What can people apply the same thing themselves? Right?
Yeah,
Is this
of course they
something
can.
others can do?
Yeah, of course they
Let's
can.
share the wisdom. Let's make it practical.
Okay,
What can they do?
basically, as I'm sure a lot of us know, we make connections, and when you make a connection on LinkedIn, two things happen. One is you make it with the hope that somebody they know will become a buyer of what you have to offer. But what happens as over the years you grow your LinkedIn network, they become sleepy. And you really don't know so much who's in the group anymore, or how much gold you have within your LinkedIn connections. So this was a great way to wake everybody up. And unfortunately, I have colleagues that are on there that are marketers, and unfortunately they got a marketing campaign at them, but so be it. What it did is basically I sent out a message via the LinkedIn messaging. Now, you have to be a premium user to be able to do it, as far as I'm aware. And basically it just said, look, I've created this LinkedIn audit for you because that's what I specialize in. Would you like me to send it to your email, which you get off their LinkedIn profile, or send it direct here to LinkedIn? And I got an amazing result. So that basically turns a cold connection into a warm lead, and the positive response was 1 in 4. So my biggest problem now is there's not enough hours in the day to actually respond to everybody as quickly as I'd like to. I will get to everybody, but it was amazing, and that was in I think we did that within 3 weeks, and they're still going. I've got another couple tonight.
So hang on. So the idea is, just to make it really clear for everyone. So I would imagine every single person who's listening right now would have loads of people that they're connected with that they've never talked to, and that have never talked to them. Right. Yep. And so you set up a campaign to engage with those people, saying, "Hey, I want to give you this free audit, right? And I'll analyze everything about your page. You don't have to do anything; just check it out. And in that audit, you've got a proposal, you've got details of your services as well." And so you've been running for how long? 2-3 weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks.
How many proposals have you got out so far?
I've got 44 sitting there to do.
44 proposals sent out in 3 weeks. So can you compare, how would this compare with any other campaign you've run? Have you ever got that many proposals out?
I don't even get that result on paid advertising.
Right. Awesome. All right. So what's next? So now that you've got some value out of your existing network, what are you going to do to capitalize on it? How are you going to make sure that you can stay engaged and keeping the people warm? What's next?
Well, you know now that these are the people that are looking at LinkedIn. Keep in mind, I'm a LinkedIn specialist. That says, oh, I think there might be something that I need to do on LinkedIn. And because I optimize LinkedIn profiles, that's the first thing you have to do if you want to succeed in LinkedIn. You know, they're the potential clients that I will keep in contact with, that they'll receive something from me. I will then do a follow-up, and probably a follow-up from that. But at least they know now what's available.
Amazing. All right. So how could you recommend to someone, like what would be the messaging that you'd recommend to someone that they could use so that they can potentially get value from their network? What can a listener do right now to get value from their existing network?
Well, they need to work out what their offering is.
Work out your offering.
Okay, so they need an offering. It needs to be what we call a godfather offering. So it needs to be something that's too good to refuse.
Too good, can't refuse it. Okay. And yours is like a comprehensive LinkedIn audit.
Yeah, from specialist.
Love
Yeah.
it. All right. So you figure out you've got this Godfather offer, you've got all these connections that have never heard from you. And what do you say to them? How do you get that message across?
Be genuine. Just say, look, it may be even the scenario of saying, look, I know that we haven't spoken in a while. However, I wanted, to offer this to you, whatever that Godfather offer is. And then from that say, look, this is also what we're doing at the moment. Let me know if you'd like more information. Because LinkedIn has its own, there's a couple of things with LinkedIn. You get a better success rate going through LinkedIn than you do sending an email. Your open rate is a lot higher. Okay, so they know that it's not, LinkedIn doesn't do spam, so they know that it is something that they perhaps need. And information is power. So yes, I'll find out what you have to offer. And as we all know, nobody needs you till they need you. It's a timing. It might be a timing on that the payment isn't enough. It might be a timing that they don't have the money right now. But they still need it. Marketing is a long-term game. And one of the saddest things I find is that when you have a client that's had marketing and you've been doing their marketing for a long period of time and they go through a sales slump, the first thing that they let go is marketing. And it takes such a long time to get their momentum up on all of your marketing mix. And I mean online and offline. That to just drop it. And on the other side of it with marketing, people go, oh, I need sales. We'd better get marketers in. Well, we're not miracle workers. It takes a plan and it takes time because you have touch points and you have anything from 8 to 12 touch points within a customer journey. And part of those customer touch points are them seeing your LinkedIn posts. So if you're not posting at least 3 times a week, you are missing out on touch points. Couple of things with this that helps with LinkedIn as well. Any new connection you make on LinkedIn, they see everything you do for the next 2 weeks. So if you're not posting, you're not front of mind. They're not going to remember you. So if you're going to do a campaign like this, get all your ducks in a row, make sure that you're posting at least 3 times a week, make sure that when that potential client has posted something that you comment. Nobody comments. So guess what? You're going to be seen. Show up and be counted is basically what we need to do on LinkedIn.
Amazing. How do a lot of people are like camera shy, or there feels like a bit of a leap of faith when you go and post something on LinkedIn, right? Like it's this imposter syndrome a lot of the time, right? And so trying to come up with the right content can be challenging. So how could you recommend somebody dips their toes in, comes up with some ideas that are maybe less intimidating, or something that could be maybe more value, or easier for the readers to digest, or something that can help people get their edge into consistent content?
There's a couple of things here that I guess it comes it's a great segue from sales. What is the worst thing that can happen? Are you going to burst into flames? Or is somebody just going to say no? And they're not saying no to you, they're saying no to your product. It's like if you're at a cafe and the waitress comes over and says, would you like another coffee? And you say no. Does she sob and break down, or does she just say, oh, they don't want a coffee? You've got to put your head in a place that you're offering a service or a product. It's not personal. And if they get personal, you don't want to deal with them anyway. You can block them on LinkedIn. So,
Right.
You're in there to offer a service that or product that that is absolutely fantastic and that will help and take their pain away or give them a solution. So have a think about who your customer is. What is the solution that you're bringing to the table for them? Another thing that LinkedIn has, which is really, really good when you start optimizing the company page, is that you can list 5 competitors. And this is a really, really good trick. So I told you I love LinkedIn. So one of the things that you can do is that you can actually spy on your competitors. And so you can see, A, who their customers are, because they're the customers that might comment. Or secondly, you can see what posts in LinkedIn they're doing well. Analyze those posts. And, you know, what is it? Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. If they've got the secret to it and they're succeeding well, start copying. Not word for word, that's plagiarism, but get the same sort of idea in the same sort of tone, and that will help you.
Super helpful. Super helpful. All right. Well, Kate, any other words of wisdom, practical tips that we could give some of these viewers? What can people do today to get value tomorrow?
Okay. The biggest thing you can do is optimize your LinkedIn profile. 49% of 1 billion people do not have an optimized profile. If your profile isn't optimized, the algorithm is not going to send anything through to people that you don't know, or even within your own group. So you have to optimize your profile. Have a great banner that's about you for your own profile. Company banner should be about the company. A great picture that covers 60% of the profile, which is of you, not your logo, not the picture of a cat or a dog or whatever it may be that you fancy. This is business. And in your heading, you need to state exactly what you do and what problem you solve.
I help X do Y through Z.
Correct.
Now, after this session, is it possible that people contact you and perhaps get a LinkedIn audit of their own? Can they maybe get Kay's words of wisdom applied to themselves?
Yep, absolutely. I will give that free of charge.
Amazing. So anyone watching, if you go to mangomagic.minimangos.com and then click ask a question, say, hey, can I have Kay's LinkedIn audit, please? Right? Or freebies. There's a section called freebies. Apply for the freebies. You'll get Kay's LinkedIn audit. Kay, we appreciate you and everything you do. Always full of great wisdom, and so glad to hear the campaign's going so well. Dozens of
I'm grinning from ear to ear.
No, you're awesome. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much for having me.
You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun.
Super helpful from the amazing Kay Ridge. Bloody, was it 4 dozen proposals from her first degree network in 3 weeks? And I'm willing to bet vast majority of people who are on LinkedIn have loads of connections and then you just don't engage with them. Kay is a great example of how you can get loads of value from existing network, not just always trying to connect with new people, but hey, you've got thousands of connections, right? Why don't you contact them, give them some value, offer them something useful? Super, super helpful. Now, next up, we've got the awesome Angie Dunn, who is here in the room. Let me let her in. Here she is. How's it going, Angie?
Very good. How are you?
Great and grateful. Can't complain. Not so
Good.
bad. Thank you for
Good.
coming. Appreciate you
No
taking the time.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm very excited. We've got 20 minutes to try to pick your brain. So before we get started though, if you wouldn't mind, for all the people who haven't met you yet, do you mind introducing yourself? Tell us, why is it that you do what you do?
Of course. Yes. So I run Agile Sales and Management. And the reason I do what I do is because I spent a long time building my own sales teams, nurturing, developing superstar salespeople, went through all the trials and tribulations of recruitment and managing up in big corporations and startups, and just saw so many examples of it done badly. And I was blessed to have a lot of examples of it done really well around me. And I just realized that sales is such a niche of an environment to be employed in, that it's a real honor to be the manager and the leader in those environments. And I'm just very passionate about making sure it's done well and much better than it's done now in a lot of cases.
So what are some of the biggest fails that you've seen in terms of the sales organization? They're coming to you and they think they're doing the right thing, but they just keep digging their grave. What's the common challenge or downfall that you see in the sales organization?
There is a lot. I think a lot of it comes down to, three key areas, which is what we were chatting about the other day. But probably the most common mistake I see happen over and over again is that people get promoted. They're a great salesperson. They want to move up in their career. So the logical next step is to become the sales manager. Someone doesn't want to lose them, so they promote them, and they don't give them the training or the guidance around what it takes to be a good sales manager versus being a good salesperson. They're two very different skill sets. And when you have that happen in the effort to retain them, actually what you often do is really impact the quality of the rest of the sales team, because despite them wanting to do a good job, good salespeople often do too much talking and not enough listening, and that's a key skill that a sales manager needs to have. It's actually a key skill that salespeople should have, but unfortunately, people tend to forget it sometimes in management.
Too true. Okay, so I'm either newly appointed or I'm a new sales manager of the last couple of years, and I'm taking it on. My team seems to like me, but maybe I don't know what I don't know. So what advice would you give to me that I could apply today to try to start getting value tomorrow?
Okay, that's a great question. I think for emerging leaders, it comes down to making sure that you learn and observe the skill set that you've got in your team. Don't assume that the way you did it is necessarily the way they need to do it, because everyone has different styles. And I often talk in sales teams about the magic that is a salesperson. It's not, you really need to capture the essence of each person, but give them the framework that they need to follow. So I think if you're a sales manager, it comes down to three things. How are you fostering accountability in your team so that everyone understands what's expected of them? Maybe what you did to be a good salesperson, only 50% of them are doing, seeing the right style. So the accountability is a very core part. The consistency is a key part as well. So maybe if you've got 4 or 5 salespeople, you'll have, 2 of you doing pretty well consistently, and then the others do well and then drop off, do well and then drop off. So fostering an environment where that is strategic. I refer to it as a spray and pray versus a strategic approach, which too many sales teams have a spray and pray. Unfortunately, it's just not effective. But the last one for me is the engagement that you have. So this is where the questioning comes in. If you understand what's important to the people in your team, where do they want to get better at, what do they want to be doing in 5 years, same as in sales, how we ask our clients that, needs to be the same approach, and making sure you're coaching them, not just trying to get them to do things for you.
Yeah, no, that's so true. But when I was When I was doing enterprise sales, we would assign each of us a different kind of weapon. And so one of us was like the landmine. If a prospect comes close, it's like they just have all the knowledge in the world and there's no way that deal's not happening. And someone else was the sniper because they could go for the perfect decision maker and get that person. Other people with the machine gun and da da da. And as a salesperson going into a management role, understanding that psychology of the salesperson is not something that you're, innately brought into nor taught. So how can you, as a new sales manager, try to understand, there is a gap is in understanding who my team is and what is their essence, all of that, but start taking the steps to learn, right, outside of the team, and also taking the right steps or asking the right questions.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to a few. If there is the opportunity, you should be in market or customer facing with your sales team so you can observe what they do, do a joint call. It's very hard for a lot of leaders, especially more senior ones, to be in front of a client and not take the lead. I work with a lot of my business owners just around that in itself. You kind of dominate the space sometimes instead of sitting back, observing that salesperson and then debriefing with them after really effectively to say, how do you think it went? These are the things that you probably need to focus on. So we don't want one person, Isaac, to have one skill and that be the only sniper, right? I want to cross-pollinate as many of those skills as possible, train from within, make sure that when you've got your sales team meeting, you're training each other. I had an amazing leader once that said to me, and it's not just, it's a famous saying, but you should be the dumbest person in the room when you're the manager. Your job is to hire people that are better than you and just share that skill set. So I think that's what I would suggest is, especially if you get promoted, you inherit a team. I remember in my very early days of management, I inherited what was the golden team. They were all much older than me. They were, I refer to them as the gorillas. Have you ever heard that term, gorillas in a sales team?
I don't know if I have, no.
Okay, so the gorillas are that kind of key person dependency that a business can have sometimes where you're scared to lose that person because they're so great at making sales, but they've got a bit of an attitude. They're very hard to get to adopt things or change. They tend to just stick with how they like to do it. So I like to call them the gorillas. They're the hardest for us to manage. And when I inherited this team, I had like four gorillas in the team, which is why they'd been there for so long. And I think getting clear on what I was expecting of them and why it was going to be helpful for them was a key part of them either staying on the journey with me or deciding to move on, which some of them stayed, some of them changed and got great outcomes. But it's important to identify what personality types that you have in your own team and work out how to get the best out of them.
Yeah. No, for sure. Bottom right quadrant for another methodology we use. But yeah, that's most sales organizations will have at least one of those. So if we were to flip it, right, on the sales exec side, what can a salesperson do or ask their sales manager so that perhaps they can have a better relationship, initiate those conversations? Maybe they want a better sales manager. They're not going to learn and take the initiative. So how can the salesperson start that dialogue?
Yeah, I love that approach. And I think everyone, succession planning is such a thing that I'm passionate about. I've loved over my career that I've identified those people and they've been those people that take initiative and take control of their own career. I would suggest, I refer to it as managing up, managing sideways, managing down. So in any role, we've kind of got a special management. You've got those three angles. So in a sales executive, you have to manage up very well. And you also need to manage sideways because there's probably other stakeholders or other managers if you're in a larger business that you could learn from. And I would probably say be very deliberate in what you want to learn, where you want to get better. And, quite often you walk into your mid-year review, you've had to collate something and it's almost like like a report card. I think the sales executives that stand out and have an amazing career are the ones that take it as an opportunity to take that feedback in and I can give it as well. So in our work, you talk about a feedback loop, right? As a manager, you should be inviting feedback and as a sales executive should be as well. Because the coachability piece is a huge part about whether someone can form from a salesperson to a sales leader, which, you know, is a great career progression.
Yeah. No, it's when you can find those golden nuggets of salespeople, you got to really fight to keep them engaged and keep them motivated. Understanding those courses. I see we have a question. Dario Costa asked Angie Dunn, how do you deal with a team who have very different styles when it comes to sales? I have a hard time helping them when I can't relate to their style.
Yes. Yeah. I think the core part that it takes away from all our styles is bringing the client to the center of that, right? So if we look at it from a truly client-centric point of view, what does the client need to hear from us, and what do we need to hear from the client? Then it doesn't really matter how we approach it. You know, one person might have I remember very early in my sales career, we were selling hotel memberships, you know, in a felt like a sweatshop. But myself and another guy were the top salespeople, and he was an Indian man that talked really quietly and was really, really direct. And I was very conversational and chatty, but our numbers always we had that competition. So I think as the leader of that team, not trying to teach the other people to follow the other people, but to create that trusting environment where you can listen to each other and learn from each other around what the client outcome needs to be. That's where you want to try and find those the nuggets that end up moving the dial.
So trying to create those atmospheres with the client so that you can A, observe, and B, work on a common goal. Right?
Yeah, so that's right. So I would suggest to the person that asked the question that in your structure with your team, you want to make sure that you have dedicated training plan that you're going to do. And as part of those training plans, perhaps share the load around like a round robin of everyone's got a different style. Let's do maybe a hot seat scenario where, rep A, rep B, rep C is going to have 20 minutes to talk through what their approach is. I guess take the onus off yourself as the sales manager and give them the opportunity to teach each other. And you'll find very easily the areas that you can guide. I think quite often you feel like you've got to be the person driving the agenda. Actually, you've just got to create the moments where they can learn from each other, because you want to inspire them to be the best, not teach them necessarily how to be the best.
Super helpful.
The other thing I wanted to touch on, Isaac, was dashboards, because I can't tell you how many sales managers I say, okay, so show me what it is that you look at with your team or individually or just, one-on-one. And it's so often it's like a death by data. There's all these reports and all these different things. We need to simplify that for sales people. I don't think you should have any more than 6 core KPIs. A good portion of them should be activity metrics, because quite often we make it too complicated and we take the eye off what really matters, which is truly dollar productive activity. So I would suggest if you've got a team with lots of different styles of people, instead of working out how they're doing it, unless there's an issue with the conversion somewhere, then just focus on how much of it they're doing, or in what frequency, because that'll move the dial on the numbers.
KPI overload. Every salesperson's dream.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I want to keep. I've got about 15 other questions I wanted to ask. There's no way I'm going to get through them. So maybe if we could do a few key examples or like specific questions that you could ask as a sales manager and also as a sales executive. Like, what's an actual question that would be good to open up a dialogue and start building trust amongst the sales manager and salesperson?
Yeah, I'll take it from the sales manager's perspective. The questions that I would be asking in one-on-ones are, are there any barriers in your way right now that are preventing you to get to your outcomes? Are you clear on what you need to be doing in your week that moves the dial? So quite often we look at schedule management. So, if you looked at let's say you're my salesperson, Isaac, if you looked at all the tasks that you've got this week, how many of them are dollar productive? How many of them actually, that's one. Another one could be, out of all the things that you've got on your plate right now, what could you pass? What could you pause? And what do you need to keep playing? So, because, you always hear salespeople saying, I'm just too busy. I didn't populate my CRM today or this week or this month because I just had too many things going on. So asking them those questions to try and teach them how to manage their time more effectively. And if you've got a team that aren't asking enough questions in market, I think asking them, what did the client tell you that made you think that? Because quite often salespeople make assumptions about what the clients need or want. They're very focused around pushing a product. And what we need to do is make sure that we're listening to what the clients are saying. So what did they say? Or what did you ask them that made you feel like that? Because then all of a sudden we're taking them into, did I ask enough questions in that meeting?
I like it. I like it. I see someone's added in a question here about do you observe and let them fail or intervene and make things right?
Yeah, it's such a hard one.
Question, shadowing as a manager. How do you tackle that one?
Oh, it's a very, I've never forgotten when I was first learning how to do that. It was one of the most uncomfortable things, especially if you're a natural salesperson yourself. It's very hard to sit and watch it. I would say you do have to let them fail, and then you take the opportunity to reflect on it with them after. So make sure that you pick which ones you go and do a joint call with. You don't go into your top client and then sit back and let them burn it. You ask them to pick ones where it's going to be a repeatable scenario, but with a lower value. Also, don't underestimate the opportunity of role playing. I know everyone hates it. I spend a big portion of my week doing that with people, with salespeople and sales managers. But doing a role play allows them in a safe environment to crash and burn, and then you give them that feedback. So I think that's a good one if you don't have the joy of lower value clients that you can burn in front of.
Yeah, find the low risk opportunities. It is a common thing, especially in sales. People often need to call to ask for a hand, right? And so trying to find those low risk scenarios or create one, right?
That's it. Yeah.
Advice, right?
Create one. That's right. The other thing I would say, Isaac, just in that scenario is you could always set the scenario, the tone with the client to say, with your salesperson to say, when we start, I'm going to let you take the lead and cover it from end to end. And once you've completely finished that, then you throw to me and say, Angie, do you have anything else to add? And then I'll add if we need to, because then you'll get the scenario of what they were planning to cover that you can then debrief with, and you can sit quietly and take notes. And then you can jump in at the end and save the day if it needs to be. The only problem with that approach is sometimes they won't see what they need to see because you saved it, and they won't necessarily accept that wasn't because the outcome wasn't because you saved it, but the outcome was, in their mind, sometimes it was never a problem. So sometimes they have to feel the pain to see the issue. Yeah.
No, really good advice. I love it. Fantastic. All right.
Awesome.
Well, look, is there any other snippets of wisdom that you'd like to leave with anyone? Anything that people could apply right now to try and get value by tomorrow?
Yes, I would really encourage everyone to think about these three core areas of accountability, consistency across your team, and engagement. So engagement levers everything, right? If you've got a disengaged sales team, the numbers will never be as good. They will be a norming team, but not a performing team in that, that map that we see of high performance. So if there are areas in any of those three that they need help, message me, because I've got a few very easy fixes that you could look at to make a big change in those areas. But consistency, engagement, and accountability are your three best friends when it comes to managing a sales team.
Very helpful. Amazing. Thank you so much, Angie. We appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
See you later, guys.
The rest of the day.
You too.
All right. Bye-bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. There's sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow.
Super helpful words of wisdom from the amazing Angie. I wrote down, learn and observe the skill sets of your team, capture the essence, and give a custom framework. Those three-piece pillars of accountability, consistency, and engagement, absolutely fundamental for new or even existing sales managers, really. I think that there's always room for improvement in these spaces, and there's so much work to be done. And with each salesperson being their own beast, it's a never-ending game of improvement. So I look forward to sharing some more links from Angie with everybody, and we can get some more juicy snippets from her shortly. I see we have Karen Powell with us next. Let's bring her in. There she is. How you doing, Karen?
Fantastic. How are you?
Great and grateful. Can't complain. Not so bad. Thank you for joining us.
Excellent. Happy to be here.
Karen, I know that you've got loads and loads of information which we've been compiling and going through on the Many Mangoes side, but there are a lot of people on this call from around the world who may not be familiar with some of your amazing work. Would you mind introducing yourself, telling us a little bit about who you are, what you do, but also why it is you do what you do?
Fantastic. Happy to. So Karen Powell, I am the founder and CEO of Omnipresence, which is a sales AI and also sales readiness advisory firm. So the reason I do it is because I started off my career looking after tech and helping to scale tech businesses and full go-to-market spectrum, and thought that the next place of transformation in the go-to-market tech stack was really in the sales transformation space. So really wanted to focus my time on that.
Amazing. Amazing. So what's the biggest problem that you've seen in the last week from people that you're engaging with? What's the main thing that you're noticing today?
Yeah, so the main thing from a lot of the customers here, one is that understanding of what go-to-market is, understanding how to use AI to contribute to their productivity, and also how to get the stakeholder buy-in. So they're really having a hard time figuring out how to articulate what it is that they need, and also the use cases and business cases that they're trying to uncover.
Okay. So what would be a question someone could ask, or an introductory statement that somebody could use to try to uncover some of these insights?
So what we've been trying to get people here to do is to, one, identify what their company is trying to ultimately achieve. So what's the ultimate end goal when you think of the chairman or you think of the CEO? What is the business ambition? And then how is what you're doing helping to achieve that ambition? So it's the standard application of the way you would normally do business consulting, but then applying that more to AI. So if there was one question, it was, what is it in this company that you're trying to achieve? And how can AI help to unlock that? And so if they have then 4 or 5 core lanes of where the business is trying to achieve things, then it's what are you doing today? And what AI applications might be able to move the needle forward from a scale, not only just an impact, right? Because they need to look at cost, they need to look at impact. So instead of looking at small things that might not move the needle, what might move the needle significantly for them?
And a lot of the people, I mean, with tech changing so much every week and every month, every year, you know, a lot of the time people might not know what they don't know, right? How do you educate and act as that consultant, as that advisor? How do you open up that opportunity to teach someone? What's a way that somebody could apply teaching if they perhaps don't know the answer to what AI applications are available to them?
So there's two ways that we're looking at that. So the first way is helping people by running workshops. If their founding team and their exec team want to make sure that their team are well knowledgeable, we will try to support them with workshops, which is helping them to be ready. What that means is, one, asking them in their day job. We're finding people are very fearful, at least in Australia and across Asia Pacific. There's a little bit more fear and apprehension. So it's trying to find a comfortable space where we're running a workshop with themselves and their other team members, finding out where they find passion in their day job. What do they love to do in their day job? And outside of that day job, so it's, yes, this is what I love, but what's getting in the way of that are these 5 things. And so then we look to apply AI to those 3 or 5 things that are getting in the way so that they can do more of what they love in their day job. The second way that we're helping, so that's more uncovering where they find that they can use AI, helping to educate them on what's existing, where they want to see it change their life and help their productivity gains. The second way is we're starting to develop more hands-on labs, so go-to-market hands-on labs in AI in sales, AI in service, and AI in marketing. And those labs are really helping people to identify, what does AI in go-to-market even mean? So what is AI in marketing currently? What does the tech stack currently look like? Which of the current tech stack, whether it's the core, the emerging, or the completely new founded, newborn firms, what exactly is it that they have infused? So we walk people through those kind of 5 key items, doing a few little demos in there so that they learn what's in the stack, what has now infused AI. And then we look at, well, how can they advance that from a use case perspective? So based on what they've learned, where are the use cases that they can best apply? And then from those use cases, what business case can they put to their company so that they can get more leverage?
It sounds like I kind of want to go to one of those.
They're really great. And so there's not many people running those globally. A lot of people are running them from a deeper tech perspective and not yet really from a very much functional based. We're seeing a lot more of those popping up from industry. So where there might be AI in healthcare, AI in finance. So we're seeing them more as industry specific. We're not seeing as many that are role based. So we're looking at it from a role based perspective.
I love it. So let's say you're a individual contributor, you're a manager, you're a director, you're whatever, and you're like, it's a down part of the year or the quarter where you're not overly busy and you'd love to innovate, right? How can you initiate one of these labs? How do you make sure you've got a checklist so that you have a productive session? And who should you bring along? Should we engage you? Should we? What are some of the questions that we could do to create one of these labs?
So the way that we've been more so creating those labs is, one, just reaching out to me via message, and we'll put those together for you and your team. We've been looking at now for August. We're going to be running those more so from an industry perspective. So being able to crowdsource from a number of different industry players instead of just running them company by company, because people do want to share a lot more with their peers in this environment and learn what other companies are doing and also what everybody's putting into their tech stacks. So in August, that's one of the things that we'll be running mainly for the sales, so AI in sales. But the type of questions that you should be asking yourself is, one, do I understand AI right now? If you don't, then it's a perfect time to run a course and get some understanding and knowledge around what's possible. Do I know what my existing platforms have to offer me? If I don't, can I get a lab to run demos, or should I just get all the vendors in? Sometimes it takes a lot more time to get all of those vendors in and to organize them so that you can see what the vendors are currently doing that can help your productivity gains and that has AI infused. And then 3, what are those use cases or point solutions that I haven't really looked at that might give me some additional gains? And so if you don't feel that you've got those 3 things covered, then you're likely going to need to find one facilitator that can bring that knowledge to you and to your team.
Awesome. All right. So let's say I would love for one of these things to happen, but there's nothing on the roadmap, but I'm geeking out all the time on all these different AI applications. How can me as an individual contributor build a business case for one of these labs? What questions can I ask? What applications should I bring forward? How should I start bringing the right team members together so that we can have a successful lab?
Yes. So if you're an individual contributor, most of the time, both boards and exec teams are all wanting their teams to be educated. So there is in most companies an educational L&D team that's happy to give money or funding per quarter for the uplift, and especially for short courses, because sometimes there's a lot of long tail courses that might take 3 months or 6 months to complete, and they're far more expensive. So they might be happier for you to do a one-off day lab. So that's one, is how much time will the company allow for you for training? How much money will they allow for training and education? 2, how does the company want to see that implemented? So there's one thing for you to do it for your own personal career and your own personal aspirations. But if you're doing it within a company to be able to bring your team along, it's more so what's the mission again of the company, and how can this then, as part of that business case to get it approved, how is this going to be able to further the ambitions of the company? And most of the time, the ambition of the company is that they want to drive productivity gains, they want to drive revenue gains. And so anything right now, as far as a board initiative and board mission, they do want to see people taking flying the flag of being able to get a lot more AI skill sets into the organization and into the team. So if you show initiative and being able to put together, again, this is the mission of the company, put a sentence in there, this is the mission, this is what we've got as our annual plan, even as an individual contributor, this is what I've heard as our annual plan, this is the way that my role normally contributes to that. I feel that if I'm AI educated, that I'm able to move the needle in these 3 ways by doing this program.
Love that. I love that. I feel like you could almost host one of those sessions every quarter, like all the new applications that are coming out. Every 3 months there's some drastic change that's happened, especially with AI. But any kind of this fun new tech. What have been some of the more interesting labs that you've run? What have been some of the cool creations that you've seen come out of something like this?
Well, the smaller labs, I find that people are not necessarily wanting to create really new cool stuff out of these labs. What they're wanting to know is, based on what I already have, where am I not seeing the gains? And I can see that we've got some amazing Australians on this call with us as well that are based here. And so that's one of the key things that I'm seeing, is that people want to know, what am I not getting out of my existing platform? So if they're currently using Salesforce, or if they're currently using Navigator, or if they're currently using 6 Sense, what they're not realizing is where the infusion of AI is that can give them some uplift. So I find it's more baseline knowledge tends to be more of what we're doing, and then sharing with them some of the cool platforms that are coming. But I do find that most of them so far from a business case can't get the approvals up for testing and experimenting with those kind of seedling businesses. I think I've mentioned previously, there's a company called Relevance AI, Australian-based company. And what they're doing is they are really leveraging having an AI workforce. And so if you need to supplement your team, they are building out an AI workforce for organizations and for businesses. So, but again, that's something that will take a long time for companies to be able to adopt.
Very cool. Relevance AI. So they're building agents for each kind of role, and then sliding that in.
Exactly. And there's a lot of those on the market at the moment. I think we've all seen there's, I think at least 600 that I've seen, even just in that SDR, BDR space. But again, a lot of people haven't yet adopted in this region. They're starting to now, but across the US, there's more adoption of trialing that SDR motion.
Yeah. So as a contributor, you might notice, okay, maybe in a year, 2 years, 3 years, like you said, it'll take a bit of time for these things to come to fruition. But in the meantime, how can individual contributors take advantage of some of these platforms and perhaps make their job easier, automated, or scaled up? Like what tools could you recommend to individuals while management is trying to figure out their big time, long-term strategy?
So I guess it just depends on what type of business you're actually running. As a startup, you often, so if you're looking at more individual contributors that are in a startup lane and looking at how they're going to start to scale a business, you have to look at platforms that, one, don't cost a lot from a licensing perspective. So I'm using platforms like ClickUp. I'm using platforms like Quiller, using platforms like UI Izzard. So those type of platforms are really helping me to get some really fast gains to get to market. And then you have other platforms like Follis and Seismic. Those are a little bit more expensive. To get something like a Seismic up will be far more expensive to do. But I find that the platform cost, this is the thing, as an individual contributor, if you don't have the backing of your seniors within the company and the CFO, you may not, or the CIO, it might be hard to get those licenses approved. And you have to also be very careful of privacy and what you're doing from a governance perspective. So I would suggest to most individual contributors, unless you've got the blessing of the company to use it, we don't want to run shadow, the same way we did run shadow IT when it came to marketing services. AI and running a bit of a shadow play there is a lot more tricky, given the level of organizational knowledge that you may have to share. So I would suggest using it in your personal life first. So if you have any side hustles, I would suggest more so experimenting with your personal side hustles so that you can, experiment, figure out how to use it. And then based on that, you can then bring the use case in. If you're an individual contributor and you haven't got any, sponsors in the business that are happy for you to experiment within the company.
Very helpful. Very helpful. I'm just cautious that I don't have enough time with you. And so I was thinking if you could give one last juicy mango tip, what would that be? What would be your juicy mango tip?
Juicy mango tip would be, I think if you're in marketing and sales and have already been a part of this journey, don't ever think that you don't have the skill sets, because there's a number of people that will say that you don't have the skills and you don't know what you're doing. The reality is most of us have been on a modern marketing or modern sales journey for a long time and utilizing tech in our businesses. This is just a slight variation. And don't allow people to tell you that that it's not possible and not achievable. I do hear that a lot, that people are feeling like they've got a state of FOMO and that they're missing out. And my tip would be, you're not. You're at the beginning and you have got a lot of skill set that is highly applicable in this space.
Super helpful. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
taking the time. We appreciate you. Have yourself a lovely rest of your day.
Excellent. Thanks. See you.
Bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun.
Alrighty. The amazing Karen, filled with AI labs. I would absolutely love to attend one of those. I'm going to go check that out after this session, August. I think I would thoroughly enjoy one of her AI labs filled with lots of fun tools. Now, our next special guest is a fun one with some of the most awesome one-liners that I've heard in this game, and always a great laugh. I'm really excited to have this chat with him, and I'm sure it'll be jam-packed with great little snippets of wisdom. I can see he's in the lobby. Let's bring him on in.
Hello there.
Julio, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us, mate. The man in yellow. I've got a couple of supporting props for our chit chat.
I think we're matching, yeah? So you brought me to talk
exactly.
about social selling, right?
So, cold calling tips is what I'd love to hear from you, mate. I've listened to a bunch of your calls. They are absolutely priceless. The throw the phone out the window, this, and so many great little one-liners. But if you don't mind, mate, for anybody who hasn't heard of you or seen you before, do you mind telling us who are you? Why do you do what you do? Why do you call yourself the weirdest cold calling trainer? Yeah, a little intro would be great, mate.
Well, basically, let's start with the fun part. I think weirdest cold calling trainer is because sales training is so saturated, right? Like everyone is like, if you go on LinkedIn these days, everyone is the best, the most expert, the smartest, the most experienced. Everyone has got 17 exit from a startup, and it just kind of gets repetitive, right? Your brain switches off to it. When you see the weirdest cold calling trainer, you'd be like, what is this guy about? Then you see the yellow glasses, attire, you think, okay, this guy's really crazy. And then luckily the calls help a little bit. So I do cold calling training. I know, like specifically for SDRs or founders or people that need to actually cold call. And I've done it for 11 years. That's why most of my hair is missing, a bit of the wrinkles. And so I enjoy making LinkedIn content and cold calling at the same time.
Amazing. And so for 11 years, have you been doing the training piece? How did you start with this? What made you realize, this is what you wanted to keep doing? What was that trigger point, that inspiration moment?
Oh, well, look, I was in corporate for 9 years doing cold calling for like a company, and our previous business was built entirely on cold calling. I think I sent 10 cold emails in 9 years and maybe like 5 LinkedIn messages. It was just like you called them until someone dies, literally. That was the main strategy of the business, and it worked. So the business kept growing. So I was like, okay, this works. And then I turned into a sales trainer. And when I turned into a sales trainer, I tried to learn cold emails, DMs, etc. And again, another one of the things that probably most of the founders or people that are here can figure out is that everyone tries to do everything, right? Like whenever you start a business, you have a SaaS company, whatever it is, like, we do everything. Everything is on the roadmap. We'll do all the services, and the niche you go, the more likely you are to be successful. So that's why I started to narrow down on the things I knew best, that at the same time I saw that the market really wanted as well.
Very cool. Very cool. So there's a bunch of questions we have here, but I want to start just to make sure that everybody who's listening appreciates, I guess, the hurdles that people have to jump up through so that they can be effective cold callers. One of the things that I've listened to in your cold calling scripts is that you really try to dive into the relevance of you and your training before pitching your training. Look, a lot of the things I hear are that things are not going well in XYZ area. So what are the biggest challenges that you notice for people who are meant to be doing cold calling today but are not getting good results?
I think like my actual pitch is a problem-based pitch, and it's tailored around the two biggest problems I continuously see with teams. And the first one is that there's this cold call reluctance, right? People don't want to do it. It's not, they don't want to do it because it's not effective. We don't want to do it because our brain is wired for the last hundreds of thousands of years that social rejection is a killer. because that's how it used to be. If you were ostracized from your culture, you were essentially dead. Even these days, if you ostracize from your circle of friends, family, life is not very good for you. So the social rejection, even in the mildest form, is something we don't like. And what I've seen is that when I was starting my job, that was the job. You would get hired and you would have to cold call all day. And there weren't many complaints about it because the generation before was done that way. If you didn't want to do it, you would leave or you'd be fired. Now that because the job market is a bit more fluid, the companies haven't adapted to the fact that they should be making it easier for people, or more fun, I would say, for people to cold call. Because if it's a really hard task, you don't want to be just walking around like with a whip in your hand. Come on, guys, if you cold call, you get fired. Because then you develop a happy culture, and people will leave. So I think the balance is that people don't want to do it as much because they have more options. And secondly, companies haven't adapted by creating a more fun environment and a more, let's say, like it should be like the fun competition. So that's problem number one, is the cold reluctance and the culture around it. And then problem number two is that because there is a lot of cold calling, people are not necessarily super receptive to it. Now you can call people's mobiles that you couldn't do when it was in my days. Like you would go through landlines. So people will literally, my phone will start ringing and it might be a cold call. And then obviously you need to be able to work with that. So if you start your call with like, hey, my name is Giulio Segantini and I'm the best cold calling trainer in the world because of this, blah, 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 the person is going to hang up on you most likely. And so the other problem is that there isn't that level of training and skill set to make sure that you can cold call effectively.
So how do you make it fun? How are you going to speak to a team of people who are reluctant to go do cold calls and be like, watch me make it fun?
Well, actually, this is the interesting part, right? I don't make it fun. They do. In the sense that the first thing I do is that I literally will task them or I talk to them. So how can you make this? How can you create your own rules? How can you make this a bit more fun? I can create some fun competition. And I literally empower the team. It's called, I don't know do you know the IKEA effect?
The IKEA effect?
Yeah, like you know the Swedish company, right?
Yeah.
They're the only company that gives you the furniture that you have to assemble, which sounds crazy to me, right? You pay to assemble your own furniture, but people love it because they build it themselves, so they feel it's theirs, right?
Right.
And it's if they build their own environment with the support of the managers, with some little rewards, like maybe we get dashboards to have mini competitions. We talk about the rejections, because that's the other thing, like people are so scared of being rejected, and yet the best cold callers in the world probably have like a 10% conversion rate. The best in the world. Even I don't always have. Actually, like because I do a service training, which is not as easy to spot, there's a need, probably my conversion is more around 5%, right? And so like it's not that easy. So like if you're gonna get a lot of this, so you gamify it a little bit, that would be the part, and you let the team be in charge of that. So it's not about you forcing them, but it's them creating their own environment.
I love that. I remember there was a back when I used to have to do this, we did one where we would put we try to sneak in as many animals as we could into the pitch, and so we had like 15 of our salespeople on the floor. It's like, hey, sorry to badger you. Wanted to talk about the elephant in the room. Look, I know you want to get the lion's share. I don't want to snake around the point here, but whatever, right? Trying to fun little
yes, that's exactly the type of game. That's exactly the type of game. Like that. That's like make it a bit fun. And the other thing is, we have this idea that people are so serious, right? If you're making a business call, everything should be so serious. Well, the point is that if most of the world thinks that way, the moment you don't make it as serious, you're probably more likely to break the pattern and therefore have a more interesting conversation. And that's the way you should be thinking about it. You don't want to be like everyone else. Everyone is trying so hard. You're never going to win the best, the most famous, or someone who's always going to be better than you. But you can win in things like the weirdest, and that's the idea.
I love it. So I've seen a few of your videos, and I've heard some of your ones. I've heard some of your one-liners. But for the people who haven't, Give us some one-liners, some openers that can maybe help people feel a bit more comfortable about, you know what, let's just do some of these fun ones because it'll be a fun little experiment. But something that someone could say to make it less unnerving.
I mean, look, I like the humorous ones, but because my tagline is the weirdest cold calling trainer, right? So like something like throw your phone out the window, things like that. So obviously would make sense. But if I were to look at a standard SDR that's starting, or even a founder that's got to do some cold calls, the number one reason people don't like cold calls is not because they interrupt their day. Because if you pick up the phone, typically you're not having surgery done, right? Let's put it. You might be in a meeting, you might be busy, but that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that people get a lot of cold calls that are not relevant. Because if you picked up your phone and one time out of two, the cold call was relevant, you would want to take all the cold calls because you're thinking, I get new ideas, I can buy new stuff. You definitely would want to. So I typically recommend something like building a really good list beforehand. So making sure that people are likely to be relevant, right? So they should have the problems you fix. And then I'll call them. I'll be like, look, I did a little bit of research. And from my research, it looks like you could be an ideal client. Do you mind if I briefly explain why? And then the person, you're addressing the elephant in the room, that this call is not going to be irrelevant. And then they'll be a bit curious. And you stroke their ego a little bit. So that's one of the ones when I do a very good list, I typically use that one as well.
I like it. I like that. And it also makes the caller a little less nervous because you have done your research. You've got a few points that you can talk about and you're being genuine. You're actually trying to showcase.
Just to clarify, I wouldn't say to research every single client, right? Because the problem is that if you try to adapt your pitch to every single different person, it doesn't work that well. Because your brain is going to be hit by the cold call. Like adrenaline, right? The adrenaline rush. Someone picks up the phone. Who is this? And suddenly you got 5 points to talk about. You're screwed. So you should have a list of people that are likely to resonate with your problems, and that's how you tailor your pitch, basically.
So the research could be industry research. It could be something generic for that specific space. So the main problems that we hear in SDR teams, the main problems that we hear in this industry, some kind of generic research. So you don't have to research each individual one. Is that what you mean?
Well, exactly. I mean, if you can, like, you should look for certain factors. Like, I'll give you a practical example. If you're in recruitment and you're recruiting for software developers, you're going to want to call IT directors. They have a team of X developers, right? And then that's how you categorize them. So, for example, I only call companies that have between 5 and 20 salespeople. That's typically my ideal ICP. Anything above or below that, I just ignore. So when I call them, I can be like, hey, look, I know you're taking some time to build an outbound team, and you might be facing this problem. So that's my relevancy there. And I would always do the list building separated from my calling time. Evening before is the perfect time, or if you can afford it, you get a VA to do it for you. That's the best case scenario.
Perfect. I love it. All right. So look, you've had a productive discussion. They've said that there's a problem. What are some of your favorite closers? How do you get in that deep dive discovery call? How do you get that next step booked in?
So look, the other thing is most people get like, they move a little bit too quickly. I could make a joke about this, but I'll leave it. But they get, I got to close. It's got a problem, I got to close, which is a terrible idea, right? Because the fact that they have a problem doesn't mean they're interested to fix it. Because some people might have problems that they deal with their whole life, right? Or that there might be the right timing, etc. So typically, once you get the problem, you want to drill a bit deeper on that problem before you book the meeting. And even more importantly, you want the person to have some emotional attachment to that problem, because when people get emotional, that's when they make decisions. So it's not like, oh yeah, I've got that problem. Okay, perfect. Let's set some time in the calendar, because that's typically when you get hit with like, can you send me an email first? I would always go. I actually do a mini discovery on the cold call just to make sure that the problem is there, and then only when I figure out that there's enough like understanding of the problem, willingness to fix it, that's when then I'll go for the close.
Okay. So what are some questions you might ask to help open people up and start understanding that emotional connection to the problem?
Well, look, it's simple. You give them 2-3 problems in the pitch, then you understand which one is the priority, and after that you get an example, because on the example you can basically get the availability bias that kicks in, and once you can think of a clear example, the problem becomes real, and that's what you really want. And after that, you typically can go deeper in impact, root causes, and try to, okay, so what does that actually mean? Okay, you got this problem, but what does that actually mean to you personally, to the company, etc. And once, like, you can always get a bit cheeky if they seem a bit fixated. Okay, have you given up fixing it, or have you accepted this is the way things are? And that's typically when they get the most emotional, and then you can get, after that you just go for the close.
Yeah, I like that one. Have you given up on X? It's always a fun one.
Have you given up? I find even worse is like, have you accepted this is the way things are? Because it kind of like gives that I'm close-minded type of situation.
Right.
So they're both quite triggering to get the person. Also, some people will say, yeah, I've given up. And then what's the point? You know, like you're just going to waste everyone's time.
Right. I see there's a question that's come up. What's the funniest response you've ever gotten from a cold call?
Oh, I had a few. I had one recently. It was really funny. I'm actually going to make a video about it. And basically, I was like, look, the guy told me that they stopped cold calling. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's good. At least, you know, you're probably sleeping better at night. And he was like, well, no, not with my wife, I don't. I just started laughing. I didn't know what to tell him, right? I was like, what? Another one, when I said, throw your phone out the window, was like, do you sell phone repair services? So there were a few interesting ones that came through.
I love it. And have you ever caught a customer in a bad time? What's an awkward time that you've caught someone?
Like, okay, one time I called the guy and he literally just been diagnosed a terminal illness. And he literally just like, look, I'm in the hospital. I've just been diagnosed a terminal. I don't know why he told me, because I literally never spoken to him. He's like, look, I'm sorry, I'm in the hospital. I've just, I'm not going to be making any business decision anymore. I was like, oh, bloody hell. I was like, I'm really sorry. And that was probably I was like, wow, okay. That was the worst it's probably ever happened in terms of like feeling like crap.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one to get into, let alone out of. Look, I want to sit here for the next 2 hours and keep chit-chatting with you, but if you were to give me one more juicy mango, what would it be? What would be one juicy mango you want to leave us without?
I think the one part that we probably haven't touched on that I'm quite adamant about is the objection handling. So people think you handle objections by selling, and you can't persuade anyone. They can only persuade themselves. So the best way to handle objections is to ask questions to let the person uncover the situation themselves and ideally persuade themselves. So if you do things right, you should be challenging objections, not trying to sell your way out, because it just doesn't work as effectively as actually asking questions. That would be my last thing to say.
I like that. Very helpful. Very helpful. And look, I can see there are a few more questions coming through. Is there a way that you'd like people to direct questions to you? Should we set up an email thread? I know there's a bunch more that have come through. How can people get in touch with you?
I mean, usually on LinkedIn, if you my profile is open, you can send me an email for free. You can send me a connection request. But ask the question, the connection request. Otherwise, it's unlikely I'm going to accept it. Sorry.
Awesome. Giulio, mate, really appreciate your time, man. It was great hearing from you. I look forward to hearing more from you. Have yourself a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Enjoy.
Bye-bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got quite a few questions and things popping up in the thread. If you would like to join, we've got 10 minutes for open Q&A. You can jump up, ask your questions, and we'll answer them, direct them to the right person. I can see quite a few in the thread here. Anshuman Tomar talking about emails actually work if you do them right. For example, our last month's campaign we did in Indonesia for one of our clients. We booked 20 meetings on 7K leads, 7,000 emails, 20 meetings, every email being unique and hyper-personalized. Anshuman Tomar, if you'd like to jump up, just go to mangomagic.manymangos.com and ask a question, and you'll get access. Dario Costa, can't stop watching you on my TikTok page. I'm assuming this is for Julio. Amazing. I'm going to bring Felipe up here. Felipe, you with us?
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Can't see your camera, mate.
Wait. Hey.
There he is. G'day, Felipe. How are you finding the session?
Amazing. I love Julio. What an amazing guy.
Fantastic, isn't he?
I was taking notes because I'm gonna use all of his keys, his closings, his openings. I love them. I love him.
What was your favorite opener? What was a lesson learned from Julio?
Well, I think basically trying to be not intrusive and trying to understand a bit of the problem on the discovery call, and not go into the sales like straight to the point, just trying to engage in a conversation. And I think he's very energetic. So, trying to break that pattern that, hey, this is a sales call, so it's a little bit, so be funny. I think that's something I really looking forward to put into practice.
Yeah. No, I love that. I love the idea that the IKEA effect of trying to teach a sales team to come up with their own ways to make it fun. Everyone has a hard time trying to make that entertaining, but actually getting people to create it themselves is always an interesting way to approach it. If you were to try to design a more fun way to do to make cold calling fun, how would you approach it?
Great question. I think the icebreaker, the opening, trying to open with to make him laugh or to make him a little bit more comfortable, because cold calling is very hard, as you might know. And yeah, I know. I think that the feeling of rejection, it's very powerful. And I think if you start with funny engagement and yeah, trying to go to that angle, to break him a little bit of the character of, hey, I am a salesman, I am calling you to sell you something. It's just trying to engage in a conversation. And in my opinion, as we've talked a few times, trying to get him out of that call. Get him into a second engagement. I think that would be the key.
Yeah, I like it. Have you ever done the animal one? Like trying to come up, say as many animal names in your pitch as possible. It's like you do. My favorite intro was, "Hey, I'm sorry to badger you. Yeah, I wanted to look. I don't want to beat around the bush, but I want to talk about the elephant in the room. And I know you want to get the lion's share of your deal, but to avoid snaking around the point, I want to make sure we whatever, right? Whoever gets the most animals in a pitch without the prospect knowing wins. Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna put in practice. Actually, listening to Julio made me want to do a few calls to put in practice everything. Yeah, very practical, very tactical. I love it. So
Good.
Who's next on this amazing magic?
Hannah is coming up in just a second. Hannah's awesome. She won she's one of the top 27 most awarded, most influential salespeople in the world, according to Salesforce. Wow. Really, really cool. Actually, let me ping her now. I just saw her jump on. And so everyone, we're about 3 minutes away.
Nice.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show.
Alrighty, so Hannah's slot is in 19 minutes. And so we're going to use this time. I'm going to share some wisdom. All right, I'm going to show you guys some practical ways that you can get some value out of your calendar. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things that we can show you. So one is how to get the details of every event that you've got in your calendar. And that can be annoying to get your calendar events into a Google Sheet. And I'm going to give you a template that can make that super quick and easy. So let's share the screen, and I'm going to show you some MangoMagic. Alrighty, I think you can see my screen now. Yes, I think you can. All right, so this might look intimidating, but it's really, really not super complicated. You just have to click Run All, and I'm going to give everybody this script in just a second. But basically, you go into your calendar, hit Settings, and Export Calendar. And when you export your calendar out, you'll get a document that looks like this. Connect to Google Drive. Continue. It prompts you all the way through, so you don't have to think too much. And all you need to do is add your calendar file. So let's use this one as an example. So you add your calendar file as a ICS, whatever file type. Let's use an example here, MangoMagic. All right, so we have ICS. There we go. Copy the file name. So we're going to call this MangoMagic. And the file name is that. And what that's going to create is something that looks like this. So you can get a list of every single person who's ever attended your meetings, attendees, and a nice little report. All right. All you need to do is copy the this sheet. Yep, it's still loading, and then process it. Almost done, still going. Pretty cool, useful, not useful. I'll share this link with everybody. All you need to do is go to MangoMagic. If you'd like this calendar hack, go to MangoMagic, click Access, and then go to Freebies, free stuff. All right, and then we'll send you this template on how to get every single event that you've got inside your calendar into a much easier to use Google Sheet. All right, I see we've got Dario, Antoine, Felipe. Let's bring you guys up for a second. We've got a couple of minutes before Hannah joins us. There we go. Look at that, half screen. All right. How have you guys found the session so far this morning, afternoon, evening?
Lovely. I'm loving it. For me, it's early morning. It's started around 6 a.m., but it's been great.
What was your favorite bit?
I mean, I am a big fan of Julio. I follow him on all social media ever since he popped up in my For You page in TikTok and in LinkedIn and so on. So I really love the chat he had with Julio. But right now, all the speakers I've heard, they've been great. I also enjoyed Angie Dunn, her speech on sales team management. It's great because I'm currently having to deal with the same kind of issues that she might have dealt with at some point. So yeah, it's been great.
What did you learn, Dario? What are you going to put on practice?
Right. So the hot seat that when she answered my question and she shared with us the hot seat technique to get people with different styles integrated into the training system. I think that's a great idea. I can't believe I never thought about that. But I have issues connecting with people that have different selling styles than I do, right? So because of that, I find myself clueless whenever I have to answer a question related to some sale that they're doing. So now that I'm trying to integrate them into the training system, it's going to be a lot better, because no longer am I going to have to answer questions individually about situations, but I'll just have to get more of the broader aspect of how to do sales, and then they can insert their own styles into it. So I think that was a great addition, a great addition to the training.
Yeah, and it's so important to have different styles. You know, it's very important.
Definitely, definitely.
I really liked, I don't know if you guys were on there for Tony's one, where he talks about it's his one-liner for a salesperson to say to your sales manager, it's essential because it pays for itself by blank, right? It really helps, I think, the salesperson visualize and figure out exactly how, is this deal actually essential to them? Is this actually going to happen? Because it pays for itself by blank. And if you can't answer that question, don't put it in the forecast, you know?
Definitely, definitely.
Really good one-liners in there.
As long as you talk about the benefits of it instead of, you know, the pain points.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, a business's main pain point is earning money. That's what a business is for, right? So yeah, I love that one-liner.
In about two minutes, we're going to jump on with Hannah on the dot, 4 o'clock where I am. Not sure what time it is there for you guys. How do you find everything, Leonard?
Mr. Leonard.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear us, Leonard?
We've got some complications going on.
On the road. Yeah. Were you able to join for Kieran McGuigan's one? He's got some great one-liners as well. One of the questions he wanted to say, it's been a while since you were arrested. How have things been since then? Was a question that the first speaker wanted.
You're definitely getting a response out of that. I'm not sure it's a kind of response that leads to a sales close, but definitely getting a response.
Another great one was Graham's, I work for you. I get paid by these guys, but I work for you. Saying that to a customer and making them really feel like, look, I'm here to really understand your needs and, you know, figure things out for you. If I can't figure things out for you, then, you know, I shouldn't be here.
Definitely, I wanted to mention the funniest sales calls response that I've ever had was when I was working with you, Isaac. Because remember, I showed the recording to you. It was a dude had prepared that whenever he got a cold call, he would have this alien situation going on, and you could hear the like sci-fi doors moving around. Commander, we have an alien trying to talk to us. What is he speaking about? And they had it all pre-planned, and it was two people getting ready to answer a cold call in a funny way. It was amazing. Wow. I sent you the recording. I still have it around somewhere. It was really entertaining. I stuck around just because of it.
Yeah. No, okay. Cold calls can be fun if you let them be.
Yeah, definitely.
A good little intermission. We'll have another intermission in about two and a bit hours. I can see Hannah's on the line here, so we're going to jump off. But thank you for joining, guys. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All righty. Hannah, thank you for joining. Early bird.
That's all right. What's up?
Thanks so much for joining us, Hannah. It's an absolute honor to have you here, and very excited for our 20 minutes with you. Thank you for taking the time.
That's okay. I even got mango hair just for you.
Oh, I appreciate it. I have so many mangoes. It's not mangoes and they've even got special treats from the team.
Oh, freaking love it. I love it.
Good. For those that don't know the amazing Hannah, would you mind introducing yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself and why is it that you do what you do?
Oh, yeah. So always been in sales, go-to-market teams through every single role, working in big tech and also SaaS over the last 16 years. And from there, I started to realize that there are these two situations that exist, right, with companies. You've got companies who perform really well, and you can start to see the signs of why they do that. And then you can see companies that perform not so well. And I just got really curious about 7 years into my career and decided I like consulting. I want to tell people what to do and then leave is kind of what I enjoy, right? So over the last 5 years, I've been doing that full time through Revenue Funnel. And what I do today, and the reason why I do it is, one, I think there are a lot of organizations and also reps. That's like my passion, making sure reps perform well. But a lot of organizations that can just make really small tweaks in order to become really successful and kind of deliver on that dream vision that they had. And I feel like I've got a superpower that helps companies to figure that out quite quickly. And I also have a lot of pressure now because I got a little boy, and he's just like, let's do everything. So I'm like, yeah, let's go, right? So yeah, so those are kind of my two motivators: natural passion, but also my boy is like my biggest driver. So yeah, that's a little bit about me. As well as the small things around there, I get a lot of awards because I talk a lot about sales and I scream about it and go to market. So because of that, I'm on quite a few influencer lists, and I like to think that I know a few things. So hopefully you can share some wisdom today.
No, awesome. So in your let's use the last, say, 6 months just to keep things super local and super recent. What are the main things that you're seeing people struggle with? What are the main challenges that you keep hearing over and over again?
Oh, the same thing. You probably heard it already this morning or this afternoon, wherever you are in the world, which is, oh, we need more meetings, and we need more meetings. We need to concentrate on top of funnel. That's like the big thing, right? So a lot of people are also, that's kind of the two things. The other thing is people are saying, people that are doing okay, they're looking at expansion. So how do we do that? How do we then kind of develop and expand out into either new territories or our product set? So I think those are the kind of two main things. What comes underneath that is people saying, our sales team is still not doing the things that we need them to do. And it's like, okay, cool. So let's unpack that. The three things: funnel. You got people trying to do.
And so, if somebody were to, losing you a little bit there. If somebody were to try to take action today to get value tomorrow, what is like the basic core essential thing that people can just grab and just do right now?
Word from here on out is just focus. Like, it's so me is if time people is my take this whole doing more, and that looks like sounds a bit, if you want to it, what that means is realize like revenue. Our business in a better way. What that means is you have to optimize your business. That's it. To our customers. Office I'm like, you're the same results. Everyone knows that, and that, but I think is they don't that you have to flip and say not about doing, and that is like where so, you know, we want to get a thing on opportunities. Like 100%. What does that look like? Every way that we interact with, your business, right? Do what you're doing today. That mindset is the kind of like the starting point. So I like to give an example. I like analogies and weird stories, right? So if you think about going to an optician, so I need to take my son to the optician. He's overdue. He's a 6-month appointment. When you go into an optician, you tend to stand in one spot when you get your eye test, right? You stand in one spot, and they have a screen with all these weird letters on it, and they tell you, please read that. And when you're doing that, the only thing that changes is your lens. They keep changing the lens to see, like, how are you focusing on that? Like, what is it? When can you see things clearly? And that's kind of what we do have to do in our organization. We have to say, we now need to look at what we're doing through a completely different lens. If we want to start thinking differently, and if we want to start to uncover new questions that we can ask that go beyond 30% conversion to 100, and then that's going to trigger some new ideas and things that we can do differently to get the different results, right? So when people say, where do we start? I'm like, the first thing is looking at your lens. So when I start engaging with a company, the first thing I'll say is let's look at your funnel, but look at your entire funnel for a new lens to help you figure out where is revenue. But where is the revenue that I'm not really looking at? Where is the revenue that's not really optimized? Where are we losing opportunities? And even down to small things that like what you recognize, which is the kind of hack you were showing with the calendar, right? Something that seems so simple might have gone over people's head, but that like who have we engaged with in the last X amount of time, and how do we kind of bring them back into the fold? It's just one part of like understanding where some of the gaps are in the revenue that could uncover 100K just by doing that one exercise, right? So first thing is change your lens and unwrap that. The next thing is then, of course, to kind of surface all of those low-hanging fruits. And then there's various different frameworks that I apply personally to help companies to start to figure that out and close the gap. And then you eat mangoes. So, so like that's like our proof to show that we're live, right? But so yeah, change your thinking, change your lens, ask different questions to get different results. It's kind of the 4 like big pillars that I always try to push companies to take advantage of.
I really like that question, and I've never thought of that question of what would it take to get you to 100% conversion rate? You're obviously not there. What would it actually take? 100% of companies could ask that question and identify very clear problems and very clear opportunities. Right. So let's say you're at that point with a prospect or with somebody that you're consulting with, and they're like, okay, fine, I'm not spending enough time understanding the customer. My pricing options may be not as agile as they should be. My solution actually isn't that competitive, and it probably should be. What do you do then? Because you can't, you're not going to be able to change all of your products overnight. So what can you do today to try to get the thing that you've got working? Maybe hone in on ICP, maybe figure out who's not a customer. Like what can you do as a salesperson today if you know that there are some reasons why you're not at 100%?
Yeah. So I think so just stepping up, changing your question slightly. The first thing is I'd say there's things that you can do as a salesperson, but a lot of the power in helping you to become successful comes above you, relatively speaking, right? Which means the business needs to be making those fundamental changes and noticing things, right? I'll give you a quick example from a customer in the past, right? Their whole business was driven by inbound, always inbound. The reps just basically they closed that demand that was being generated. That's how they've grown to like 20 million plus ARR. The CEO is really obsessed with data and recognized the downward trend over 3 weeks of the inbound leads. What did they do? Immediately, they said, we need an outbound strategy. Immediately. It wasn't the rep saying, oh, I'm going to try something. They were like, we have to fundamentally shift that. So what did that look like? That was optimizing for outbound. That was, okay, we need to set up some training. We need to set up discovery. We got to change some call scripts. All of the things that you do, their business was already like from an infrastructure, like the emails and all that inbox swarming and stuff. That's fine. But like the flipping of the switch came from above. So the reps didn't feel like they had to kind of like do things discretionarily. They did it from the top. So you have to think in your own organization, what am I seeing through data where I can flip the switch on that really quickly? So that's just an example. But in general, what I do one-to-one is once we start to recognize what some of those gaps look like, it's just to optimize for that. Everyone makes this, my whole thing, and when I talk online, I'm like, it's much more simple than you think. It's just quite hard to do. So like the process of getting the answers is quite simple, but it's the execution where people are like, that sounds like too much effort. That sounds like too much effort. But to your point, if you're recognizing that our pricing isn't flexible enough, then let's look deep at pricing, specifically in an area where we know we have the highest return, which is, to your point, if we're going to focus in on an ICP, like that trends and that changes, right? So you might say, right now, our ICP isn't just people that we can solve problems for, but it's people that can pay fast because we have to fix the cash flow issue, right? So it's like, we're going to try and merge those 2 points with, okay, we might not have the highest conversion, but they're going to pay us long enough so we can survive and actually get more business through the door. So I always say, like, look at the trending ICP based on where your needs are right now, right? So that could change and it could shift throughout the year. Maybe you're like, we're trying to gear up for those big whale opportunities. So we want to generate big pipeline for Q1 and it has to start now, right? So now my ICP is going to be anyone that has a financial year end between now and September. So I now need, what's the problem that creates? I now need data that tells me that this company has a year end that's happening inside the next 3 months. So we can start having that budget conversation and carve that budget out with them so that they can at least pay when we're trying to say that they're going to have an opportunity. But we don't think about those little details. So what happens is we're having this great conversation with this company and this champion as a rep, and then you find out they can't pay, they physically can't pay for it this year because it's at a price point that needs to have a business case, and we didn't do that in time. So I think companies miss out on some of those small details, which come quite naturally to me to help apply pressure on to make sure that they don't lose out on opportunities that they could win.
Interesting. So then putting the hat on of the CEO, so we're in July 1st, right? We got 6 more months of the year, right? What are the big moves that someone can make today, start moving towards today, that you think will make the biggest impact in 2024?
Yeah, biggest move is definitely looking at where are we winning, where are we losing, and then how do we get in front of more people that we win, right? That's like the first few questions. That is the biggest move you can make. And I love when you got into that tactical piece about who have we met, right? There's a lot of reps. The reps that go and look at closed lost opportunities are the ones that find like this opportunity that just got neglected, or maybe it was your colleague who's probably not as good as you, or 6 months ago you didn't know what you know now. And it's just going back to those organizations where you're not having to fight to build awareness. You've got a couple of data points about, how they thought about making decisions and what they reviewed, or competitors. You understood some of their decision criteria, then it kind of just fell down. But now you go back more informed to those people that you've already engaged with, or people that have already been in contact with you, just stuff that's warmer. So I'd be looking at how do we take advantage of the warmest audience that we have right now, of people that have engaged with us in any way. And the only way you can do that is through grabbing as much data that you have, right? So I get it. Some people are like, we don't have all these big data sets and we're not tracking everything. Well, just go with what you can, right? Who's following our LinkedIn company page, right? Who's following me as an individual? Who's following our competitors? Really simple searches you can do on SalesNav and get that data out, right? You can append all of those data points with all of these different data platforms out there. No screaming and shouting, but you should also check out Telescope, who are pretty cool. But the big thing is, like, you just want to find that warmest audience. Don't go like all these cold stuff. That's fine. But as a CEO, I'm like, how do we not lose what we've already had? How do we just compound the stuff that we're doing? And we're going to make sure that we could kind of like get people in a space where we can surface up like the warm stuff. So if you think about the data points over the last few months, community, peers, in-person interactions, those are 3 things that are winning, right? I've heard big multi-billion-dollar organizations say we get a 50% increase in the likelihood of closing a deal when we meet someone in person. Just as simple as that. Same crap you're saying, just in person. Don't even need to be perfect. They just want to know that you're real and you're authentic and you're trustworthy. So do that. You need to try and create those spaces. So are you in communities or building one? Are you making sure that you have a way for these people that you've interacted with to interact with their peers? Like, what does that cross-pollination look like? And then how do you start to surface these individuals where you can get ideally in front of them? So that's kind of like what I'd say as a CEO. I'm like, that's my go-to. That's what I do for myself as revenue funnel, right? Getting in front of people and engaging. It's the quickest way to generate business.
Yeah. No, so true. Everyone's always focused on hunting and net new and people who have never heard of me before. But one of the sessions we did earlier today was on, okay, you've got, say, 10,000 followers, 5,000, 50,000, whatever. I'll bet 80% of them have not heard from you in God knows how long.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Go, yeah. Right? Or meetings that you've had in the last 2 years. You've met with them. You've got a relationship. All right, so figure out how to get them more. So
people, I'll just add to that as well. Like, we've got this obsession about personalization, right? Absolute obsession, but I'm so big on simplifying things and also doing the most basic stuff. I've seen reps 5x their meeting booked by simply sending a message saying, let's meet. Hey, would you like to meet to talk about X, Y, and Z? And you'll be so surprised at how many people say, sure. You're like, why was that so easy? So I'm like, simplify. Another thing that I have personally done in just the last 10 days, I've spent the whole of June at events. And where does the power come in? The follow-up, right? So all I've been doing, and I kid you not, is sending a message that just reminds people how we interacted or found each other or why we connected. And then the same message, which basically says, this is how I bring value into your world. Someone on here may have experienced that. It's the same message. From there, I've booked meetings, closed the deal, and generated opportunities. just from just letting people know. And that's to your point, 80% of the people that connected with you are in your with that. They don't know who you are. They don't really know why they're connected with you. They're a bit like, I follow you, I've never seen your content. All of a sudden it's like, oh my God, that's exactly what we need. So keep talking to the people that you've already spoken to. Stop trying to go after all this net cold stuff. It's great, but that's a higher cost of time and resources. Just go after the things that you've already started to nurture.
Yeah, you leave money on the table. You've got
All the
low
time.
fruits ready to go. One of my favorite hires was the title was head of following up. Job descriptions like find the people that we have engaged with, and for God's sake, follow up with them because we're not doing it right. There's so much value and relationships that are just going cold. Head of follow up. That's literally all that person did all day, every night. Figure out who to follow up with and why. So on that note, what are some creative ways that you've seen effective to follow up with people who maybe you've met with, they've gone cold, the deal didn't go through, whatever, but it's been 6 months, it's been a year, you want to follow up. What are some creative ways that we could maybe engage, start the fire again?
Yeah. So remember, people like to buy, but they don't want to feel like they're being sold to. They like to feel like it's their decision to do it. Like I made this decision, right? So give them the power to do that. So a creative thing that can be done is to bring those people back up by inviting them to something. So it doesn't have to be formal. Like you see this, I don't have slides. We're just chatting, right? Like you can literally create a space to say, hey, we're going to talk about this problem and just see what everyone's thinking about it. And it makes people think, well, I've got stuff to talk about and I want to learn. So let me just go to this webinar thing that you're creating. Even better if you're local and you can get them around a dinner table or around a lunch or something. Everybody likes to eat. I'll come if you're offering food all the time, right? So it's like get people in a space where they can just talk about stuff and they're disarmed and they don't feel like they're going to be sold to. Honestly, that is just the easiest thing. And then of course, going back to that kind of like, it's been 6 months, it's been a year. Just remind people, and as I said, it can be the same, like 99% of the message is the same, but the rest of it, then you just got that one string that says kind of like why we interacted or not. But just let people know how you bring value. And some of that value means you just give to them without them having to pay you anything, because people like that as well. So those two things, get people up to vent, create an environment where people can vent, and then see what surfaces from there, and then remind people the value that you can offer them. And sometimes it means you're not getting paid for it, but the long game is hopefully you do.
Yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you. You bring it. You're singing the same song you've been singing for a while. That's awesome. So one of the things that we've been talking about a lot with clients, with our customers, with our partners, and seeing a lot of great successes around this Godfather offer kind of thing. There's the idea of offering someone something so good, an offer too good to refuse from the movie, right? But one of the definitions was it would be financially irresponsible to not accept this offer from your company.
I love that. Yeah.
And so I love that concept, and it really gets people thinking about how do you add value without trying to take. Stop being the mean monster in the room and actually try to add value to people that you're trying to get time from, right?
Yeah.
How could you recommend to people to start thinking about ways to add value? What could your Godfather offer be, and how can you start applying that to your network, people you engage with, events, whatever?
Yeah, we're actually launching exactly the same thing, right? So our offer is right now that we recognize that, particularly with senior revenue leaders, the worst thing you can do is do something and it not work. Like you don't want to make a mistake, particularly with consulting, right? It can cost you tens of thousands of dollars. So we're like, cool, we've taken all the risk out, right? What we're going to do is we're going to give you a 90-minute intense workshop, which basically helps you to create your growth blueprint, and it allows you to get to know us, get to know exactly what we will build to deliver you at a high level, sets you up to win, whether you go with us or not. You might be like, actually, that's the clarity I needed. Peace out. I'm off. Or you might say, the goal is, and I'm very explicit, the goal is that you get so much joy and value from interacting with us to develop that you say, Hannah, it's only you. We just want to work with you and your ecosystem. But it's like $1,000. And if you don't get value, we'll give you money back. I'm not going to go around doing things, creating phantom ideas if you don't get value from them, and then be like, yeah, I won, thanks for your money, out. I'm like, we'll give you money back. If you get to that workshop and you're like, yeah, Hannah, that wasn't it for us, that's cool, that's fine. We want to only do that for people we give value from. But we start that with a quick call. It's just a 15-minute call to even check, is it worth even doing 90 minutes? Because everything's about, I don't want to waste my time, I don't want to make a mistake, and I don't want to look like an idiot in front of my peers. And I may never get this opportunity to choose a consultant or a third party in any way to help us if I make this mistake. So I'm like, how do we remove as much risk as possible from a money and time perspective, but still allow value to happen, even if we don't get the long-term win? And it took a bit of like working through, but that's how we've initiated. And we've just started, and we've already started to get calls in the diary. The 15-minute ones where it's like, might as well check it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's awesome. I love it. All right. Well, look, I'm just cautious. I'm stolen already 20 minutes of your time, and I want to keep could you give us one more juicy mango? One more tip or pointer, something that you think that everybody should know from Hannah?
Ooh, one more juicy tip. I'd say from a sales rep's perspective, or even if you're just selling for yourself, go and look at all of your pipeline right now. Get a piece of paper, put a line down the middle, put a line across. On the left-hand side, write research. On the right-hand side, write review. And then go to everyone who says that they're likely to do business with you in the next few months or weeks, whatever, and say, what are the circumstances need to be in order for you for whatever you're doing right now to not be sustainable? And then ask them the second question: are you at the early stage of figuring that out, or are you quite clear on what it is that you want to do? Because if someone says I'm at the early stages, it means they're really early on and you got a lot of work to do. We push things through our own sales process. If they're at the latter stages, then you need now to show up as the most trustworthy, credible providers, and it changes the conversation that you're having. Honestly, this little thing will show you what's real and not real. Just that there's two questions. What do the circumstances need to be in order for your current situation to no longer be sustainable, depending on whatever you're selling? And the next thing is, where are you in your process of figuring it all out? Really early on or not? That's it.
Awesome.
Game changer.
I love that. I think every single person on this call will be able to do exactly that. And when they need more questions, we'll direct them to you.
Hit me up. Go to my profile, click the links, get in contact. All my details are on there.
You're the best, Hannah. We appreciate you and everything you do. Have yourself a great rest of your day.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining MangoMagic. I'll speak to you soon.
Bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow.
The amazing Hannah. She's awesome. I wrote down loads of different bits and bobs, but one of my favorites was, what does 100% conversion rate look like and what needs to change? Such a good question that I don't think enough people are asking, but for sure will help you identify some of the key issues with your product, your service, your offering, how you're pitching, whatever. Another golden nugget is change your lengths. Why are you winning and why are you losing? Take a bit of time, take the initiative, and really analyze what's working well and what's not. Next up, we have the awesome anti-lead gen, Mr. Antoine, joining us. I see he's in the room. Let's bring him on up. G'day, Antoine. How's it going?
All good. How are you?
Great and grateful. Can't complain.
Fully mangoed out for you.
Hey, I appreciate it. Good man. I hope you've got some equipment nearby, some nice little props that can help the day work smoothly.
I don't have the props. I just thought I'd bring the MangoMagic in the costume.
You're a good man. You're a good man. We appreciate you. I'm grateful that you took the time to join us today, Antoine, and I'm excited to hear some words of wisdom. But before we do that, do you mind introducing yourself, telling us a little bit about you, and most importantly, why do you do what you do?
Yeah, so I'm Antoine. I've been in sales now for close to 20 years. Started my career as a full, kind of full 360 outbound rep. I guess I always knew that I was going to be in sales in some capacity. It's something that I showed a bit of a flair and a talent for during my school years, and that then kind of led me down the path of getting into the sales profession, going through a number of different corporate sales roles. Eventually started to lead sales teams and divisions, that the entrepreneurial knack never kind of really left me, but I knew that there was a lot to learn through the corporate jobs that I had. So 2019, decided to make the jump and went into business for myself. And since then, I've had a couple of businesses and now founder of Outbound Works. And the reason why specifically I'm in this part of sales is because it's one of the most difficult to actually perfect. It is where most businesses experience huge challenges, and if you don't understand the fundamental things that you need in order to take your message to market, in order to take your product to market, and the types of conversations that you need to have in order to generate that interest, then you're never going to be able to build your company. And so we found a lot of people struggle with this. We found that there's a lot of interest in how to improve these areas, and it's innovating all the time. Really staying at the forefront of it is what keeps us really fresh and really focused on the things that are going to work and things that don't work. And it's my happy place. So that's why I'm here.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So in your day-to-day, what's the big thing that you're noticing? What's say in the last 3 months? What's the big challenge that you've been hearing from people?
I think the biggest challenge that I've been coming across is people are finding it just harder to get into conversations. They're finding it harder, whether it's through cold calling. They're finding it hard to get conversations on the board and actually get into those conversations with people. If they're emailing, their emails aren't being seen anymore, or they're not getting enough responses. If it's on LinkedIn, people are finding that the engagement is tough to build on LinkedIn and to get people's attention. So I think all around it feels like there is this shift away from wanting to hear from sellers and wanting to hear from people that are trying to get some kind of conversation going around a product that people may or may not need.
So what do you do? How do you fix that?
It's a great question. I think that one thing that is important and will remain the same is that people are always super curious about what is out there in the marketplace, and people are always battling a problem, whether they tell you or not. There is always something that they're looking to try and achieve. How you put the information in front of them is where you can start to build your kind of point of difference. So if everybody's sending out cold emails, like I can't remember the stat now, but you need to send 300-400 emails out per day to build up a significant, kind of a response pool. But then you're doing that in a market where other competitors are sending 300-400 emails a day to the same audience. So in terms of the content that you put out and how you put that content out, giving away what you're doing, and so that people can have a guide to be able to understand, all right, cool, I actually don't need to use this person's services. They've given me a kind of blueprint for what I can use. But now they've also elevated themselves as somebody that I would like to come back to if I can't actually figure out how to implement this or implement this in a way that does deliver results. So I think there's this really big push towards that kind of that model of giving, like give away the information that you have, give away the expertise that you have, because you're really going to be best placed to be able to implement that in any business. But when there's lots and lots of organizations saying we can do it, come to us and give us your money and engage with us and we'll do it for you, I think that the stronger brand is the one that says, look, here's what you need to do, this is how you'll do it, this is going to get you results. And if you're finding that this is taking up too much of your time, or you feel that it doesn't get you what you need to get, then you can have a discussion with me. I'll tell you where you can fix that. And then you can look at whether or not it makes sense to engage me with this so that I can build that for you and deliver the results that you need, or whether you then have enough to still go on and do it yourself. I think we are living in a world where everybody's instantly trying to get that kind of cash in the bank from people. Whereas actually you need to leave deposits first, right? You're leaving those deposits with other people first before anything comes back to you. And that waiting game is something that, there's not too many people that actually look at that waiting game and see it as a positive thing.
So I love it. The aim of the game today is practical ways to do it. So what is a practical way someone can leave the deposit, as you say?
So wise man that I came across not too long ago, a few years ago, showed me some of the kind of softwares that you can use. So like you can create kind of journey pages, if you like.
Wise man.
That wise man, yeah. So if you create something that invites people in to be able to see, like, okay, like if I follow these steps, I can actually create this for myself. That deposit, like it doesn't take you long to create it, but the fact that you've done it and you've personalized it for that person, they've then gone and tuned into it. They've got like a little guide they can refer back to at any time. And then they've also got an immediate way of being able to get in touch with you to say, look, this is where I've got to so far. Now I don't know where to go from here. Are you able to help? Like that small deposit in itself is valuable. The deposits that you leave on LinkedIn, if you post on LinkedIn, you can post your knowledge and your know-how on there. People can catalog your posts, refer back to your post about that thing that you did. I've had it a number of times where people have said to me, you kind of broke down these things, that thing you mentioned into 4 or 5 steps. I found that really useful. Thanks for that. And that's, again, just stuff that I think about on a daily basis that I dump into a LinkedIn post and send it out there for people to be able to use or not use or pay attention to or not pay attention to, whatever they want. So I think it's getting into this mindset of, okay, I've found this thing, I've documented it. Now let me go and give it to other people and see how they run with it. And making sure that people are aware of you and where they can find that information without them feeling like you're only doing that so that they can come and buy from you is a really powerful step as well. Because again, nobody loves being sold to, right? They like to find out information for themselves and then feel that they're making those decisions in order to buy something. So if they don't want to buy something, but they want to find information and they link you to the person that is giving out the best information, when they do go and buy that thing, it's most likely they're going to come and get in touch with you.
Yeah. Super valuable. The guy who makes Journey, by the way, he's coming on the talk in a few hours.
Awesome.
CEO guy, which would be pretty cool. But I know you and your team are absolute weapons at cold calling and like building these incredible relationships with prospects from a cold call. That's a very difficult skill, right? It's not everybody has skin thick enough to pull that off. What would be some creative openers or questions that you can ask to really get people to start opening up or at least accept the call and continue the discussion? How have you approached cold calling to build these great relationships?
So that's an interesting question, actually. So, and the subject of opening, especially on LinkedIn at the moment, is huge, right? Whether you use permission-based openers, whether you just go straight into your discussion, whether you're using the route opener, for example, what are you using? And people are looking for that quick shot in the arm to say, okay, great, like let's use this, and that's going to work. The fact is, what's going to work is really what's going to work for you in terms of how you best deliver an opener, right? And so your opener can be anything from the kind of opener that's popular today, which is, hey, look, you and I don't know each other, and I'm an interruption. If you give me 30 seconds, I'll tell you exactly the reason for the call, right? You could turn around and say something simple as, hey, I noticed that you guys are hiring right now, which led me to believe that you might be experiencing some issues with A, B, and C area. Am I speaking to the right person for that, or am I completely barking up the wrong tree? Right? There's ways that you can draw attention to the fact that you open your call in an assertive manner while still wanting to ensure that you're speaking with the right person for the problem that you believe exists, but not in a way that feels pushy or aggressive. The other thing that does is it actually pricks the person's ears up on the other end of the phone, because you've only got 7 seconds to create that trust, right? So it's like, this person doesn't sound like everybody else that typically calls me with, hi, how are you? I wanted to call you today about X, Y, and Z. You're actually bringing more relevance to the call very, very early on, but more importantly, you're creating like that intrigue, like you're piquing they're piquing their interest and their curiosity by sounding completely different from everybody else that they typically hear. And that is the first part, in my opinion, to generating the follow-up part of the call. So all you're ever doing when you're cold calling is you're buying yourself more seconds, right? You get 7 seconds at the beginning, you then buy yourself another 20 or 30 seconds to be able to deliver what it is that you feel is likely to be the problem. And then from there, you're then building more time by the questions that you ask that come directly as a result of the responses that that person gives you. So, for example, when some people say to on a cold call, hey, how are you? And somebody says, well, somebody ran over my dog at the weekend, and then I lost out on the horses, and then this happened and that happened. And then that person says, the reason for the call is we jump, we do X, Y, and Z. Like, that's not the kind of response that anybody is looking for, because they know exactly what the call's about. You only care about selling them something. But when you're actually taking somebody's answers and you're delving more into that, that sounds interesting. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? So how does that work in your organization today? You just mentioned X, Y, Z are things that are of concern. How long has that been going on for? And what type of impact is that having? Like, it creates a different type of feeling on a cold call for somebody that you'd be so surprised how much information you can get just by asking questions that actually, that are driven by that curiosity that you might have about that person's world.
Yeah. Pays to actually listen, doesn't it? I heard a good line from someone a little while ago, and it's really stuck with me. It's trying to have a childlike curiosity in your discovery, right? Like having a genuine child. Really, like, how does that work? How do you do this? Just genuine childlike curiosity is more often than not gonna get people to kind of open up. So on your calls, so do you typically, how much of the sales process do you try to do on that initial call? Do you try to get them off the call and get them onto a meeting? Do you try to do a bit of a deep dive in discovery? Do you do just a little bit? At what point do you think, you know what, let's book in time when it makes sense to go to the next phase?
Yeah, so I think for us, a big thing about those calls is when you're creating a meeting for somebody, you want that meeting to stick. And one of the biggest challenges is when you're coming into a cold call and trying to hook that person's attention, why are they saying yes to the meeting? Is it just because they're trying to get you off the phone because actually they're never going to attend, or is it because they're highly bought into the problem that you've been able to understand that they have and can potentially help to solve? So we find that best cold calls typically are lasting anywhere from 8 to 12 minutes. And those cold calls are able to dive into understanding that that person does have a problem. They've been experiencing that problem for some time. They've tried to fix it before and it hasn't worked. They're genuinely motivated to solve the problem, because if they don't, something down the line is going to cause them a bigger headache. And the impact of that problem is actually wider spread throughout business. So there's personal pain, there's business pain, and there's motivation to actually get that solved, so it allows them to go on and do something else. And so once we get to really understanding that all of those different kind of parameters and criterias, that's then when we go in and ask for the meeting. When we go and ask for the meeting, we then qualify against their likelihood to attend the meeting and what's going to kind of happen on that meeting. So it's almost a bit of an upfront contract to say, this is the things that may or may not happen on that next call. Are you okay with that? Does that make sense for you? And are you still happy to attend on the basis of that? And is there any reason that it's likely we'll be on a call that day looking into our Zoom screen or our Google Meets and just seeing that we've been ghosted? And once you can kind of build a little bit of, I guess, humor, you can build a little bit of vulnerability into it, but you can also show that like you are consistently qualifying against the expectations of the next steps. They're going to see that this is something that you can do for them. And that's where the kind of lights go on, right? It's like, if this person were representing my company and doing this for my company and speaking to my prospects in this way, I would be pretty sure that then the next call that I'm going to have with that person is going to lead into a very good discussion, because I understand what their problems are, why the problems exist, what they've done to try and resolve it, you know, how they're actually managing that in-house today. And then from there, be able to say, okay, great. Well, the reason that they're sitting with you is because these things need to be resolved. So hopefully that gives you a bit of context around how we kind of build out our cold calling process.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite. If you can, especially in the business that we're in, but if you can have prospect be part of your sales process that you are selling to people, and you go, you see how we're doing this right now? This is what we do, right? And so incorporating that, what you do into their process really helps, cut the fluff a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the old adage, right? It's not what you sell, but it's how you sell. So when you can have the best product in the world, and you can have the salespeople get on the phone and just push products and features and benefits, and people don't care about features and benefits. They care about the problem that they have and how they can resolve that problem. So if you're having a conversation about how it shows up in their world and the types of things that they've done to try and resolve it and why those things didn't work, and where else that's having an impact, like these types of things bring out responses from the prospect that allows you to then ask even more in-depth questions. And that makes it look and makes it sound like that you are thinking about the problem, that you are trying to understand the problem, and that you are in one of the best positions possible to help them overcome that problem. And that's what then builds that trust even further, still on a cold call, and then allows them to feel more confident in a follow-up discussion with you being worth their time. And that's one of the biggest things that you have to be focused on. Is this going to be worth their time? If it's not, you need to disqualify that and you need to move on, because you're not the right person to help them with that. Or maybe there's somebody else that you can put them in touch with that can help them better than you can. But if you can, then it's your duty to ensure that you give them absolute confidence that the time that they're going to spend with you is going to be worthwhile.
Yeah, 100%. So let's say you're a head of sales or a CEO, you're someone who's extremely focused on revenue generation. It's July 1st, 2024. What's the biggest move that you can make today to make the biggest impact in 2024?
So it's a great question. Do you mean from a perspective of cold calling, or do you just mean from outbound generation full stop?
I mean, you're a sales, you're responsible for revenue, right? I've got to figure out, what am I going to do right now that's going to make the biggest moves, right? What are the specific things that I could do to make the biggest impact to my number as a revenue contributor? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's a couple of ways you can look at it. I think one, definitely you need to be looking at who is look at your past pipeline. So who have we spoken to before that we were close to and we could have pushed over the edge but didn't? Who did we speak to that was a good fit for us, but for some reason it wasn't a good fit for them? We need to look at our past kind of engagements, right? And how far people got through the funnel, where they dropped out, and then address those. How can we go back to them this time? What can we go back to them with that addresses the challenge or the concern that they had at that time? You're going to find a load of gold in there, 100%. And then I think, being able to re-engage with anybody that's come into contact with you that was not an immediate disqualification. So no matter how early on in the process they exited that process, as long as it wasn't because you didn't offer the value that they needed, or you didn't offer a solution that they needed, or you just weren't the right kind of company for them to work with, there's going to be areas in which you can address. And so you want to look at those areas, you want to look at where the company is at now, and then you want to focus on being able to kind of re-engage them with a new area or a new direction or a new topic where you're going to be able to help them. I think the other thing is that you need to be consistent in your execution. So when it comes to outbound, a lot of the things that we see here is that people speak to somebody once or twice, they never speak to them again. 12 months later, they find out that they've engaged with another company. So if you are going outbound and you are operating on cold lists, or even if you're operating on semi-warm lists, you consistently need to be in front of your customer, whether you are dropping in information every kind of 3-4 weeks. You're doing that in a way like, oh, are you going to be in London? Maybe let's meet up. Oh, I'm going to be at this event. Are you going to be there? Like, these little touch points always keep you front of mind. And so I think you need to be really kind of bringing together all of those different kind of avenues and pooling them so that you start to build a bigger pipeline from the opportunities that you could have won but didn't, from the opportunities that weren't right for you then but could be right for you now, and for people that are consistently seeing your name and thinking, okay, yeah, I need to meet with him, I need to get in touch with him, there's something that we can discuss. And by doing that, you're going to create lots of different opportunities for yourself that all come through work that you've already done that you just need to capitalize on, and you just need to push a little bit more, and from work that you are building on, which isn't going to come to fruition in the coming months anyway, but you're in pole position to be able to take that further than your competitors could do, because of the fact that you have kept in front of those people.
I love it. It's the follow-up game. The follow-up game, I think every sales org has a follow-up game problem. Actually following up with people properly. So if you were to pick your favorite sales tip or favorite sales technique, your favorite sales opener or closer, what would be one of your favorites, and from a sales leader or a sales trainer that you respect or just self for, or whatever? What would be a good technique?
That's a tough one. But I would say, and it might sound counterintuitive, but finding all the reasons why somebody should not work with you, right? The more that you can get those things out in the open when you're in a conversation with somebody, we've been speaking for a while now, and I get the feeling that you know exactly what you need to do and how you need to do it. So, it doesn't really feel like you need to engage working with us. It feels like this is something that you can do on your own. Naturally, people are inclined to come back and tell you why that's not the case, and why actually, even though they might know what to do, they don't have the time to do it, or they don't quite have the capability within the team to do it, or whatever the case may be. But the more that you push back against why you should not do something for someone, the more they will push back towards you and be like, no, actually, like, come, like, I think that we can work together, and this is why we should work together. And actually, that makes the whole relationship stronger. Because again, it's not about you pushing your ideal onto somebody to say why they should work with you. It's about them realizing that actually you're the best partner to work with because of how you sell, because of the way that you present yourself, and the way that you present an argument, and the fact that you would be able to represent their brand in a way that they find consistent with their values.
Yeah, I love that. Position in a way that gets them correcting you or coming up with the objections that you. I love that. Perfect. Amazing. Antoine, I know we have a habit of chatting for longer than this 20-minute period, but that's what we got. And so I see there's loads of questions in the thing, and we've got loads of people streaming this, but we'll direct them all at you afterwards. Thank you for taking the time. Appreciate you and everything you do.
Thank you,
Antoine.
Appreciate the invite. Cheers, guys. See ya.
Ciao.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of
Super helpful, Mr. Marsden. As always, two of my favorite bits from Antoine just now. All you're doing is buying more seconds. I like that. That's a nice little one-liner from Antoine. And the other one was find all the reasons why someone won't work with you, right? And work from there. I think let us know what your favorite bits from Antoine's sessions were just now. And I see we have the awesome Steve Burton in on the call. Let me bring him in here. And there we go. And there we go. And there we go. G'day, Mr. Burton.
The Mango King. How are you, man?
I'm good, mate. Can't complain. Great and grateful. Not so
You're
bad.
never complaining. On that subject of find all the reasons why someone you wouldn't work with somebody, I'm not going to go into that with you today because that would probably take up the entire 20 minutes, mate. So we'll leave that. We'll leave that one to next time. But yeah, good to be here. How many Red Bulls are you in so far?
This is the first one, actually. But I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 coffees so far.
Nice. But look, congratulations on the event so far. Some good high-level content. But I think the best thing for me so far has definitely been that waiting music while I was in the background. That Mango theme tune. Who's come up with that? Who's come up with the Mango theme tune and graphic? That's probably the best thing I've ever seen. And you should start offering that as a service to customers.
You should hear that we've got a hip hop one. Many mangoes, many mangoes.
Yeah, mate. Behave. You've not got a hip hop, many mangoes.
Yep.
Theme tune.
AI. All built by AI.
We need to start using that. But yeah, I did like it.
I'm glad.
So,
thanks, Burton.
what do you want to talk about?
Mate, you and I, we know each other, but there are many people who don't know you. So before I jump into the practical stuff, I would love to just do a quick little intro on you, and if you could let us know why is it that you do what you do.
Why is it I do what I do? All right. So I'm part of an organization called The Point Co. We offer outsourced sales support and SDR as a service to technology companies across the world. We deliver campaigns out of Atlanta, Cancun, Makati, and London, and we have been doing that for the past 10 years. Thousands of SDRs trained, hundreds of campaigns delivered. Don't hit it out of the park every time, but we do a pretty good job, hence why we've been in existence for the past 10 years. We've used every tech under the sun, every script under the sun, every motivational tactic under the sun. So we've got a pretty good idea of what works, what doesn't work. So if we can't do it, probably not many can. So that's what we do. We do it for mainly high-ticket tech companies with ACVs of 50K and above. No butchers, bakers, or candlestick makers. And companies like Palo Alto Networks, FireEye, Cisco. The list goes on. And, we do a lot of sales training, put a lot of emphasis on development of young SDRs and outreach on the phone.
Got it. Amazing. All right. Well, look, I mean, we could talk for 2 hours about all the different sales tips and tricks and things that don't work. Why don't we talk about a couple that you really like? What are some of your favorite techniques that you've seen young SDRs use and create results from?
All right. Here's the deal on that one. I want to just phrase that a little bit differently, because no matter whether I've been doing training in Australia, Canada, South America, or the UK, the narrative remains the same. People always want to know what the silver bullet is. A little bit like what you're asking me. What's the top hit? What's the new stuff? What's the hints? What's the tips? What's the tricks? How am I going to hit my target? When the reality is, if you're an SDR and you're watching this, it's not what you don't know. It's what you don't do. It is what you don't do every time. Until you have an honest conversation with yourself and admit or assess, are you doing the basics well consistently or not? And if the answer is not, go back and look at that first before you start looking at what the next new shiny object is. That's going to have the biggest impact across your SDR team or your top of the funnel processes. Delivering the basics well consistently. And for me, the basics well consistently starts at data. Have you done enough analysis on your data? Do you have the right data that if you do outreach, you're actually going to speak to somebody? So work with best of breed data providers, work with people like Many Mangoes who can go and get you bespoke lists, which I believe you do, Isaac. Is that correct? You still do that? Yeah. Start with your data, because the next stage is delivery. If you've got spot on delivery, if your speed, your tone, your inflection's great, your pattern interrupts great, your script's great, your offering's great, your closing's great, and all of the above, but your data's terrible, it's irrelevant. Can't speak to anybody. All right. So work with data providers, data scrapers, data professionals to give you what you need. But before you even get them into them asking, what data should we call out? Sorry, what data do you have? Understand, why do people buy from you, and why your customers stay as customers, and make sure your data is aligned to that stuff. Understand why people buy from you and why people don't. Make sure your data aligns to that. Don't try and boil the ocean. Make sure you've got some clean data. Delivery. Again, we've mentioned these things. Speed, tone, inflection, right? We've mentioned mastering of all the basic functionalities of an elevator pitch. I'd say 99% of SDRs don't currently do that. So how much time are you investing in role playing? Do you have an AI coach you can role play with? There's a lot of products out in the market. How much time are you investing in learning from your peers? And then there's the activity. All right, last thing, data delivery activity. On the activity piece, do you know your conversions? Do you know how much outbound you need to do? How much outbound you've done historically to hit your number? Are you hitting those numbers daily, weekly, monthly? And if you're not, align that. So align those three things before you seek out the next shiny object. If you've aligned those three things and you're happy with the data you've got, you're happy with your delivery, and you're on point with your activity, then go out and start seeking the silver bullets, but not until then.
The juicy mangoes. Yeah. Awesome. So of all the campaigns that you've run, I guess it would be safe to say that the best ones would have those three done really well. Can we go over what's one of your favorite campaigns that you've run, and specifically why it was successful?
Well, we've got hundreds of campaigns, but if I just look at the characteristics that make up a successful ROI on a campaign, or a long ongoing campaign, it's the points I've mentioned. I mean, if you talk about Palo Alto Networks, back in the day when they entered the EMEA market, they understood why people would buy their product and who would buy their product, and their message and offer would be articulated so that the person understood why they should care, right? Why they should care, what was in it for them, and why they should care. So that was one of the keys to their success. They went out with velocity and sold a shitload of their product, right? Hence why they're one of the market leaders across the world for what they do. And the Point Company were a springboard for help launch them in EMEA. For every good campaign that we deliver, on the flip side, there's going to be hard campaigns. And if we look at the comparison between messaging, anything that's like a marketing-led message, like an advertisement, and you put that upon an SDR team to go to market with, generally fails. All right. And that can fail because the buyers, the personas you're reaching out to, don't really care about how great your company is, don't really care about how many awards you've won, and don't really care about all these clients that you've helped that are not them. They really care what's in it for them and why they should care, right? So if you can articulate the message and construct an offer around that, you're going to have better results on your outbound delivery. I mean, what do you think, Isaac? I mean, well, you do a lot of outbound. When it comes to messaging, when it comes to different sorts of messaging, what are you seeing resonate?
The biggest thing that I see is that people, the biggest mistake I see is that people always want to talk about themselves, like you're saying. Like, no one gives a crap about your awards. No one gives a crap about all the things that you've practiced. No one cares. If you can find more reasons to talk about them and what they want to talk about, that's what'll win, right? So find the article that they wrote, find the post they did, find the award they won, find the thing that's relevant for their industry, and have a genuine conversation. If you can't hold a conversation about what interests them, you'll never have a good relationship.
Mm-hmm. And my point around enabling the SDRs and enabling the campaigns, you've done a lot of training. I know you've lived in more places than I have across the world, and you've trained a large plethora of different people in different cultures. have you, when you have gone into these engagements to do this training with the SDRs, has it generally been the problem that they thought? Has it generally been a sales training problem, or is it a delivery and management problem?
I say it's an attitude problem. It's the ability to wake up in the morning and go, look, I know I got to do it, and just bloody doing it, right? And so trying to find little things that make it easier for them, more fun, just doing it, just doing the thing. They know, most salespeople know what they need to do. They just don't have, they're just procrastinating and come out with a million reasons not to do it, right? It's not like a mystery. Oh, I don't know how to we know what to do. We just don't have the attitude that makes it a habit.
So on that point, it's not what you don't do. So it's not what you don't know, it's what you don't do. That's sort of been my ethos. That's been my learning over the past 10 years. And I think if you're an SDR manager listening to this, or you're running an outbound campaign in an agency, before you start focusing on putting band-aids on stuff, like focus on the basics well consistently. But on your point of attitude, I missed that point out. That's how I onboard every campaign on day one, right? You need to really get your SDRs, your salespeople, bought into the impact on them of being successful, right? What does success look like to them? And what does it look like if they're not successful? What does it mean to them as personally? And if you can get them bought into that mindset and get them to run it as their own business, campaigns are generally more successful across the board than if they're just following benign orders.
Yeah, no, for sure. So what's new? So we're at July 1st, 2024, officially the second half of the year. What are the big moves we can expect from Steve Burton? What can people learn from you and the big moves you're going to be doing? What's going to happen for the rest of the year? What are your predictions?
Something we've been focusing on heavily since the start of the year, and I'd like your input on this, is the effects on AI, the effect AI is going to have on outbound, and whether it's something that people should be adopting now, or it's too early. But where the successes I'm seeing a lot of companies start looking at it for following up on MQLs, following up on events like this, following up on webinars, following up on web capture forms, following up on anything that traditionally an outbound SDR shouldn't really be doing, but it falls upon them as sort of low-hanging fruit to call and qualify. We're looking to start implementing that across the board for some of our customers, where we're going to be using AI voice to reach out to anything that's got some form of consent, get it qualified and get it in calendars in a timely manner. So that's something we're going to start rolling out. We think it's a bit too early for outbound at the moment, and obviously some problems around data legislation and legalities. But what are you seeing working in that space, Isaac, in terms of AI?
I don't trust it to be without human involvement just yet. I think that there's if the person is not aware that it's AI, like for example, commenting for email, for calling and stuff, I think that if you do it right and you position it as, hey, hey, I'm an AI SDR, you submitted a form, like you were saying, follow-ups for MQLs and stuff, it'll be well received because you've submitted a request for whatever, and now you're getting the support that you need. This is actually what I wanted, right? I don't think it's ready for the AI SDR stuff yet, right? It's just not. It wouldn't do it. It doesn't do a good enough job. It's fun.
I just think it's fun. I just think it needs to improve the buying experience. Anywhere where it improves the buying experience, you're not going to get resistance. Anything where it's an interruption or it's creating friction in the buyer experience, I don't think it should be implemented just yet. So yeah, Point Company are going to be looking into that for anything with intent, right? And web capture forms. We believe we are top of the game when it comes to technology, but what we have found in the last 3 to 4 years, that sometimes adding technology on top of technology is sometimes, again, not the solution, because if you just accelerate bad behaviors, you're just going to get more bad behaviors. So I think we're going to double down and reinvest. My point I said at the start of the talk was making sure that people aligned to your campaign, doing the basics well consistently. We've got a good, we're strong in data, we're strong in delivery, and we do lots of activity, measured activity that enables us to get to the right people at the right time. right, with the right message. So that's what's moving the needle as far as I can see. And we deliver some of them, deliver one of the largest agencies in Europe. So if anyone's got a difference of opinion on that, please reach out. I'd be more than happy to listen to your views on what's going on.
Awesome. Very cool. So using the right tech for the right job at the right time, but keep the essentials, master the essentials before trying to get too fancy.
Look, man, there's nothing unless I can see something, unless I'm missing something. There's nothing that revolutionary out there, right? We've tried automation, we've tried multi-line dialers, we've tried human-assisted dialers to get through gatekeepers. We've tried email automation, LinkedIn automation. All of these things are great with the right behaviors, the right messaging, with the right product, with the human element. If you take that out of the equation, it's not going to work, right? So they're my tips. Be honest with yourself. Make sure that you've got the right messaging, the right behaviors, basics well done consistently before you start looking for excuses, silver bullets, or technology.
So on the note of silver bullets, is there one last Mango or tip you can give to a sales exec? This is a serious Mango, eh?
Hold on, mate. Do you just have mangoes everywhere, all around your house? And like,
I do.
Oh, there you go.
I actually have like 15, 20, or whatever. If you were a salesperson right now listening to this, what is one bit of advice that someone can apply today and get value from tomorrow?
If you're a salesperson, forget SDRs. If you're a salesperson in any level of the business, whether your enterprise do $1 million deals or you do mid-market 50K deals or whatever you're doing, commit to your pipeline. Commit to your pipeline and put in tasks that are going to that are revenue generating activities. I would say the number one issue my clients have across their sales teams, if we look at their day-to-day schedules, they're not putting enough time into revenue generating activities that are going to contribute to pipeline, that are going to contribute to sales. Less internal meetings, less meetings about meetings, and more proactive outbound, right, with your SDR. Don't rely on the most junior salesperson in the company to generate all the revenue for your company, right? Be invested, use them work with them as a team, and be accountable for some portion of your pipeline yourself. Schedule it and commit to it. That's going to move the needle. Forget everything else. Forget, again, buying intent data, investing in more events. Have an honest, frank conversation with your manager, with yourself. How much time in your diary is invested to revenue generating activities? Adjust that accordingly, and you'll see impact. And that's what it's all about, right? All outbound is about impact. If you're not seeing the impact in the outbound, there's a problem. So go and adjust it accordingly. And the problem's always the basic stuff: mindset, time spent on outbound, your data, how you deliver, and the amount of activity. That's what all the problems are. Everything else is a nice to have or an add-on.
Amazing. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you and everything you do. Thank you for taking the time. Good man. And we'll any other questions your way.
Big fan of your work. We'll catch up later, and good luck with the rest of the day. You've got some great people. I know you're doing a great job, so I appreciate it.
Thanks, mate. You have a good one too. Bye.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. fresh like the sun. For them work is fun, strategies that stun, creative minds at play, winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go, every product they know, marketing's their show, watch the numbers grow. Many mangoes know the game, smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go, every product they know, marketing's their show, watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun, for them work is fun, strategies that stun, creative minds at play, winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go, every product they know, marketing's their show, watch the numbers grow.
Alrighty, we are back, and thank you for your patience while we restreamed after LinkedIn had a limit. Apparently, you can't do it for 10 hours non-stop. So we did the restream again. For anyone who hasn't met Steve, I'm sure you enjoyed that last session. He's a fantastic asset and person to chit chat with. But one of the key messages I got from his talk just now is really simple. Are you doing the basics well consistently? right? Almost every sales team and business that I speak with, they're always trying to overcomplicate things. But just doing the essentials consistently well is often a very underlooked and effective strategy to use in your day-to-day. Now, next up, we've got John Russell, and I can see he's in the room, so I'm just going to let him in here. And we're in. G'day, John. How's it going?
Good morning. Thank you very much. I'm loving the session so far. Been really good fun, really enlightening.
Good. I'm glad. Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. I'm excited to have a chit chat, and obviously we'll cut up all the stuff later on. And unfortunately, we've got 20 minutes, so I'm hoping we're going to have a nice jam-packed practical session, and we'll also give all the viewers some ways to reach you afterwards to get a bit more of a deep dive. But for those that don't know you, John, would you mind just a brief introduction and explaining why is it that you do what you do?
Okay. So I improve website traffic and I increase website traffic for brand owners. I've been doing that for 20 odd years. And what I found I was doing was coming back to my business partner, James Pybus, and rehiring him to set me up for success in all of the roles that I did. And basically driving growth and doing what we do, but just the reason why I'm doing it is because it's super simple when you know how, and it's super effective and works every time. So clients get a real kick out of it and can learn what we do and can do it themselves, and it's really rewarding.
Amazing. Awesome. So this is a space that's constantly changing, and there are always so many new and crafty ways to do things. But if you could boil down, say, the last 3 months, what would be a common biggest challenge that you keep hearing about?
How do I use AI to produce content? And the biggest issue that people have is producing crap content. No offense. And because 94% of traffic of content produced, there's 4.8 billion pieces of content produced every day, and 94% of it gets zero traffic. So when people say I'm struggling to produce content, what they're really talking about is they're struggling to produce good content that resonates and converts with their audience. That's the biggest challenge. And people think they can do it themselves, but actually they're just producing more rubbish, and that's not helping anybody.
So how do we approach this? How can we know what's good and what's bad for starters? How do we actually have that radar that tells us, hey, this is trash, don't do it?
Well, it's talking about it's being relevant to your audience. So one piece of content might be great for one person, and it might be awful for the next person, or it might not be relevant to them at the right time, but it might be relevant for later on in your sales process. But the key really is keyword research and understanding where the deep blue ocean opportunities are, where the intent is highest, and where you are most likely to convert in your business and drive revenue fastest. So the way to do that is keyword research, and there's lots of different tools that you can use to do that. There's SEMrush, Ahrefs, Answer the Public, Uber Suggest. There's hundreds of tools, but most of them pull from Keyword Planner. And what people don't realize is that Google Planner only releases terms that are over 10 searches a month and have advertising on them. Now that might sound good, but not when you learn that 94.74% of searches every month on Google have less than 10 searches a month. So everybody's fighting 6% and trying to get to that highest intent users, but actually the blue ocean opportunity is in that 94% of under 10 searches a month. There's 8.7 billion searches on Google every day, and 7.4% of them are new every day. So you need to keep on it, and you need to keep doing your keyword research so that you're converting more of the right traffic that you want to drive into revenue and drive into your sales process, rather than just producing something that's not going to resonate or not speak to your ideal customer profile.
So try to be the big fish in the small ponds, right? Find all those
Well,
smaller keywords.
Exactly. People just obsess about volume, but actually you might be selling a high value product or a service, and actually you don't want 100 people on your website. You only want 10 who are going to buy. But how do you get into those 10? And we have a keyword research tool that does that for you by leveraging the search intent algorithm of Google. So we pull from the drop downs as well as the 10 related searches on the bottom of page 1. 95% of traffic on mobile is on Google search, and 85% is on Google search as well. But here's a kicker stat: 95% of traffic or of searches don't go past page. Sorry, 90% of searches don't go past page 1. So if you're not on page 1, you're invisible.
They say the
But
best
how
place
do
to
you
hide
get
a
that?
dead body is the second page of Google.
Well, exactly.
Right.
And we've got the AI drop downs with those 10 blue links at the bottom of the page 1, and everybody goes, oh, actually, that's what I was searching for. So it's those blue ocean opportunities that you should be targeting with your content. And that's really what you should be doing, is applying everything with a data-driven approach. So, and once you've understood what keywords you're targeting and what the intent is of those keywords, and also the timeline of when you should be targeting those keywords, that's really when you can start to improve and increase your traffic.
So let's try to make an example. Let's try to make like so who is your ideal customer? Like, what's a common type of business that you usually work with? What are they?
Anybody with a big website footprint, a lot of pages, e-commerce, professional services, B2B, B2C, doesn't really matter. The process works and applies across every website. So it's even tiny, minuscule websites, this process will work. You just got to look at what the 7 points of optimization on each of your web pages. So that's like the URL or the slug, the page title, and then knowing that every page has an SEO page title as well can help. Then looking at the content that's on that page, looking at the meta descriptions, and the job of the meta description is to sell the click through from the search engine to your content. Then looking at the keywords that you're using as that focus for that page, and then looking at the alt text on the images and the image file names, because image search is huge nowadays. And with the Google update that was rolled out earlier this year, you've got images that are featuring along search engine results pages in the search engines, or in the SERPs. And those images need to be relevant for the search term that you want to harvest into revenue. So as long as you're disciplined, and if you think about it like sewing a thread through from the search term, through your page, through to your SEO page title, through to your slug, through to your H1, through to your heading on the page, all of that, if it's consistent, that will help engines understand that that's the term that you want that page to rank for. And then if you wanted a free Mango early, it would be to make sure that the link text that you use on other pages to that page is always consistent and the same and related to that keyword that you're targeting that destination page for. Does that make sense?
It does.
So all your internal linking strategy should be aligned and consistent.
Yeah, we're in this interesting point of sales and marketing and business in general, where people, everybody's a creator nowadays, right? Like everyone's creating different bits and bobs, and you find, I think there was this guy Adam Robinson who he shared a thing on how it used to be half of his day was broken up by calling and meeting and this and that. Now half his day every day is just content, right? Trying to come up with different bits and bobs. I'm curious, how would you recommend that, say, a sales organization or different team members across an organization could apply these same techniques to amplify the efforts that the marketing team are doing, right? If everybody's creating content, how do we make sure that we've got consistent keywords, we've got consistent URLs, we've got consistent headline tags and messaging and things? What do we do to make sure that we're all on the same page, singing the same song and dance?
I mean, there's two sides to that question, but one would be to run an audit on your website and just get where you're at today, and then understanding what pages and what traffic you're currently targeting today. The next stage of that is looking at what phrases or keywords you want to target, and then looking if they are the same or not. Invariably, they are not. Everyone goes, my website's not ranking there, but I'm like, well, you produced a blog on that. That's why that is ranking for that term. I'm just reporting and telling you where that page is ranking. I haven't done anything to that page. So the first thing is to make sure that you're aligned with your implementation on the website, and that is on point for the traffic that you want to harvest and convert into revenue. The next phase is to do the discovery phase of what content you should be producing to serve that audience that you're looking to target and convert into revenue. And rather than thinking, you can use tips within the sales process. So what's the feedback? What's the questions that people are asking? What problems do customers have? What are the actual words that they use? Not what you paraphrased, but what they used. Because with voice search, you've got Google search, all the rest of Alexa's, everybody's in the house. How do I do this? How do I fix this? Where can I get, all those questions? That is what you should be producing content for. So what we do is, we scrape your website as well as 5 competitor websites. And then we can pull all the keywords that you want to target, like a cluster of 5, and produce a report that says, where are all your competitors ranking for these terms? Where are they optimizing, and how are they implementing that content strategy to target that traffic that you want to convert into revenue? And it's basically by having that data intelligence, and it's a running theme. Like, how do you use that data? It's more about then having that data and knowing what to use and what keywords to implement and how to implement them on your page, that you can then bring into the sales scripts or outreach and funnels to deploy the same content at different points in the buyer's journey or the customer success journey, that you can then deploy into your marketing automation at different points to address different questions that people have. Do you see what I mean? So you can repurpose and reshare that content.
Super helpful. I'm wondering, do you guys offer some kind of checklist or questionnaire or some kind of way for people to interact with all of these different areas? Maybe some kind of assessment that you guys could offer people who are curious about improving this space?
I mean, this is just going back to the previous couple of sessions. One of the things we do is give everybody a free training session for an hour, and talk them through how we do it, and we use their website as an example, and then how they can improve it, where they're ranking for, and what terms they're currently ranking, but also then how do you go about doing the keyword research to determine what traffic you should be getting, what content plan you should be getting, but then how do you drive growth with Google Ads? Because what we do is do all of that keyword research before you go to market and spend a penny, and then deploy it into your Google Ads account into a positive list and a negative list. So by doing that, you're already excluding a lot of click burn that a lot of agencies do, that say, oh, we need to spend a budget to discover what it is that this audience is demanding. But we've already done that keyword research. But as we know, 7.8% of searches are new every day. So we run it on a small discovery budget, and then tweak them and tweak those campaigns and inbound terms, and then help help the customer go through that and educate them on how to do that themselves.
So I'm seeing there's a bunch of questions and things that are coming through, and I would like to direct these people to you to make sure that we get all these questions answered and people can take advantage of the survey. Because John, I think that there's a world of opportunity and room for improvement in this space. I mean, people, most organizations I think scratching the surface, and it's clear you have a wealth of knowledge that that we should be allocating more time than the 19 minutes to chit chat about. But John, I really appreciate you taking the time and highlighting some of the key areas that you focus on. I'm certain that most of the viewers would be listening to this thinking, God, there's room for improvement. So thank you so much for taking us through all of this. Appreciate you.
Pleasure.
Thank you for taking the time.
Pleasure. Sorry, I didn't get to answer more questions.
Yeah, no, all the questions will come to you, and you'll be set up with a chat with all the people.
I'll address them all that I can see. All right. Thanks a lot, Isaac. Cheers.
Thanks, John. See you later.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play.
Awesome content from Mr. John Russell. Consistency in keywords, consistency in messaging. It's very clear, certainly from many mangoes, I think we've got a lot of room for improvement in this space. I'll make sure that we go for one of those analysis sessions with John, and I'll make sure that everybody who's watching has access to request more information from him and the team, a very capable team over there. Now, next up, we've got Sam. A bundle of joy, always lots of great insights. And I see he's in the room. I'm going to let him straight in. Let's go, Sam. Here we are. Oh,
hi there.
G'day, Sam. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How about yourself? Still keep on kicking.
Still keep on kicking. Just got to have lots of mango fueled along with humanly possible. It's just got to keep them coming, and I think no, everything's going well. We had the stream apparently on LinkedIn. They only want you to do 4 hours, not 10. So we had to start the stream again, but crisis averted. And
All right, that's great. Greetings from South Corsica. So
thank
we
you for
don't have so
joining.
many mangoes here, but peaches.
No, we'll have to fix that, mate. We'll have to fix that. Thank you for joining us, Sam. I really do appreciate it, and I'm excited to have you guys as a partner of ours and a speaker. And I know you've got a wealth of knowledge, but we haven't got a huge amount of time. So the theme of the day is practical things that we can apply today to get value tomorrow. But before we jump into that, for those that haven't met you before, if you don't mind a quick little introduction and going over why do you do what you do?
Yeah, so I'm the CEO of Salamander and working 25 years plus some months with sales development, both in Nordic markets and also in the international markets, mainly in Asia and Europe, of course. I've delivered projects in 38 countries, mostly in finance, ITC, technology. Well, that's about it. I speak 6 languages, so that's like my personal thing. So, but that's about it. Hailing from Helsinki, Finland, originally, and doing business everywhere. It's profitable and good.
Good man, good man. You come from the world's happiest country, I believe, and I don't think I've ever been on a call
that's
with
correct.
you
Yeah,
where you're not constantly smiling and laughing. So it shows.
People are satisfied when they pay 50% of tax. So that's always the secret of happiness. Yeah.
You better be happy with life if the tax man's taking half your money.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. No, but honestly, it's of course a country with lots of mutual trust and things being done together. So I think that's one of the secrets as well.
Fantastic. All right. Well, look, tell us a little bit about what you've noticed in 2024 so far. What are some of the big things that you're seeing as a challenge, and how can we address them? What can we do based on what you've been hearing?
Yeah, of course, we are living the post-COVID period of business where physical meetings are not so present, and even I have almost lost my platinum card on various airlines. So that's of course a little bit alarming. So it's a digital age of doing business. But I still think I decided that I could start with a story. I was I'm still working with one company for 4 years, and when we began, the absolute top seller made like 150 USD per year, working 80-hour weeks and having no holidays. And when we did a development project with them, it was sales force of about 150 people. So now 23. So the top 3 all made something like 400 to 500,000, like salary wise. But the main question is that can you guess how much the guy who was the stellar performer 4 years back, so how much he made?
Double.
No, he made the same 150K because he didn't change anything. So I think the good is always the enemy of being better. But how that kind of came then, or what actually happened. So I think the key word, if you want to use one word, it's as simple as networking. And sales, of course, is a lot about listening. Not about telling things, and that's why Finns are good, because we are sort of introvert people as well. We are not as good at speaking as in listening. So basically, when you understand your client's value chain, you understand your client's kind of stakeholders, so then you get access to the network in a much easier way. And I don't mean just LinkedIn, of course. Mangos is a great tool, a superb tool to kind of establish those connections. But the physical work, the actual sales work you are doing to actually understand the client value chain, the supply chain, the logistics partners, the kind of inbound, outbound logistics, all the players there. So that's what sales is really about, getting easier access to those kind of clicks or those clusters value chains, and that's what makes excellent sellers better than those average ones, I would say. Just to kind of have a thought to start with.
Yeah, no, it's so true. I think it's such an underrated skill set to be able to properly diagnose and discover the true reasons and the chains of decision making. One of the challenges that
not only, that's kind of still rather popular to have the account plans and have the power maps and about the decision makers and stuff like that, but I really mean also the external partners, because then you get easier access when you work with somebody in the value chain. So you actually can target companies that are like external partners of your clients, and to kind of really understand how they create value to your client company. So then you're able to kind of get much easier access. And of course, LinkedIn is a great tool in understanding that better. And of course, AI has also been helping us to get that understanding during the previous years. But I would still claim that the actual work you do during the negotiations, that you actually ask the right questions, that, okay, that's funny for me to say, but anyway, to dig into the client's kind of sphere of influence, not only internally, but also externally. So I think that's really the key to success, if you want to name one of them.
And so if you were a salesperson or sales manager who was struggling in that space, what advice could you give them, or techniques they could apply to try to become better, start to practice and start to really explore the external factors? What are questions they can ask?
I think it all comes down to the leadership also, the leadership gearbox, so to say, that there should be at least some sort of a gearbox running the sales. And by gearbox, I mean that you should have like integrated, interlinked actions to guide the sales. And that would be then, of course, the team meetings, that's of course, but then also the one-to-ones, the case coaching sessions, and the joint meetings. And when you look at these four key kind of transformational leadership actions, that if you can put them together in a systematic way in an organization, have a system built on that, so that enables the sales force to perform beyond expectations. But it all comes down to the management. If you just trust individuals, because many times I hear sentences like, our salespeople are grown-ups, they are adults, so you don't have to go to the client meetings with them. And that's the most stupid thing I have ever heard. And I hear it every week, because sales is a little bit like sports, and a lot of like sports also. You have to go there to see the performance, to analyze the performance, to be able to help the top athlete to perform better. If you just sit in your back room and have those team meetings and nothing else, no case coaching sessions, no joint meetings, no one-to-ones. So that's the recipe for poor performance. I would say it comes down to leadership. That's the answer to your question.
So which kinds of organizations have you seen doing it really well? Like, what's an example of a project where you go, these guys are absolutely crushing that. This is a really creative way to tackle this scenario?
Yeah, as said, if the leadership system is in place, so those organizations are very successful. I have worked with big international information technology companies. You can find their stuff in every Mercedes and BMW and Audi you buy from the market, So for instance, in that company, they were very spread out in the world, operating in something like 25 countries, but when we implemented a sales management system, which was international, and you kind of had the, not, reporting is a bad word, and I don't want command and control, I want personal growth. So basically, when you implement a system that leaves no space for just kind of trusting people, but it makes the sales managers to work actually for their living. So I think that's one of the keys. But I have many success stories in finance. Also, it's not unusual to see sales figures double or be 3 times more without losing any profitability, because there are also many TQM, total quality management studies on sales and service organizations, and most often 60 to 70% of the things people are doing are not creating value. If you look at industry, Japanese card makers, whatever, they have all been through all kinds of lean processes, total quality management processes, Six Sigma, stuff like that. But in sales, nothing. You just trust the people. So if you implement a little bit of that total quality management processes there, and then you get the people to grow with a transformational touch, really trusting the individual, stimulating them, inspirational motivation, and also that very important part with this idealized influence, that you kind of bring all those transformational elements of leadership into this leadership gearbox. But it has to be there. Otherwise, there's nothing, nada, zip, zero.
Yeah,
but
it's so true.
Just shortly put, yeah.
Yeah.
But I've been working with these things for 25 years. So now we have 20 minutes, out of which we have 3 left. So I guess your next question is going to be the final one.
Well, I wanted to ask, which industries have you noticed are doing really well and which industries are not doing very well, and why do you think so?
Yeah, that's a good question. Of course, when you look at the very traditional industries, so they are taking a hit from this post-COVID times, as being said. And of course, if you look at the European interest rate market and the finance sector now, so there is money. Banks, insurance companies are doing really well at the moment, maybe because of the interest rates that are higher than previously. So many traditional companies, loan-based companies, are not doing so great, but banks, insurance companies are doing great. So now when we have this massive wave of AI investments and development, so I think they are in the front line because they have so much money to spend on it. And those businesses that are taking a hit from these higher interest rates are, of course, suffering with lots of things and maybe not having enough money to put to this development, which causes, of course, challenges in the near future, if not at present. That's I think my answer. ITC is very divided because nowadays we also see like that there are already traditional ITC companies, that have been here for 40, 50 years, and they are not so prone to take those first development steps most often. And there are, a lot of opportunities arising for smaller players to break those kind of dominant market players, how to say, to benefit from their kind of a little bit sleepy attitude towards AI and business development. That's maybe my answer.
There you go. So organizations that are looking to make a strategic organizational change, they're working in finance, ITC, they're in near you, they can contact you and try to get a bit of an assessment on what their maturity levels are. They can maybe go a little bit deeper on this topic.
Yeah.
We've only spent 20 minutes.
Yeah, surely. And what I do mostly for my work is really like pragmatic. So of course we have this strategic development point, but then I actually do the coaching sessions and the one-to-ones and the joint meetings with the managers to kind of have this hands-on, touch that we actually get those things done, not just in a lecture room, but really to get it working. And I promise, if you get it working, your results will be sky high. That's for sure. There are not so many companies who actually have a great sales management system. That's a fact. There are great sales managers, but to have an international system, not so many. But anyway, thanks, Isaac, very much for letting me to join your Mango-ton or Mango moments. It's always always a pleasure talking to you.
You too, mate. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
Have a great rest
yeah.
of your
All the best. Yeah.
Thanks, Sam.
See you later.
Speak to you soon.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow.
All righty. Very insightful session. Very insightful session, as always, from Sam. And now I'm 5 hours in, and so we're gonna let Felipe, Mark, and Leonard, absolute wizards, all with their own LinkedIn premium badges, geniuses in generative AI, geniuses in marketing, geniuses in sales strategy. These are absolute wizards in the game who are going to share some wisdom for everybody. And I'm going to go have a mango smoothie, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. Oh, he brought the bird. Yeah,
You also have a
brought the bird. I had
We
to
also-
bring the bird. He's the true mastermind. Like, he just talks in my ear, and that's how I actually get anything done. Like,
good man. All right, guys, I'll see you in 10 minutes.
yeah.
Awesome. Mark, do you know Pedro?
We haven't met actually yet, but yes. So hi, Leonard here, or Leo for short, and this is Pedro, or the mascot Mango, basically. Yeah.
So, guys,
It's awesome.
What a fantastic event we're having so far. Do you guys have any favorite quote, any favorite golden nugget that you've got from the talks?
Mark, do you want to take it away first, and then I'll go.
Well, you know, it's been my night, so I'm here in the Eastern time. So I just got the first last couple people that talked, but I think it's important, you know, just to understand, like, that last guy that kind of talked a little bit about talking about it. It's a coaching session. I do think that many times people just don't understand that it's a daily mental coaching session with people, other guys on your team, with your, you know, with the leadership. If you aren't working that coach mentality, then it feels like a job. Like, I always like being on a team, being a part of it. And so I think that's one of the things that I think kind of struck me from that standpoint when he was talking. I was like, yeah, that makes sense, because if you aren't meeting one-on-ones and you're not doing things to encourage the other people on your team, anyway, that's my takeaway, because that's the only session I saw, guys, because it's just now 7 a.m.
So yeah, one that I really enjoyed is Hannah, and basically the power of follow up. She was telling about, hey, when you get into a team, just focus on the data you have and the people you already that they're already warm. Don't just focus on go to new people, cold people. Just go back 6 months, go back and talk to them again. And that follow-up strategy, that I think that there's so much money that you leave on the table when you don't follow up.
Yeah.
It's like it seems simple, but most of I mean, I'm actually talking about myself. Sometimes you don't do it, and there's a lot of money, and companies go through process and new leadership. So it's just, hey, do you remember we had a chat the other day or a few months ago? Has something changed? This is how can I provide value? So that I think that follow-up strategy is so important, and
Yeah.
it's something we just.
No, that's true. I mean, there's a number. I don't know what number it is. I think most statistics are made up on the spot, so I won't make up a statistic. But I think it's important to do that. Though I feel like most of the times our sales, we bring value, right? Like most of us are bringing value to something, and there's always something that's off. And I think timing is off more than anything else.
Yeah.
It's just maybe not the right time. So if you don't have your follow-up strategy, maybe you're not going to hit them when it is the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
for me, it's part of the relationship building. I mean, you can't expect to have loyal customers if they don't see something back from you, right? And you just going back and going, hey, hey Jim, how are the wife and kids, right? As simple as that. Not even asking of, hey, has anything changed in terms of your day-to-day operation? Like, do you need this now, right? If you're posting daily, if you're following all the tips that have kind of gone through this chat and going, I'm posting daily, I'm building up my profile, I'm establishing the brand of who I am, I'm getting these badges and everything. People know what I do, right? If they need it, they know to ask, right? So from my end, the only thing that is worth doing or that I have to do is just have conversations with people, right? It's the easiest job you can imagine. It's genuinely just have a chat, right? And that's why we got on so well, right? Like Felipe and Isaac, like it was genuinely just natural. It doesn't feel like, oh, I'm gonna try and sell something, or I'm gonna have to talk about the value that I'm giving. Like the value is there, and nobody's really asking. Sorry, he likes to fly on the camera. Probably the bird is a bird. There we go. But there we go. Okay, fantastic. He's there's a mirror here, and he's going absolutely bananas talking to himself. But other than that, that's it, right? Even on LinkedIn, the whole SSI score and everything, it's connecting with the right people, it's engaging with them, and that actually it just happens through natural conversations, right? There's no better way to get into someone's DMs, so to say, than by asking them questions that you genuinely might care for as an answer, right? And when you take notes and go, so for this person, they have a dog, right? Okay, that's a touch point that I can touch in, later on and something like that. Just
or a bird.
Yeah, that bird is going absolutely bananas. Like that is just. I'm sorry, guys.
He wants to participate.
Yeah. It's genuinely just
there he is.
The whole thing of you're in it not to sell, right?
Yeah.
Like even if sales is your job, you're in it to help in some way, right? And if the person doesn't need your product right now, it's not about convincing them. No, trust me, this is for you, because that's not going to build a relationship in the long run, right? Yeah. You want to maximize that customer lifetime value in some way, which is okay. Show them that A, I work with integrity, and B, relationships are genuinely important to me, I don't know, every conversation I have is worth
Yeah.
it.
Well, I think too, selling with stories. When we talk a lot, I think sometimes we try to do strategy, and we're trying to solve major problems, or we're trying to bring something that is, amazing. Even now with a lot of the AI, right? We're talking a lot about AI and how cool it is. And honestly, there's nothing more to me that's, to your point, to build friendships is to tell stories, right? Something that is personal, something that's relatable, and obviously not about the weather. You know, I mean, that's the old sales cliche, right? Oh, hey, how's the weather? You know, can you believe this weather? Okay. But I mean, coming up with things that obviously resonate and have, I mean, the bird, you know what I mean? How endearing. How many meetings have I been on with Zoom, where the dog comes in or the kid comes in, or even myself, I bring my son and sit him in here. So that there's, I think, some personal, like being real, to your point, right? Being real and building some sort of relationship. Those are all things that are harder to do, I think, than it used to be.
Absolutely.
Just because I think we're a little bit harder on time. We're distanced with this Zoom culture that we've all created. Funny enough, I actually am meeting a guy this week, and our first meeting was on Zoom, and we were in the same city within like 3 blocks from each other, right? Like we still just wanted to just Zoom meet because like that's what we do now, right? Like we don't get out of our offices and actually go somewhere. Are you kidding me? So today where I'm like, you know what? I'm going to meet him in person, right? Because what better way to build a relationship is if you could get actually face to face, right? And actually go have a beer with somebody at the end of the day. Like I said, hey, let's do a 4 o'clock meeting, and then let's go have a beer. And he's like, that's a great idea. I haven't done that in years. Like, I mean, with a work related, right? Not, I mean, personal. But, So
absolutely.
Anyway.
And to go to the other side, I mean, how do you approach cold calling? For example, I imagine that in the Mark, you in your early days, you were cold calling everyone. Leonard, I suppose we still do it, or
We've all gone through that. I think.
What's your best approach to cold calling, or cold approach? Not just calling.
Mark, do you want to take it first again?
Yeah, I mean, I have the years of experience. So I don't want to put how many years are on that. But we actually came up with a ploy to fax people. I mean, come on now. Fax had gone out, and it was something back, but still had faxes. And it was funny because it was a unique way. If you got a fax from somebody, it was kind of like it was important, back in the day. Again, so anyway, that was a kind of a fun thing. Similarly, I did a marketing campaign, cold outreach, where I put a silver dollar in a letter addressed to the person, laid out kind of the business case, mailed it in a UPS like package, right? Like a envelope package, so it wasn't folded. They pulled it out, and it was on nice card stock. That was hey, this is the first dollar that we're gonna like do together, right? This is the first dollar that I'm gonna help you in return on investment in our relationship. That was a fun one, right? Like, because now I had a reason to call them. Hey, did you get my package? Hey, did you get my dollar? Right. So they're just trying to be unique in that. Obviously, there's also a lot of other ways to do it, but those are a couple that stand out in my mind. Like, I mean, now people don't have faxes, but I mean, 10 years ago, people still kind of had faxes. They just never were used, right? And so it's like when they got one, they're like, "What in the world?" Right?
Well, now here in many mangos, we send mangoes to the offices of people.
Yeah.
And that's,
if you didn't, it would be the biggest waste of a name ever. I mean, I'm pretty sure you need mangoes and mango plushies everywhere. I mean, you should be taking over the world.
We love Uber Eats because you can just order groceries now. Uber Eats some mangoes to somebody. So we had a mango thief. We thought somebody ate the mangoes that weren't supposed to, but it turned out we located the mangoes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
No, for cold calling, I mean, I love the idea of sending them something beforehand, especially something that unique, and going like, hey, we'll be making a lot more of these, from here on. for me personally, I mean, it very much depends on who you're targeting, right? I've worked on a lot of startups who genuinely just have a younger demographic as a target.
Send them your bird.
Yes,
Oh.
the bird is, again, he's loving the mirror, so back in front. But in general, I mean, especially for the younger population, you're not calling them, right? They're not picking up the phone to a strange number. Cold calling is absolutely, it's very difficult. However, let's say I worked for the tourism industry here in Bulgaria. Everyone here is a very specific demographic, right? And they're not going to see your email and they're not going to care whatever you put in it, right? But give them a call, introduce yourself, and tell them, hey, I'll take you out for lunch. 100%, right? They're down for that. They're used to that. That's what they've been doing for the last 30 years. They want to keep doing that, right? And it's just so vital to understand exactly who you're dealing with. Like, no one approach is going to work for you. Like cold calling, for my clients, for example, email works absolutely brilliantly, right? For me to find clients, as well as LinkedIn for inbound leads. But cold calling right now, very difficult to try and find clients this way.
Yeah, it's a volume game. You know, you have to call a lot of people. But I
think
that
some way to warm them up, though, right? Some way to qualify them. Know your audience. Is huge, and then something that's going to get a hook, whether that's some sort of post right on LinkedIn, or that's another marketing idea that you have. But just dialing out for dollars. We used to do that. Literally, remember one of my first sales jobs, they gave me the phone book. Like, here's all the leads you need. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh, that's like
let's
hearing
call
someone
plumbers today. Let's call plumbers today. Like, okay.
That's like hearing someone puts ads with demographics 18 to 65, male and female, and it just hurts.
Yeah,
it is just painful.
Here's the phone book. I'm okay. Welcome to the job. All right.
Yeah.
So talking about dialing for dollars.
Cool.
Sorry, Felipe.
So,
I interrupted on you.
No, Leonard, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do or your company? Just
Yeah, of course. So myself, I'm a marketing strategist by day and a bird wrangler by night. And other than that, I work in an outsourcing company called Venulock. So we kind of do everything for everyone everywhere, right? That's kind of the slogan, where we have different department heads which handle, let's say, accounting services in some countries. We have legal, we have a call center 24/7, we have your logistics in several different countries, and so on and so forth. And the idea is to become a one-stop shop for mainly for startups and SMEs, especially when they're looking for go-to-market strategies, right? And how to expand in that kind of an area. They have a product they've launched, but what happens next, right? And they're maybe not getting as much traction as they need to. So for about 8 years now, I've been developing this document specifically in strategy. I've been about 10 years in marketing. It's basically been, since I was 15, all sorts of different businesses. Most have failed, and then my marketing agencies have been the most successful, so I've stuck with them. And yeah, it's basically a way to, like, I see it as a chess game in front of me. So if anyone else here is a chess lover, that's how I see my strategies, right? And I love feeling out, or kind of finding out what the vision is, what the end goal is, and kind of working back from there. Okay, step by step down to the strategic goals. What are the key milestones? What are the tactical objectives? And then what's the operational? What's the day-to-day stuff that we need to do? So it's not just a business going. You kind of have to do all of this stuff because you do, right? And instead of that, it's all highly focused. It's this is exactly what you need to do because it's linked to this, and once that gets achieved, everything else down the line kind of rolls into place as well. And for me, that's just a lot more alike to how my brain works. I really like this kind of order, and I like this kind of when I can plan everything out, especially in Excel, right? You just give me that and I'm happy, right? I'm one of the few marketers that genuinely does love Excel. So yeah, that's a bit about me and a bit about us. And we'll be talking more soon enough. But if there's any questions, I'm always happy to answer.
I love the Excel geniuses. There's something about people like that. That's not me. You know what I mean? I talk to people, I have fun, but Excel, I'm like, okay, what's this? But those Excel geniuses do a lot, amazing stuff. So it was fun to have a good planner and all those objectives that hit. So it's cool.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the Excels that Leonard does, and wow, they're powerful.
No, I haven't been proclaimed or self-proclaimed as a genius yet for Excel, but I mean, I do.
I did it for you. You don't
you.
self-proclaim. It's third-party affirmations that speak the best, anyway.
Honestly, yeah, always. But yeah, no, I mean, for Excel, it's just it kind of snowballed after I started doing marketing campaigns through Excel, and I just like, okay, either way, we're exporting all this data and it's going in Excel. What else can I do? And then you start, filling out different blanks, and you fill it up basically fairly easily with everything else that you might need, right? All your budgets, or your day-to-day plans, everything else that's there, the customer profiles, everything can be in Excel, right? And then fairly soon after, one of my clients for the marketing company, they were he had several different businesses, but he basically reached out to me after I did a marketing strategy like this for them, and they invited me to become COO to their company, which was a publishing house. And soon after, a couple months after, I became the CEO, and I started running the entire business from this one Excel sheet, right? I put in all the profit and loss accounts, I put in all the SKUs for all the books, started managing logistics from there, absolutely everything. So in my mind, it was like, it's not the prettiest thing. Surely I can do it better in Notion or something like this, but it just, for me, it makes sense, right? I have a tab for every single thing that I need to do. I have my massive documents that are like 600,000 cells long, and people just cry when they see them. That's why I have the bird. It's basically the emotional support animal. Once I show the clients what it is that I'm actually doing. But yeah, it's just how I love the kind of little order and things, makes sense to me anyway.
Amazing. Okay, guys, we have our next guest ready, so we're probably gonna catch up later, the three of us with Isaac. So thank you very much, and yeah.
This is something else that we do in Zoom calls that we don't do in person. We wave. For some bizarre reason, we always wave at the end. We're like, hi, bye. I wouldn't do that and like just saying goodbye to someone. But yeah, bye. All right.
I would shake your hand.
There we go. Someone, honestly, next time I'll do that. All right, guys.
Okay, guys. See you. Thank you.
Alrighty. Break achieved. Fueled, ready to go. Mango is ready to rumble. Now, our next guest is Bernardo. Now, I'm a unilingual, unless you call Australian, that's kind of not another language. But are we doing this in English? Or are we doing this next one in Spanish? Felipe, you want to give us a hand here? Is this an English? I remember that we were considering a Spanish session for. I can't hear you, mate. I'm going to let you in. There you go.
So let's ask Bernardo.
Let's ask
What
Bernardo.
do you think? What do you reckon?
How you doing, Bernardo?
Hello. Fine, and you?
Great.
Excellent. It's up to you guys. Either English or Spanish.
Well, if it's English, I'm here. If it's Spanish, not helpful. So we can do the Spanish if you're more comfortable, and Felipe can handle, and we translate later. It's up to you.
I mean, it's up to you guys. No problem with that. Really.
I think English is going
to be English.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, great to meet you, Bernardo. I heard lots of great things. Felipe speaks very highly. Winning by Design, fantastic name, and love what you guys are about. For those that have never met you before, maybe if you could give a brief introduction and highlight, why is it that you do what you do?
Okay, yeah. Well, I've been working on the making internet businesses from 2006. So I've been an entrepreneur myself. I help entrepreneurs, investors, many different projects. Let's say the last 8 years, I have been working helping B2B companies on the sales area. Making the strategy, making the campaigns, training people, and getting the results for the company. So that's basically what I do. I joined Winning by Design Spain like 2 years ago. I think that's because it has a very scientific approach to business, to sales. And I also had the experience of working with many companies. So I think that combination of scientific methodology plus my experience makes a good fit for the market. Okay. I mainly work with Spanish companies or Latin American companies, but I also work for other companies. It's given the case. So I don't know if that's enough, or you need a little bit more about myself.
No, that's perfect. So you mainly work with Spanish companies, but you also work with international brands.
Yeah, with all time company. Yes, yeah. I mean, my main, my ikigai, this Japanese term, is helping startups. So it's
finding their reason, finding their purpose, finding their drive.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So in the last, say, 3 to 6 months, 2024, what have you noticed is the key thing, the key problem, the key issue that most people you're speaking with are facing, and how can we address fixing that?
Well, the funny thing about my business is that no matter what year you are, startups, they always struggle with the same issue: is how to sell better and how to sell more in an efficient way. So there's not a big difference between other years. Personally, for myself, what I'm trying to figure out is what's going to be the impact of artificial intelligence on all these processes. How it's going to help us to be more productive, how it's going to help us to be more efficient, and how it's really going to help sales in the general way. But the struggle are always the same for startups. Basically, they get an investment and they have to build a team, they have to build processes, they have to sell faster and better. And maybe the biggest struggle that founders usually have is that how to transfer the knowledge to a sales team. If you're the founder, you're able to sales 24/7, and you know the service, you know all the reactions, you know how to handle prices, etc. But then you have to transfer that knowledge to a team of account executives or sales development reps. So that's probably the most important issue when you're trying to build a new team or a new strategy or a new sales operation.
So how do you do that?
That's okay. On one hand, we try to apply a methodology, right? And explaining the founders that the methodology is going to let them be scalable over time. So trying to figure out what's the best go-to-market for them. One of the interesting things is sometimes the founders don't know where to go, where is the target account. They think the target account is one type of company. When you help them to analyze, it's a different one. So once you know the go-to-market, then you have to set the strategy for the team, 1 person, 2 person, account executives, SDRs, account-based marketing, targeted account, etc. And from there, you just try to establish the basics of commercial campaigns, and then what kind of training they need, and how to make a objective for 3 to 6 months to start up with the sales and define the KPIs, and then you start building the campaigns and running with the team while you do the training. So what we're trying to do is in parallel, not to wait for the full training to start selling, but do it on the same pace. That's one of the issues and one of the tricks, so to speak.
And so if there was something that someone could apply today to get value tomorrow, what do you think would be the most important thing?
The most important thing for me would be to, as I explained, to to Felipe talking about this presentation is talking about make a briefing of your campaign. Briefing what are the goals, the objectives you want to achieve. Give you 3 to 6 months to achieve that. Plan the number of accounts you're going to target, and make the team conscious of the targets and the ups and downs they're going to be, and then start the process and where start building all this process and let it run with daily check, with weekly check. But it's also sometimes you have to let them know that you have to keep faith on the process, because we are used to, or we try to have always fast results. Maybe sometimes the results are not important. It's much better to have a process, because results will come later, So it's a combination of working in a process plus working on the right mentality for the founders and the team.
Have a beautiful campaign and see it through to the end, and make sure you actually get there.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what would be some of your favorite campaigns that you've seen coming out in 2024? What is a beautiful, delicious, juicy looking mango of a campaign?
Well, we had a customer that's international now. They started from Chile. They came to Spain 2 years ago. We helped them to grow to 10 million ARR, and now we're helping them to grow to 20 million ARR. So it's really beautiful once to see that what we was taught 2 years ago, they are still applying it and they let it grow. So the things we did, the things we helped them, it's improved, right? And now it's following the next step, trying new people to the team, give them the training, and the ones that are already there, help them to achieve this new ARR. So that's it's very exciting. It's very it's also very stressful. One of the issues I have when I work with companies is that I try to get very emotional, because I consider myself an entrepreneur. So I get too emotionally involved. So if things go well, that's fine. If things don't go well, I start thinking almost if the company was mine. So which sometimes I think it's not too good, because the company is not mine. I'm trying to do my best. But on the other hand, I think it gives me another empathy with the team, and they see that empathy with me,
It's a gift and a curse, Bernardo. That's a crucial part of starting and opening. It also can lead you down a dangerous rabbit hole, but I think it's a good thing.
Right.
Overall.
Yeah.
So what's the MangoMagic? What's the secret? What's the what do you think was the cornerstone, the important pillar of this campaign that worked so well 2 years ago that you're still applying it today? What was the secret sauce, you think?
I think the secret sauce is the founder's mentality. That they're willing to listen, they're willing to ask for help, and they're willing to let others help them where they are not able to reach. That's for me the secret sauce, because I work with many entrepreneurs, and sometimes some entrepreneurs, they think they can do everything by themselves, and then when they ask for help, maybe it's too late. So I think you have to be humble enough to know that and to understand that you are good at something. That's why you build a company, but you're not excellent at everything. And having someone to help you and make you understand the cycles, the sales, help you with that, I think is very important. So that's I guess for you also, for your company, it's the same. Trying to it's about let them understand that with your help, things go faster and better. It's not about the money, it's about helping. The money comes afterwards.
Yeah, there's I think every pretty much every founder probably would have gone through that exact mental shift, right? You know that you can do the thing, but to invest the time in someone so that it can be done better in the long run, right? There's a great book, Buy Back Your Time by Dan Martel. Buy Back Your Time, Get Unstuck. I was talking with Antoine Marsden about this. Fantastic book that is really good for founders and leaders to really analyze what it is that they're spending time on. And that's one approach to getting that mental change with founders is knowing that you've got a team to support you and how it's going to actually impact you. What have been some effective ways that you've noticed to transition a founder from that, what's a good founder syndrome, I'm going to do everything all the time everywhere, to let me depend on my team? What is an approach that you've seen to be successful?
I think that the approach is just that's maybe the one-to-one talk with the founders. Not all the founders are the same. So the founders that have the right, I wouldn't say the right mentality, but the mentality to ask for help, then you have to sit with them and work on a one-to-one to explain very well what you're looking to achieve, what are the goals, what are the objectives, and then try to go with the process with them, visualizing the process. And then after they visualize the process, then start building with the team. So I think it's about visualizing the process and where they want to be in 2 years from now, and going backwards. That's one of the key issues, right?
Right. Yeah. That's a good approach. You visualize the process, and they're very well aware that there's no way they can do it. Right? They depend on the team. That's a good approach.
No. Even my philosophy, sometimes I say, well, if I were you, I will do. Where do you want to be in 2 years? Here. Okay, let's go backwards, and then I will do this. I will do that, and then I say, you either can do it by yourself, you can work with me, or you can work with someone else, because it's about being honest and being open to say, okay, I'm not trying to sell you anything. Again, I'm trying to work with you because I believe in what I do and it helps other companies. So why not going to help you? But then you're free to choose with whom you want to do it. So that's at the end. I don't want to sound too. I don't know the word in English, but I want to be authentic, and I want to show them that I try to help. If it is with me in the long process or with winning by design, great. If it's not, well, at least I help in a way,
Yeah, I get it now. Why it's winning by design. That makes sense.
Right. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, so look, I'm sure there are many founders listening right now who are thinking, you know what, this could be relevant for me. Help us close the loop here. What are some questions that a founder could ask themselves to want to dive deeper into this topic? What do you think could open up the dialogue further?
Okay, the main question is, what's the next step for me as a founder if I don't want to spend 24/7 selling? That's the first one. The second one is, do I have the skills to train a sales team? The third one is, do I really know that my KPIs are correct, or that I am in the right go-to-market? So asking these questions makes you go and make the answer and say, well, if I don't want to be selling 24/7 because I have something else to do, if I don't have the capabilities to train people, and I need someone to audit my results to see if it can be changed, then I will ask for help.
I like that. Okay,
Because
great.
The first thing we also try to do is to make an analysis of how they're doing, because sometimes they're doing pretty well, but with the small changes they can do much better, So it's the outside view of something is always better than being inside 24/7.
Or do you have some kind of founder analysis survey or something that we could send to the viewers, and maybe that could help identify some of the ways that you might be able to shed some light?
Well, maybe I can send you something better, that is a benchmark of conversion rates that we had at Winning by Design. We did a survey a few years ago with 700 companies from all over the world to figure out the conversion rates depending on the go-to-market.
I like that.
It's still very valuable, still very good, and it helps you to focus on where you want to go, to see if you're a funnel, if you're doing the things right or not. Because sometimes, salespeople try to justify their own actions, and then the numbers and the figures and the analysis tells you something is not going good. And it's not about saying you're not doing a good job. It's about helping you to understand what could be done better, So I can send you this info and you can share it with people. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to seeing it. We'll make sure we direct all the people to you. Bernardo, appreciate you taking the time. Thank you so much for joining MangoMagic, and look forward to hearing more from you soon. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know.
All right. Perfect. Hope we're enjoying those mango tunes. I can see a few people are thoroughly getting some value out of it. We got like 5 other songs that we'll hopefully share soon. Some good hip hop ones, lo-fi beats. But very interesting insights. Winning by design is such a fantastic concept. When people start to get external perspective on the entire flow of their business, there's no question that each time you do that, you'll uncover some insights that are hugely valuable. So I look forward to seeing that questionnaire that Bernardo was talking about, and we'll make sure that everybody gets access to it. I can see Leonard's back in the room. I'm going to let him in. Some of you will have seen him already, but for those who haven't, g'day. How you doing, Leonard?
Doing fantastic. How are you?
Great and
Took a break. Still, yeah.
Took my break.
It's been only 8 hours for you.
I'm on hour 13 of the day so far, and I'm on streaming. What are we at? Streaming for 5.5. So a cheeky 20-minute break. Well, much needed, but we're here. We're live. I'm glad that we got all 3 of us on this call. So if you don't mind, can we introduce from the left to the right?
Of course. So this is Pedro. He's the mastermind of the marketing company itself. He basically he whispers all the strategies, and he's the brains, right? I should make him probably a bigger part of the brand. More posts about him on LinkedIn, but other than that, he's just a 7-year-old cutie at this stage. He's gonna live for another 20, even though he eats absolutely everything he can get his eyes on, but probably will survive. And otherwise, for myself, as I mentioned previously in the quick chat, I'm a marketing strategist by trade. That basically means that I focused more onto how to put the parts together so they work well and work in harmony. for any business when going into either a new go-to-market strategy or launching a new product or whatever have you for a business, how to make every single component work together, right? So that's kind of the role of the strategist. It's less about just the day-to-day operations, it's about just the content creation. It's about, how does that work with the finance department? How do they work with the logistics department? How does everything work together, and kind of how can we set up a successful business from here on out?
Awesome. So I would love to dive a little bit deeper, but before we do that, why do you do what you do?
So now you've tried to start with a simple question, and yet it's so difficult. So I have actually I was going to become an astronaut. All right, let's start there, maybe. So I graduated aviation management and pilot studies, and the only thing that stopped me from becoming an astronaut was actually the fact that I'd have to go as a pilot specifically through military school or the military programs, wherever it is, because my bachelor's itself was in management more so than any specific engineering or science. So I had to go through that, and I'm not the biggest fan of military in general. So I decided, you know what, I probably will just become a pilot, but a pilot for pilot's sake. I mean, I can always fly. I can get the small license and fly myself and have a bit of fun. I don't really need to become a commercial pilot. So instead, I decided, I'll have my own business so that I can one day buy a ticket to the shuttle and go to space that way, right? Instead of actually becoming the astronaut itself. So that's the plan right now. That's what we're building towards.
We're gonna go find a path to get on the phone with Elon and get ourselves a couple tickets. That's the goal?
Yeah, that's one day, absolutely.
All right. Okay. So we're exactly halfway through the year. What's the big thing that you keep hearing about this year? What's the big problem that people keep coming up against so far?
Well, funnily enough, actually, the one thing I'm hearing and seeing everywhere is the same thing you hear no matter where you are, right? And no matter what year you pick. It's always the struggle of people think that they have mastered the algorithms, or that they figured out the changes in the SEO, or they figured out the changes in something, and then all of a sudden, no, they aren't, right? Something changes, something's different, something is tweaked. And for example, LinkedIn, with the massive fall down through like reach and impression rates and stuff like this, from, let's say, as I was getting 25, 30K per month, and now per week, sorry, and now I'm getting maybe 10, right? Has dropped massively, but the connections themselves are seeing a lot more stuff. As was mentioned earlier, maybe even in the morning sessions, was the fact that with a new connection for the first 2 weeks, they're seeing everything that you do, which was a great insight, and something that is correlating to what I'm seeing as well, based on the fact that, yeah, the new people are seeing it, but after that, your old connections, stuff like that, unless you keep a network through them and keep that relationship up, it's very tough for them to keep on seeing your stuff, and for new people who you haven't connected to actually see what you're looking for, unless you've optimized your profiles, unless you're doing things, let's say, by the LinkedIn book, right? That's specifically for LinkedIn anyway. And the next big thing would be that still to this day, when it comes to marketing, people see it as a cost center. They don't see it as an investment. They see it as something that is, oh, I'm just going to spend money here. But in a matter of fact, it is like printing money, right? It should be a place where you put in €1, you get in €1.20, you get in €2, you get in 5, right? And
so let's dive into that. So what is a campaign? What's an idea? What's a message? What's an approach that you've seen that just feels like printing money? How do we print some money, Leonard?
I know, right? I mean, that's the easiest question to ask, right? And go, I want to print some money today. Let's go, right?
Let's print some money.
Well, realistically, this is actually part of the reason also why I joined it. I became the strategist, is that it's always, nobody expects it to be simple either way, right? It's never just printing money, but people like simple, right? So we like seeing all of those posts online going like, oh, get rich quick schemes, right? It's always a 10-day course on dropshipping, 10-day this on whatever, and you'll be making 6 figures per month in 6 months time, and you'll be vastly rich and everything will be going well. Well, the truth is that it relies heavily on the initial idea that you have, right? It's whatever your product is, whatever your service is, software is, you need to know who your audience is, not just because you can target them, right? It's because you need that product market fit. And in order to get this growing and in order to get potentially investors on board and every next step going smoothly, you need the founder market fit, right? Which is even more important. You as the founder need to know what you're doing. You need to understand the market. You need to understand your product, and you need to know whatever there is to know about that place. And from there, you can actually delve into, what marketing suits that specific product, that specific niche, and that specific market, right? During the quick discussion which we had, we were talking about cold calling and emails and what else you could do. But as we mentioned, it's so different and so much reliant on who it is that you're actually trying to reach, that unless you have that answer first, nothing else matters.
Okay. Well, let's use it. What can we, if you don't mind, can we use an example? So what's a company that was struggling before you met them? You found the founder fit. You found the founder fit. And then you hit it, and then the campaign went great, and everyone's happy. We're all doing songs and dances because we're printing money. So let's go through the specific example. What was the spiel? How did it work? And why do you think it was well received?
Yeah, of course. Well, one of the names that pops to mind is actually the Founder Institute. So we did a campaign for them for their Eastern European cohorts here. They were in Sofia and Bucharest, right? And what we did was we increased their applicant rate because they basically try and get as many applicants as possible, and then they select 30 to 50 seats to fill out their cohorts once a year. It's a accelerator program for anyone who doesn't know. And the Founder Institute was struggling because their marketing guidelines were all handed down to every single cohort in a nice little package from Silicon Valley. The problem there is that there is no local fit by doing that. There is no understanding the local market if you just apply the same approach everywhere, right? So they had their ideal customer profiles, but those were for the customer profiles of the entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley, right? And it had nothing to do with the local entrepreneurs in Bulgaria or in Romania, right? So the first thing that we did was, thankfully, we had the blessing of the head director here, who she was also on the board of directors in Founder Institute for Silicon Valley as well. So she had the opportunity to say, yeah, we can test this out. We can test out a new local marketing strategy, right? And that worked fabulous. Like, we had proper marketing campaigns and with ads that were targeting specifically the Bulgarian market. They weren't just in English. They were actually translated into Bulgarian and into Romanian. We got to talking with the people to get them excited about what they are actually seeing and understanding that this isn't just a massive conglomerate, right? That's trying to, sell you on something. It's here to help, right? It's here to promote entrepreneurship. It's here to teach you about this stuff, even if it is for free. We give value, we have webinars, but they never knew about this in this market, right? So for them, understanding the market and understanding that there is a difference between, being a global company and acting locally, right? And thinking locally. That was the massive, change that they really needed. And we got genuinely incredible results. I mean, we cut their ad spend, I think, by 66%. So it was a third of what it was. And we got, instead of the 100 applicants that they usually get, we got 300, right? So it was almost a 9x basically on their ad spend, which was absolutely brilliant. The results were astounding. The cohort itself was fabulous, and it was really fun to kind of also be a mentor there. But that was what was needed.
That's awesome. And so if you were speaking to another founder or leader who was potentially facing similar challenges, how would you guide them through that process to get even better results, to get the results faster? What would you tell them so that they could grab that low-hanging mango as soon as humanly possible?
That were right mango. Well, I mean, for that, it's always just making sure that as a founder, no matter how much you love your idea, because you will, right? And that's the most dangerous thing to do, is fall in love with what you do, right? To that extent where you go, no, this is gonna work, right? Or this next idea, that's the big one, right? That's so dangerous, because that puts on, just tunnel vision, puts up the tunnel vision, and you go, okay, it doesn't matter what the market is saying, I know that there's a market for this, right? And instead of going back and constantly asking them, I mean, how often do you ask your customers about what did they think about your specific marketing itself, your product itself, and so on, and just constantly get that feedback. And it's not even if you're in the pre-launch phase, whilst you're building this, you're not going to, lose a customer because you show them something that isn't finished. No, you show them how much you value their input, how much you value what they're looking for, to understand it more and to understand them more. And that actually builds up the relationship that we're talking about during all these sessions. That's what you really need to do. So the number one thing that will get you results tomorrow, literally, is going through either your LinkedIn connections, or if you have clients, just your customer lists, and going, right, how can I contact all these people? Do I just have their emails? Do I have their phone numbers? Can I just give them a call and go, hi, I'm from this and this company, I just want to chat. I would love for you to tell me, what do you think about it? Right? What do you think about the product? What do you think about what we're doing? Have you seen any of our ads later or posts? Any advice you could give us there? Any thoughts you could give us there? Do you like the colors? Do you like something else? Just get as much information from them as possible, and then give back in some way, right? Give back to them, because once they feel like you have paid attention to them and like you care, then you're going to, sorry about this, then you're going to get proper customer loyalty out of it.
That's funny. Yeah, no, I say this to my customers and to my team, at least every week. But my boss is data, and it doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what you think, Mr. Customer, and it doesn't matter what you think, team member. Data is the boss. If the data tells us X, we're doing X. That's what's happening next, right? But trying to find creative ways to get that, get X, get feedback from the customer. It's not going to be intimidating, or people might see it as a form of weakness to ask for feedback. So I think that it's not done enough. But you'd be surprised how. In fact, you were part of the. Remember, we were doing the top voice thing, and we asked you. I didn't know. What people thought of it, but we got incredible insights because we just asked. There's this Van Westendorp pricing model. Anybody hasn't heard of this, check it out. Van Westendorp pricing model creates like a little diamond thing on a graph that tells you how much is too expensive, how much is too cheap, and just ask really simple questions that make it easy for people to give you feedback, right? If you were to give somebody advice on easy questions that someone could ask to give you the feedback, what would be one or two questions that you might want to ask a customer or a prospect to get you some valuable feedback? What would be one or two questions?
Of course. I mean, for me, the number one thing is trying to establish whether the customer knows that this is an actual problem for them, or do they have to be educated, right? So that's a vital start of, before they know how they're going to see us, before they think about us, do they even know that marketing strategies are a thing? Or do they just think about, oh, I need ads, right? Yeah, I just need to post more on social media, or like spend more on social media, and that's all that there is to it. And that's marketing. Because sadly, a lot of people do think that way, right? And understanding their level of knowledge, right? So the polls, for example, on LinkedIn, just asking, hey, what do you guys do, for your marketing strategies? And for example, I have a bit of research that I'm doing with trying to do about 500 founders right now, globally, is no matter if you're a founder, if you're a freelancer, whatever you are, what can you tell me about your marketing strategies and how you do them? Have you hired someone? Are you doing them internally as a management team? Do you use any frameworks like SWOT or ADA or Pesto, stuff like this? And get them to kind of think about their process so far. Instead of you telling them, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Just tell me, what do you actually do? Like, tell me when X comes up, right? When you have to post a new campaign, what do you actually actually do? You know, like how do you go about this, and what do you think of, or do you talk about it to other to your other departments? Like, do you talk to customer success and go, well, what do the successful customers actually say that they like? You know, tell me about this, because I really need to know. And it of course depends. If you're in a startup with 3 people in it, obviously the customer success is you. Everything that there is to do is you. But that's the kind of stuff that you need to know, right? You need to establish a baseline of, okay, so from the 30 or 50 or 100, 500 customers that we can talk to, this is their thought process. This is what comes to mind for them. And then you know exactly how you're going to target them with your messaging. Otherwise, there's no point.
I like it. I like it. Very cool. One of the things that I've noticed while meeting with you on numerous occasions is your vastly complex Excel sheets that seem to encompass every single business process within it's like an ERP in an Excel sheet. I've never seen anything quite like it. What is the reaction from your customers, and do you think that this is something that other people could pick up, or this is a Leonard Adanoff special only?
Oh, that's actually a very good question. So the one thing I tell all my customers is that there's no such thing for 99% of them as being original, right? You can be creative, but do not be original. Learn from what works, right? There's a reason it works. Implement it and be creative in the way you adapt it into your business model and into your tone of voice, but use that, right? So in my Excel file, yes, there's like 20 tabs, and as I mentioned, I think there's a little review button there, and there's 593,000 cells that I use in that file, right? Like it's madness, and most customers look at it and go, ooh, right? That's their first reaction, because it's daunting. But at the end of the day, it's a simple, like when you take them through it and when they understand that it's a simple follow this day by day, right? And you understand, so every single day, you know, for example, for the content calendar for social media, we've explained exactly what you have to do, right? You have the, what type of post is it? Is it a reel? Is it a single image? Is it a carousel? Is it an article? Then comes the visual description of what is the visual part of this. It's a video, it has to look this way and talk about this. If it's a post, this is how it's supposed to look like. Then what's the text inside the image? What's the every time I talk, you have to take the spotlight. Yeah, but every single little element basically goes through that, and my way of thinking about this is, yes, it could be prettier in, let's say, if I build it in Motion, if I on Notion, or if I do it in some other way, shape, or form, if I make a platform for it itself. But for me, every single thing, from the customer profiles to the budgets themselves, to the entire profit and loss accounts, to the SKUs, to my graphs on how much do influencers sell based on industry, based on follower size, based on whatever product they're selling, all of that's in there. And even the processes, basically explaining, if I want to create a post on social media, this is step by step with the times next to it, how much time it's going to take me, and everything is outlined. Because for me, this is as much a training module as anything else, right? If I get this and give it to someone, right, there should be enough information in there for them to be able to do it themselves, right? Everything themselves. There's nothing that's new. There's nothing that's incredible. There's nothing that takes, you know, a higher level of IQ than any other process. It's just follow the steps, right? That's it.
Awesome. Well, I think it would be pretty cool if people could actually get a taste of this mango, which would be pretty awesome. Have you had a chance to think about what your Godfather offer is? An offer that's too good to refuse? It'd be financially irresponsible not to accept the offer from Leonard.
Absolutely, yeah. So, well, financially, I mean, it's going to be free. So I'm pretty sure if you don't accept it, it's going to be made mad. But the idea would be that, let's say for the next month, for the month of July, what we could do is you get a free 30-minute call with me through my calendar. You can book me whenever you want. And then what you get is this document itself with everything in it. You can check out the profit and loss. You can actually have the entire document itself. and I'll fill out a week of a content strategy for each one of your social media accounts, right? So you're going to see what that's like. You're going to get proposed budgets in there and see how that could actually work. So you can see, okay, from here, then you have a taste of it. You know exactly what it can do and what it can't do, right? Even in the introductory section, I have written, it can tell you how to build the rocket, but it can't build it for you, right? So it gives you the steps, it gives you the stepping stones, but from there on, it has to be adapted, it has to be analyzed, and you have to stay on top of this to actually get it working.
Amazing. So people are going to be able to fill in the details, who they are, what they do, company, website, blah, blah, blah. You're going to give them a bit of a blueprint. They can then do a deep dive with you for 30 minutes, and they'll see the mind of the could have been astronaut in a Google Sheet, but related to their business.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Excellent. Well, I can't wait to get this out to people. Keep us in the loop and tell us what happens. Leonard, I really appreciate you taking the time. It was it's always a pleasure hearing your words of wisdom, mate. And great seeing you too again, green little buddy. And as questions come through, we'll make sure we share them with you and keep us in the loop with all the awesome things you're working on, mate. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Have a good one.
Have a great rest of your day.
Cheers.
Bye, Leonard.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go.
Another fantastic session with the amazing Leonard. It's that guy. When you see his Google Excel sheets, it is something out of this world. Like he was literally planning for with his astronaut mission. But it is absolutely phenomenal. So if you do get a chance to reach out to Leonard, or you go to MangoMagic.manymangos.com and request the freebies thing, and then if you fill in a little bit of your details, he'll get back to you with these monstrous plans, which are always so valuable and useful. And I know we've got 2 people lined up coming with us now, but I might get Mark Lichty to come on for a minute while we talk about some of the speakers that have come on. Oh, Eric, there he is. Sorry, Mark, be with you in just a tick. We have the awesome Eric Shaver on the line. How's it going, Eric?
It's good, Isaac. I'm going to preface this with I was in Europe last week and got COVID. So you're getting the COVID version of me. So forgive whatever you're going to see here. I can't. I got to take credit for it all.
Mate, you're a weapon, rain, hail, or shine. So thank you for coming on COVID or no COVID. I appreciate you taking the time. It's
My
great to have
pleasure.
you.
Thanks for having me. The good news is none of you can get sick from me virtually. So there's that.
Perfect. Gotta love me some virtual mangoes. So for those of you that don't know Eric, I'd like you to introduce yourself in a second, but when I know Eric from when I was with SAP in sales, and we had so many different sales trainers come through from time to time, and I can confidently say that Eric is by far the most memorable. I got fancy in the past, the why you, why me now, all the training that you did was phenomenal. So I'm grateful that you've taken the time to join us here on MangoMagic. But if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and letting us know, why is it that you do what you do?
That's a really good question. I do what I do because I'm angry. So let me clarify that. So I say that only somewhat jokingly. So I'm a career salesperson. Yeah, I'm in the Boston area of the US. I have an economics degree. How was I going to make any money? Thankfully, to Harvard and MIT, we have a massive tech community. So they welcomed all of us non-technical people to sell their technology. Yeah, whether that makes sense or not, we can all argue over that at some point. I think it makes sense. But yeah, so career salesperson, 19 years of selling software and technology, managing teams. And the angry part, the angry part is I was never taught, and no one I ever know was ever taught how to engage with the business in the way the business wanted to be engaged, how to engage executives the way the executives want to be engaged. We weren't taught the skills that, executives don't care about what you're selling, and yet we're supposed to go to them and get money. So when I started doing what I do now for the last 15 years, I was like, I'm going to teach the things I was never taught. And that was the objective, is to say, let's fill the gaps. And one of the biggest gaps is that we were taught how to speak PowerPoint, Word, and PDF, not how to speak Excel. So that began the journey.
That's awesome. And so most of the people that we're speaking with today are telling us about the complete transformation and change and things that have happened in the last 3 months that didn't exist 5 years ago. Would you say that the conversations you're having today are vastly different to what you were having, say, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? What have you noticed as the biggest change lately with sales professionals?
Yeah, so I mean, look, there's AI, which is, I'm sure, that's one of the biggest things that have shifted things for us. I think there's more fear about that than there should be. It's an amazing productivity accelerator. But yeah, so I think, looking at the economic level, at the economic decision makers and executives, I think things have changed pretty dramatically since beginning of 2023. Yeah, so I'm going to put the clock back a little bit further, right? Because for the economic decision makers, for the people who have the power to spend unbudgeted funds, which is what we need to learn how to sell into if our assets produce value for more than a fiscal year, which most SaaS and SaaS assets do and beyond. The real issue has not been the advent of AI. The real issue hasn't been the change and the asymmetry of decision support information that vendors used to enjoy. That was, that started to end when the social internet started to boom. The biggest issue is that the global economy went into a state of smart money, right? Money got a lot smarter as soon as interest rates went up, as soon as fear of recession started to loom. We went 13 years without any real fear of recession. Effectively, money was free with incredibly low interest rates in most economies. And all of a sudden, sellers were flat-footed, right? When interest rates started to go up, when CFOs became very EBITDA focused, which they have been, managing to profit and making sure that current fiscal year budgets, right, were not misaligned with actual performance, especially when performance was declining. So I think the real change, sure, AI and certain things have shifted the landscape a bit, but I think I think if anything, as an example, AI has given a huge boost to any companies that sell SaaS assets that are strategic and have AI as a component. Now everybody's an AI company, as you've noticed. If we weren't, we are now. So that just muddied the landscape for executives yet again. If everything's AI, nothing's. I mean, which do we choose? I think the bigger issue has been the shift in expectations around recession, the change in cost of capital, the more aggressive management of budgets and P&L. And I think the biggest shift for us is money's gotten harder to acquire. And we have to shift more towards not, pushing AI, but pushing not what we sell, but pushing what business we're in, right? Those are two very different things, right? If I sell ERP, I'm not selling ERP, I'm selling free cash flow. Those who understand the difference might have a chance of getting to the people who can allocate capital versus those limited to budgets.
So I remember even the training that I did with you was, I think, 10 years ago, right? And it was a similar conversation, and it was always around stop trying to talk about the features and functions and whatnot, speak the language of the CFO, start speaking the language of the Excel sheet. And so with AI making such a significant difference, would you say that there's a significant difference in the way that we're pitching, the fundamental KPIs and metrics that we're talking about? Would this have changed, or would the same principles still be as prevalent as before?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Isaac. So the principles are fundamentally the same. Business is business, right? Business still is being measured to very predictable value drivers, right? Companies are still aggressively trying to ensure they're growing revenue, they're optimizing their operating margins, optimizing working capital, which took a massive hit, right, during COVID when supply chains were disrupted, and all of a sudden you had massive inflation on things like raw materials. So, businesses are still doing what businesses have always done, which is trying to optimize free cash flow, optimize operating cash flow. One shift that I've made, we focus on the CFO. What's that? Are we having technical issues? Oh, I can't hear you. Maybe we are. Is one of us muted? Because I...
Can you hear me now? You're freezing for a second.
Can you hear me now?
I can.
Was I freezing?
It could have been my side. I'm not sure. Sorry.
One thing. I hope I froze in a very awkward face. Yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. You were saying one thing you've noticed with free cash flow?
Yeah. So the one thing that salespeople still struggle with, AI or not, and this is all of us, right? There's no, you're a bad salesperson if you don't get this, but none of us were taught, AI or not, strong economy or not, how do we engage with the people who have to allocate funds, who have to spend money, irrespective of the state of the economy, irrespective of change in technology. The one shift I've made, though, is that getting to the CFO is critical to get a business case approved or not, right? Making sure that you're meeting a minimum IRR or internal rate of return requirement. And by the way, most salespeople were not even taught what is IRR, why is it essential to sell to that? All of your assets, everything that everybody's selling has an internal rate of return associated with it. Google that if you're saying, why wasn't I taught this? What is it? But I'd argue that most companies should be selling to the COO, right? Most software, most technology, most companies are selling operational efficiency. The CFO will be critical to allocating capital on its financial merits, but the value most companies are creating with what they're selling is operational efficiency. That's owned by the COO, making sure that if we buy this, if we operationalize it, if we actually do this, we have to ensure that the operational change that we are expecting is actually occurring. Because once the CFO buys it, they're not saying, let's operationalize it. And that, I think, is probably the most critical shift. When money's dumb, which it has been, right, functional areas are allowed to run typically the way they'd like to run unless they're underperforming. When the economy slows, when returns drop, when efficiency isn't, the COOs get busy. And they're looking for assets that are going to drive operational output. So I think that's probably the most important shift most companies have to make is, yes, you still have to justify your business case. You still have to justify, how you're generating, more cash flow or more net cash flow than alternative assets. But the person who owns making sure that this makes sense operationally is usually left out. And that's a mistake, especially now, because we have no idea how much longer things are going to be uncertain. But it's not going to be fixed tomorrow. But this is a critical skill. It's not just a panic against current shift in economic forces, current shift in technology. This is a fundamental skill that everybody should have been taught. And we get trapped by the words we use and the way we engage, not the value of our assets.
And so most of the people, I would imagine most of the people who are on this session, this MangoMagic session, are not selling to the COO, right? They're selling to the CEO or the head of sales or the head of marketing, right? More often than people that I meet with are not selling to the COO. So for somebody who wants to start doing that, how could you, what would you recommend as a good approach or language that you would use specifically for the COO?
Yeah. So, and this data, look, I'm one data point. Yeah. But over the last 15 years, I've engaged over 20,000 people across 33 countries with the clients I've worked with. And what I've seen is one consistent pattern, whether it's Singapore, Buenos Aires, UK, London, whatever, United States, excuse me, is no salespeople were really taught how to do this. The first thing that you have to do is understand how, whatever I'm selling, how long is it generating cash flow, right? That's one of the things we have to consider. These are business assets. This is business to business, right? The first thing all salespeople should do is go to the value engineering teams. Hopefully you have them. If not, go to the people who actually design business cases. If you're an early stage company, you don't have those people yet. Most early stage companies don't. I would go right to product management and the executive leadership team and say, show us what a business case looks like. When our target market, the people that are on profile for this, fund and operationalize it, right? This is business to business. You have to fund it, then operationalize it to generate any business value. How many years do these assets organically generate positive cash flows to a business? So literally, if you don't see a business case that's been done by your company or your business that shows you how long, right, how long should a prospect or customer be considering these as a business asset and funding it based on the cash flow it generates, right? Not how cool the GUI is, not how awesome the technology is, not how great AI is, but organically how it generates value to that business as a business asset compared to another business asset that has nothing to do with technology, because that's what you're being compared with, right? You have only so much capital. It goes to the assets that produce the greatest returns. But if you want to sell to a COO, what you have to understand is how many years, right, of operating cash flow are you impacting, right? Everything boils down to operating cash flow. Then work backwards, right? Are these assets generating revenue? Are they generating net profit? Operating profit. Are they generating gross profit? Are they making changes to working capital, which is not even on the P&L, right? How are we generating cash flow to the business, and through which value driver? Because once you understand the value drivers, if we're affecting gross profitability, then we know we're affecting cost of goods sold. Now we're going to go to the functional areas, right, that tie to generating the gross profitability of the company: manufacturing, production, right, supply chain, sourcing and procurement to a certain degree. If we're generating, right, reducing SG&A, cost structures in terms of operational efficiency around the operating areas of the business. Now, which ones? Marketing, sales, IT. IT falls under SG&A, right? So do we even understand which functional areas in the business are we generating efficiencies from? And that's where the COO wants to know, right? You show me, as the COO trying to drive efficiency across the entire enterprise, which functional areas we should focus on. And then to what degree are you generating efficiency, which is measured in incremental cash flow impact? They can start to now look at this and conceive of it in terms of how you're an operating asset, because they're looking for anything to drive incrementality. It's not about your technology. It's not about how cool that is. They don't care what you sell. They care about what business you're in. How do you affect the business? And all B2B assets are designed, right? It's the B2B, affect a business in a very specific way. So what we're never taught is, and we should have been taught this in our first quarter of entering enterprise B2B sales or B2B sales, is you work backwards from the business case if you want to get to the business. You work up from the product if you want to deal with the middle of the org chart. And most of us got that part down because that's where most of the resources are. Look at the ratio of pre-sales people versus value engineers. And it tells you everything about how you're selling what you're selling.
Right. Yeah, if you had an army of value engineers creating beautiful business cases designed for the C-suite, it's a very different dialogue, isn't it? If you can,
we would take over the world. We would take over the world if we had imagine a ratio of 1-to-1 value engineer to salespeople, right? That's a little insane, but it would totally change how revenue's generated.
But
unless
why
your
not?
assets didn't work.
Yeah, but one of the big things, the shifts that I'm noticing, I mean, this has been going on for ages actually, but the B2B space often is very late to the party in terms of the buyer experience, right? The B2C space is often far more advanced in terms of what we're expecting. And we saw that with like Salesforce swooping in with CRM and SAP trying to catch up with the beautiful cloud things. And, I think that the similar kind of thing will be happening with the value and the content space, which is that people are expecting lots of good things prior to engaging. So if you were to have these value engineers in surplus creating these immensely valuable proposals and value engineering documents designed for the C-suite, I think that would be a very interesting space, a very interesting change that you could see happening.
Well, Isaac, and here's the thing, right? I used to think that I should be fixing the end point, right? I focused a lot on the sales organizations and salespeople and giving sales these skills. Sales needs these skills, but this is a go-to-market problem. Marketing needs to be selling to the value driver impact that these assets in. Marketing needs to be doing part of their marketing to the C-suite instead of taking your current marketing trying to push it up to the C-suite. You should have marketing specific to them that only speaks Excel, right? Only speaks to value driver performance. That's above the pay grade of people who are thinking more about capability, right? And solutions to particular operational, execution. And, if marketing was selling to the shareholder value impact, the stakeholder value impact, that the C-suite that resonates with the C-suite, that language would flow through the organization. Excuse me, and sales would be picking that up. We in sales it's not just sales. Companies speak in a product-centric or technology-centric dialect, right? Salespeople speak in a sales-centric dialect. You've got to speak in a business dialect as well, and that should be pervasive throughout all your messaging. The source of that dialect is the value engineering team or people who know how to correlate not what your product does, but how it generates cash flow. Totally different. Excuse me. The COVID is getting the better of me. So I'll let you talk, Isaac.
Yeah. Well, I've just cautious of time, and I wish I could sit here for 2 hours and keep picking your brain. But there was one last thing that I did want to ask, which was one of the most effective silver bullet's probably the wrong word, but the why you, why me now pitch that we did, which got me into some of the biggest brands in the APJ in like no time at all. And it was a really effective approach because it forced me to take the time to understand what's happening at the company and understand why it's relevant to the CFO and the COO and CIO. It forced me to do that, which meant that my messaging was punchy. It was really clear. And it got me FaceTime and great meetings with the biggest companies in APJ. And so I'm extremely grateful for that. I'm curious if you have any other tidbits or juicy mangoes that you want to leave us with.
Yeah. So yeah, the Basho technique. Yeah. So I've moved on from that and evolved to something more executive oriented, but as a good start, right? But that was the be bright, be brief, be gone. But the most important thing that we all have to be able to do, right, is there's a reason why this guy is behind me right there. Yeah, you got Ali behind me, is because if you don't have a strong jab, and that was just a form of a jab, right? If you cannot state in 2 sentences, 3 maximum, right, why you are engaging that executive in their language, it's over. So the most important thing that everyone can do is, if you understand, everybody, my best advice to you is go get a Deloitte value map, go online. It's publicly available now for the most part. Understand what core financial value drivers are. Understand how to quickly, you can do it very easily with AI now. Speaking of AI, you can find out a company's financial performance if they're publicly traded. Yes, this airs towards publicly traded. You can find out what their performance is against the core value driver that you impact. You can get a number for their most recent quarterly statement. You can see how they're performing, and then correlate it, link it, right? Same format. It's a haiku, right? It's a 3-sentence poem, right? Business poem of their performance, which is publicly available, private sector, worry about that in another day. Map it, right? Always connect it to how your assets affect that driver, and offer to show them the operational and financial details between those 2 things. It's the strongest jab you can probably come up with, right? Not knowing them. And so same idea, short, sharp, on point, and financial. That's the key.
Yeah, super valuable. Eric, I appreciate you and everything you do. Thank you for joining us on MangoMagic. And I'm sure there's a boatload of questions which will filter through you, and you can go through those at your time. Please rest well. Lemon, honey, ginger, and lots of mangoes. COVID will be over.
Thanks for having me, Isaac. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for coming, mate. You have a great day. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Stop winning.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. Ideas fresh like the sun. For them work is fun. Strategies that stun. Creative minds at play. Winning deals all day. In their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go. Every product they know. Marketing's their show. Watch the numbers grow. fresh like the sun. For them work is fun, strategies that stun, creative minds at play, winning deals all day in their own cool way. Masters of sales on the go, every product they know, marketing's their show, watch the numbers grow.
Hey, welcome, Harsh. We got the
Hi. Hi, nice to meet you here as well. How about you?
Yeah, doing great. Just super excited about sales and marketing that I think hopefully we're going to chat about and start the round on you.
Yeah, so I help like with LinkedIn marketing solutions, both on the outbound and the inbound side. Like outbound is like personalized outreach, plus on the inbound side content and strategy side and all the different aspects of the inbound, like profile, like complete, like full suite LinkedIn marketing solutions we offer at good
Nice.
salary.
So you mainly focus on LinkedIn, Harsh?
Yeah, so we are especially focused entirely on LinkedIn, whether it's like outbound outreach or inbound strategies in terms of content. How do we like do ads as well, like LinkedIn ads. So pretty much we take care of everything on LinkedIn, like what we do. So
Perfect.
pretty much.
And you do that for all types of businesses, or is there a specific type of business that you?
Yeah, so we our majority of like market is B2B, and we do work with variety of businesses, like diverse kind of businesses in terms of manufacturing to customer service, and like so predominantly it's B2B and tech, like where I help in get the outbound like kickstarted, and on the inbound get implemented, and all those having those strategy in engine, and running for the lead generation, all the efforts which we do for the LinkedIn marketing. And I also help tech leaders, like AI leaders, and founders with the content on their profile, like just like a LinkedIn ghostwriting. So I do that as well. So
Okay.
so it is.
So what are you finding that are the number one things here in this year? So we're halfway through the year. What are the strategies that you think are working on LinkedIn, or which ones are failing? Either way, point out one that's working or one that's failing. What's your choice on that? Give us some insight of what's happening right now in the market.
Yeah, so in the B2B world, like you've heard from Adam Robinson and Chris Walker, like we are moving more towards inbound. Like we have pretty much, over the time drop in the response rates. People say like emails are not working, we are not getting responses there. And even in the LinkedIn outreach, like if you just, bombard with the messages, you don't know about, what actually they are, what they do, you know, if you don't study your ICP, the outbound on LinkedIn also fails, so we have to, like, devise a strat. So it's not like a black and white picture, like inbound is winning and outbound is failing. I feel it should be, it is like, the combination of both the strategy. But yes, inbound really helps the outbound, what I say, if you have an authority on LinkedIn, naturally, inbound leads will naturally come in. But even if you do outbound, you'll get better response rate. So I feel like, there's an inclination more towards the inbound. But everybody's talking about, a LinkedIn inbound content, but people are not talking about how to execute it, right? So my idea of having this session is to emphasize how to, execute these strategies. So top one strategy is to, get the content engine running. It's not like, if you can't, execute a podcast or a video, you just, don't have to stop the content. You can create a different formats of the content. Let the podcast clips, run in the background. Once they are done, you just upload it. And like, when we talk about big organization, the content approval process has to be shortened. Like, we need to have more consultants in place who can, write, execute the content strategy, instead of depending on the CTO, probably, right, the domain expert in house, right? That way we can, like, execute the inbound strategy on LinkedIn. When we talk about the bigger organization, smaller ones already doing, like, in terms of small time, like, when we have a startup founder, they understand the importance. So they have already, they have already, they're building in the public, and, incorporating inbound strategy. So execution is most important. Now we see I see inclination is towards the inbound, but we need to, execute that as well.
Yeah. So when you're talking about inbound, outbound, do you feel like it's mostly the corporate LinkedIn strategy that they're doing the content for that, or is it also the organizational across the profiles? How do you recommend people using LinkedIn in a better way, right? Instead of how they're currently doing it, is it copying a lot of other people, or how much creativity can we add into this?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like, you see, I see, a lot of content posted on my feed, like purely technical, and nobody is watching them. It's like too much in detail. People ignore it, right? So when we talk about content strategy, we have to demonstrate our expertise in most entertaining and, like, entertaining or interesting way. Like, how we have to identify the formats, or the, post what create most impact in terms of either business or, getting attention to the founder or co-founder. So that's the strategy, how we drive the maximum impact. That's how that's how the content strategy should be devised and curated and then executed. But
Yeah, we had another guest that was talking about how LinkedIn's changed their algorithms
Yeah.
and how that some of the content from people that you've had in your network for a long time ago may not see that same content anymore, but the people that you connect with more recently are going to see it for the first couple of weeks, your post a little bit more. How do you handle that type of situation where you're trying to add new people to your outbound, but now are those people resonating with your new marketing that you're posting, right?
Yeah, I do understand this question. So, like, people are saying, like, algo has changed, and people are the main thing which I see is, like, now people have become more aware about, that we need to use inbound, and everybody's posting a lot of content. The competition has increased a lot, like, I think. And I don't get notifications, from the fellow creators, even if they post it. So that's how it's like, if and the other from the algo side, there's an approach like, I see a lot of suggested posts that probably I might be interested, even though it doesn't have a lot of likes or reactions, right? In terms of, it is still showing in my feed, the third degree and second degree connection, which implies like, LinkedIn is prioritizing interest based feed, right? Maybe if you are interested in machine learning, if you're interested in AI tools, like, the relevant post will show on your feed as suggested, even though you don't follow them, you are not connected with them. If you are having interest in that particular area, that will get prioritized on your feed. So the interest based algorithm is coming in, plus the competition has increased, and I think the both of the combinations are like creating nightmares across brick creators who are posting a lot of content, right? So that's the part. But what I feel as a strategy, we should not too much worry about, algo. Sometimes there are some technical glitches as well, so over analyzing in terms of the short term, right, doesn't work. You have to continue. If you believe that, the content strategy is right, your research is perfect, you should continue that strategy irrespective of how algo treats you, so that's my recommendation in terms of algo strategy.
Sure.
So we don't have to worry much about algo. We need to continue to do our best in terms
Yeah,
of.
they're going to change what they change, I guess. But ultimately, to your point, what's one thing that's you think could be a golden nugget for somebody that is doing the content? How do they make their content stand out? I know we talked about it a lot, but so you're mentioning it like more related to the specific topics that they're interested in. How do we know our topics are resonating? You mentioned research. So do you help companies research? How do they research? You give us a little bit more on that process of researching and then creating that content.
Yeah, so we do have a research team who does extensive research in background. Probably few formats like, case studies, creating a cheat sheet, kind of like a lot of content. You see like, big creators post a lot of cheat sheets. Plus case studies, probably, we also research from annual reports, churn out numbers, what is happening. Even, you can gain a lot of understanding from the company's annual report, which direction it is moving, what initiatives they are taking, how their performance is in Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, what remedies they are taking. You can even get a lot of info from the annual journal meetings. A lot of investors ask questions like, are you future ready? A lot of talks have been happening in Gen AI implementation and all those things, picking up. So, and so that's how we devise our research strategy in terms of creating content. So we do take a lot of resources which is available, like first-hand resources, like annual reports, companies' internal presentations, website, obviously, So that's all what we do, like, to create a well-researched content, to look around
Nice.
assets of a company, what they've built.
Yeah. So creating some sort of value in those presentations from the presentations, are you able to say that there's an important part of this process that people generally overlook?
I mean, yeah, because the thing is that what I see mostly is like, when we see the content put out there, it's like the content which is not too much researched in terms of not putting the just the numbers, but we need to, like, analyze that those numbers as well. Like, everybody likes your take and perspective on that, right? Let's say if you're talking about Gen AI, right? How it is shaping the future in terms of not your product, but in general also. So we have to devise very thematic content strategy in terms of not talking about the specific product side as well. We need to, in general, we talk about a lot of trends, create a kind of a top of the funnel content as well, when we talk about creating very specific research based content. So I'm not very much in a favor of, like, going ahead with only research based content every time. We have to have a very strategic content strategy in terms of a mix of strategic content, like in terms of well researched content, and then on the, like, generating awareness around the industry, and probably, So those kind of strategies we do follow when we create. So over the time, like, we generate interest. So the
Yeah.
idea is to generate.
What's one success story you think you could tell us that you've done, or you've done some research, you found a content, and what types of returns in those marketing campaigns do you think, is a success story that you can share with us?
Yeah, so recently, like, I want to talk about two things, like, in 2024, which have come up. Not many organizations are using it, like only few big marketing agencies are using that. One is LinkedIn thought leadership ads, like, so what thought leadership ad is like let's say, Mark, you have done a post on LinkedIn, right? On a topic. It might be a podcast or something like that, very impactful post, and you don't want get that buried in, like, on the ground, or you want that to be visible to the lot of audience, like, what maybe your achievements in terms of the organizational success. So company can promote your post, and it looks really like a LinkedIn post, just a promotion promoted by, let's say, Salesforce comes, a very small label, and it pretty much looks like a post itself. You can't figure it out that it's a it's a LinkedIn ad or a LinkedIn post.
Okay.
Such a nice, I think, nice ad format which LinkedIn has launched. I really love it, actually. A lot of people are using it, actually. So let's say, so that is one of the most, I've tested it, like, it works like amazing. Like, when we talk about inbound, it is like mimicking inbound strategy, right?
Okay.
Using the paid ads to mimic, right, kind of inbound, right? So it looks pretty subtle in terms of, and it gets a lot of, like, you get a lot of traction, and it is kind of ad led inbound, like, you run an ad for your post. In general, you cannot promote your own personal post on LinkedIn. Only company pages can promote their personal post. You can boost, sponsored, do in campaign manager and all that stuff, but personal post cannot be promoted. But finally, LinkedIn has launched this thought leadership ad. I think a lot of B2B leaders are considering it as part of their strategy. Scaling, like, what I call it, like scaling inbound in terms of, on LinkedIn. So this is how you can scale the inbound through the thought leadership ads at scale, uh, uh, through thought leadership ads. So that is my first favorite, very impressive. Second one is LinkedIn events. uh, like, we are having this LinkedIn live event, right? We have garnered a lot of people through this event. Will be generating a lot of traction in terms of, third degree connections, second degree, probably, right? So now, a lot of startups, what they get very less attendees, right? They can't, they have not built the, the audience in the start, right? And and if you want to have, and obviously you have to start, having the virtual sessions, just like LinkedIn live. But if you want, if you have the budget, right, and if you want, like, if you're a funded startup, right, probably, so if you have the budget, you can, create a campaign for that event, right? And get a lot of attendees attend your event. Like, if you don't, like, there's one way, like, to invite your first degree connections to the event, but only a certain amount of connection, depends how much connections you have, right? At first, so you can
Sure.
invite a certain amount of connection. But if you want, like, further attendees, and if you want to, generate a lot of further awareness, and in terms of LinkedIn live, and get more attendees to your event, you have to use event ad. That is second thing, I love it. I have successfully completed a LinkedIn live event for a German firm, and results are amazing. Usually, the what we see, like, if you have, like, total number of attendees, let's say 500, right? Mostly, a turn up ratio is like 40 to 50% on LinkedIn live events. So we have to keep that benchmark in our mind, and when we, like, expect attendee, like, attendance on LinkedIn live. But so LinkedIn, so again, what I was trying to say, like, my second most favorite, like, the strategy would be to use paid campaigns to promote your event ads. Like, so we you have, like, it's pretty nice, like, you promote your event ad. There's a button called, in your feed, it will be like promoted, and you can choose whom you want to invite. Like, You want to invite you want to invite CTOs, you want to invite, AI heads, probably transformation, VP of transformation, innovation, all those stuff. You can, define a persona just like you define in any campaign. Maybe you don't have that kind of persona in your even LinkedIn connections. You might have certain very diverse audience you might have, right? But when you run, you can be very specific whom you want to show this ad to, right? So that
that's the great thing about ads, right? It's like you can kind of pick the demographics.
in general it is like a thing about that. You can be very specific, but getting attendees through ad is something I liked it, and I have received very good response in terms of engagement. You can kind of generate attendees through ad, and this and then the event organically flows to the LinkedIn audience, right? Multiplies as soon as the attendees join, share on their feed, kind of a multiplier effect it generates. So I love these two strategies. LinkedIn
Yeah,
ad,
no, I think those are great for 2024. We want that tactical stuff that we can apply this right now. So finishing up here with you, I really appreciate you joining us on our LinkedIn MangoMagic rebroadcast here that we're doing. What is the last one final thought word that you want to give to us that you think that is impactful for the viewers that we have right now?
So
final thoughts.
The final thing is get your content strategy executed. Just don't wait for people to wake you up. It's going to be a thing. People are already doing it. You have to start it ASAP. Execute in a way that it scales, not just doing for a time and oh, we don't have an approval from a VP of marketing, or not. Essentially, marketing approvals are quick, fast, but essentially at the higher ups, if approvals are not getting done, your content strategy will ultimately fail. How much you are invested in that, right? So execution is very important. Enough talk is done on the inbound and outbound. Now there is time for the execution. We have to get the engine started and get the content strategy executed.
So
even
if you're going, do more. If you're not going, get going, right? So do.
Yeah,
so
it's very
sounds like
simple. It's very execution seems very simple, but it's very tough.
Sure.
So that's
for
what
sure. Well, Harsh, I appreciate you joining us, and we here at Offer, we have what we call Godfather Offer. Godfather offers something that people can't refuse. What's one thing you think from your company that you guys offer to add value? Just to know more about your company, more about what you guys do. Do you have anything that you can offer our viewers, and that we can re-offer to people that see this on a rewatch?
So I do offer personal branding. I'm heavily invested in that.
Shoot, we lost Harsh. All right, I think we're going to go to a break. We must have lost him there for a minute. All right, I guess he's gone. Felipe, I don't know if you got the controls, but we're going to go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Alrighty. Next up, we have Elise Archer, the amazing sales empowerment master. She is the CEO and founder of She Sells Superhuman Selling and the host of She Sells Radio, a superhuman with incredible wisdom and knowledge, loads of practical tips for everybody. But I won't steal the thunder. Elise, if you'd like to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about some words of wisdom and how we can learn from all your great experiences.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Isaac, for having me. No, this is so fun. I love that you all are putting this together. And yeah, in addition to the wonderful and lovely things that you said about me, I'm a mom. I've got 2 little boys under 4. I'm a wife. My husband is going into his 2nd year of medical school. And so we are all about in my household, how can we have the most efficacy possible with everything that we're doing. I run a very successful sales coaching organization, and I'm able to do it working part-time hours while also being a mom because we don't waste time with things that don't work. And happy to share as much of that wisdom with your audience as possible as well. So here to be of service and excited to chat.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Super salesman and super mom. Love it. So could you describe like your typical daily workflow, right? What's the first thing you do when you start your day?
When I start my day, you want before work, you want during the actual work day, not like morning routine, right?
Well, either or. Like, what's the,
Okay.
a lot of people listening, first thing they do is pick up the phone and figure
Oh,
out
no,
what's
no,
on
no,
your feed
no.
and do whatever, right? How does that differ to yours?
Yeah, no. And so this is actually great because I think that's probably the worst thing you can do when you first start your day. So a lot of our teaching, and I know we're going to do like practical tips today, which I'm more than happy to do. And I love that. What I will say, Isaac, is a lot of what we teach our clients is around neuroscience and identity rewiring as well. One of my own personal experiences was I went from being stuck at the same level of sales for over a decade to 10xing within 6 weeks and turning my annual income into my monthly income. And we teach a lot of that process now in our programs. And so one of the biggest things I have learned is that your results will never supersede your identity. And so first thing in the morning, it's so easy and tempting to pick up the phone and be like, okay, what came in last night? And let me try to put out fires. And we get addicted to it, right? We get these dopamine hits from looking at our phone and seeing what came in. But those early morning waking like minutes when you first wake up, those are actually an extremely powerful time to reprogram your subconscious. Your brainwaves are slower. Then it's similar to if you're under hypnosis. So what I teach my clients to do and what I do for myself is I actually have, for whatever your sales goal is, you want to think about who's the person who does that. Like, what are their thoughts? What are their feelings? What are their actions? And actually map out like a day in the life of you with your end results accomplished. And then from that place, we have them record it. So we call it power affirmations. We have it recorded on their phone. Now, this does involve picking up your phone, but you're not checking text and you're not checking email or voicemail. First thing in the morning when you wake up, you want to listen to that script, those affirmations, those statements about who you are, how you operate, how many sales you have coming in every month, how money works in your life. And I hit all areas of life with it too, not just business. But you've got this window of time. This is right when you wake up and then also right before you go to bed, where your brain waves they're slipping into, in the morning, you're rising up from theta to alpha and then to beta. So when we're in those slower brainwave states, we can program our mind really fast to accomplish what we want. And because our results will never supersede our identity, this is why it's so important. Like, you can have the best technique in the world, but if you don't feel like someone who's successful or feel like someone who makes $1 million a month or makes $1 million a year, it's not going to work. There's neuroscience behind this. So that's the first thing I do is I focus on identity. And I start with gratitude, right? I appreciate the day. I appreciate, I focus on gratitude. I listen to my script. I do some study. I do reading. I meditate. I exercise. Then usually our kids are coming down the stairs and we're working with them. And then from there, I go into my work day a couple hours later.
That's awesome. So I imagine that's a pretty significant shift in such a short period of time, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned having a person or having examples of where you want to be. What was the trigger for you? Was there an individual or something that was said that made you think overnight, hey, I've got 6 weeks and I'm going to 10x this thing?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll try to tell it because I know I want to be mindful of our time. I'll try to tell a very abbreviated version of this. There was a period in my life about 4 years ago where I was reading a book by Bronnie Ware, and it's called The Top 5 Regrets of the Dying. I don't know if you've read it or anyone else has read it, but Bronnie was a hospice care worker, and she sat with people on their deathbed. And she shared that there are 5 most common regrets that everyone shared before they died. And the number one regret that people shared was, I wish I had the courage. I wish I'd had the courage to live a life true to me. rather than what everyone else expected of me. And at that point in my life, things were good. I was living a life where things were good, but I had such bigger aspirations for my life, Isaac. I don't know if you can relate to that. I've been stuck at the same income level for over a decade. No matter how hard I worked, I always made low six figures. And I wanted to be able to do things with my life that required more than that. I wanted to be able to retire my husband, who was working night shift as a respiratory therapist. We had a 4-month-old son at the time. I wanted to be able to retire him so he could pursue his vision of going back to medical school. I wanted to give more generously. I wanted to speak on bigger stages. And I realized at that point in my life how much I had been what I call putting my life on layaway, like looking at other people having the success and the results that I wanted and saying someday or when it's convenient. And it was just this awakening of like, no one is going to come tell you it's time. No one's going to come give you permission. You got to stop waiting for something outside of you and you've got to take control. So I made that decision. I made a decision in that moment. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what it takes, what's required of me. I am done living a half-lived life. And I said, I want to experience the fullness of who I am. So collapsing the story significantly here, I decided to hire a mentor at that time who had the results I wanted. And this particular mentor was running a $3.5 million business in coaching with 3 little kids at home, working 2 to 3 hours a day while also being a mom. And I was like, I need to know what you're doing and how you think. The investment to hire her was petrifying. It was half of everything I'd made the year before. I didn't have the money. I was like scraping to try to figure out how to even put a deposit on a credit card. I thought, what am I doing? This is a terrible idea. I was the breadwinner for my family. I thought, am I putting us in financial jeopardy and ruin? But there was this knowing within me that I had to do something to so shake up my comfort zone of where I had been in order to even be able to pay for the coaching, let alone make any money on top of it. So I went in that period of time. It was kind of a dark night of the soul at first, where I was like, what have I done? This is a terrible idea. Every limiting belief about who I am, what's possible for me, how money works, how successful I can be. I was faced with every single one of those. And then simultaneously, the clock is ticking of like, you got to be able to pay the next bill. You got to pay the bills for the family, blah, blah, blah. But because it was such a pressure cooker of time that I was in, I had to come face to face with it. And so I went on a deep dive exploration of studying neuroscience, the power of the subconscious mind and how it impacts our results, identity work, money. I uncovered a lot of areas I felt unworthy around money, and I did the work to shift that and to literally develop a new identity and a new self-concept of who is the woman who does the things I want to do. And I started practicing being her and thinking as her and feeling as her before anything had changed. And then it was in that time frame, it was again from the point of decision to 6 weeks out of fighting every limiting belief I'd ever had, practicing being someone new. That's when everything changed. And I want to preface that too with I had spent 10 years before trying to figure it out. So some people are like, oh, I'm really working at it. It hasn't happened in 6 weeks. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. There'd been a decade before that of struggle and trying to figure it out. But when I really was like, no, this is changing and happening, what I've learned is that your must will move mountains, and we're willing to get wildly uncomfortable from that place of this has to change. And then we collapse the timeline typically of how those results happen. So does that help a bit?
Yeah, well, I think everybody can resonate with significant milestones of that journey, right? The uncertainty, and it sounds like you found that clarity. And so each day you find that clarity again. You remind yourself of why you're doing it. You've got the framework now to build upon or rely on. So walk us through that framework. What's an example of a way that you'd prioritize your tasks, right? Or what productivity techniques do you try to remind yourself of? How do you practically go about your day now that you've started off on the right foot?
Right.
You've got a framework to look at. How do you seize the day?
Absolutely. So I think one of the keys with this, Isaac, is we talk about a concept called decision-making from the end. So whatever the end result is that you want to be experiencing in your sales or in your business, I think you should build out your tasks and build out your SOP or your KPIs from the end result. So forget, and this, like, let's say right now that there's a business owner who's listening and maybe they made 6 figures or multi 6 figures last year and they want to do 7 figures this year, right? So instead of just continuing to do the same things you did that got you your old results, think about it this way. As a 7-figure CEO or entrepreneur, what are the things that I'm doing every single day? And build it out from there. So we want to go to the end, and this is part of the power of mentorship and studying under different people. But what are they doing every single day? And we want to build out our daily, weekly, monthly method of operations from that place. So for me in the morning, and this is how I always do it. So for me in the morning, I'm doing my inner work first. But then when it comes time to work and to be in front of the computer, I think no one's going to be surprised by this, right? But I'm focused on what are the revenue generating activities and what is my core role within the company that I and only I can do. So for me, it's being visible. It's doing interviews like this. I do a weekly live stream. I'd actually gotten away from that for some time. And then I was like, hey, if I look back on it, I don't know, over 50% of our clients have come in from live stream, YouTube, podcasts. I should probably be doing that again. So focusing on, again, what creates the actual results. I talk about a concept of efficacy over effort. So I think a lot of times we get in this rut where we're like, well, I'm just going to do the same thing every single day and I'm going to grind it out and I'm going to make X number of outreaches and I'm going to say the same thing to every person. And it's like, you're a hamster spinning on a wheel, right? Can you get to where you want to go with that approach? Maybe, but it's probably going to take you a long time and you're probably going to be frustrated and tired and depleted. And you're probably wasting a lot of energy on things that don't matter if you're just in a check the box mindset. You want to look at what actually has moved the needle for me in the past. And then again, if I want to go to the next level, what are the things that that person is doing every day that maybe I'm not doing every day? So something else for me right now is recruiting and team building and bringing in more people to take over. I used to do all the sales follow-up myself. We're bringing people in to help with that. So again, you're going to need to evolve and become a new version of you and do different things to get to another level. At the end of the day, it's like, are you checking the box with your activities? Are you doing things that move the needle? And regardless of whether somebody's listening to this and they're an AE or they're maybe they're a solo entrepreneur right now or a CEO of a unicorn, right? It's like, you got to look at what really moves the needle in your role and doing that first, right? But the key is do the inner work in the morning to connect with the vision of where you're going. And you'll find there's a lot more power behind every action that you take because the energy in which we do a thing determines the outcome of a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. You know, we're hearing you talk. I can almost see who you're seeing. Like, it's really clear that you've got this really clear vision of this path, right? I think a lot of people struggle to try to find their mentor, try to find their really clear person or criteria for what they should look for. But when I was 10 plus years ago, I wrote an article on how you should always have multiple mentors. I think it's just so important to have people who you can look up to and say, just tell me the thing. Could you maybe help people figure out A, what to look for in a mentor, but B, practically, how do they go out and find one, and C, once you've found them, then what?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, absolutely. I think, I think, Isaac, the beautiful thing about today, now I'm going to preface this with, I think you should invest to a level that stretches you for your mentors. So what I was going to say is the beautiful thing about today is you can learn so much for free online, and you really can. And there are people that just may not be accessible right now. Like, let's say that you want to be mentored by Richard Branson. That may or may not be accessible, but you can go online and you can study and listen to his interviews. And the key question to ask yourself is, how does this person think? Don't ask for a silver bullet. Don't ask for just one strategy. Ask, how does this person think? Because the way that they think is at a very different level than how you're thinking right now. And you want to learn to practice that. Something else that I look for is this person living life the way that I want to live it? Because there's a lot of people out there who are financially successful by most people's standards, but maybe health is failing, they don't have any relationships, they're achieving success in an energy that you don't resonate with. So this is really important. So that's part of how, when I hired, and I'd worked with many, many mentors before, and I've worked with many mentors since, but when I had that quantum leap experience, it was like the mentor I hired at the time was not only achieving a great deal of business success, but was also really committed as a mom. And I had my first son, and I was like, I need to figure out, I'd been working 60, 70 hours a week prior to that. I was like, I need to figure out how to grow my business, but I need to also have more time for my family. So let me find someone who has the results I want in all areas, and let me learn to model off of them. Let me learn how they think. I was with it was interesting. I was working with a client this past weekend who's a billionaire. And I was like, I want to just take a minute to ask you your perspective on business and abundance. And one of the things he shared that was so powerful was, I help my competitors. He was like, he's very abundance mindset. I help my competitors. And a lot of people would say that they wouldn't do that, right? Because they're more in scarcity mindset. Well, guess what? That way of thinking has gotten him billions in his business. So we want to learn how someone thinks. We want to find a mentor or mentors, to the point of your article, who live life and do business in the way we want to do it. I do think you should invest in a way that's stretchy, that gets you way out of your comfort zone to work with a mentor or mentors. That's part of why I know I quantum leaped so fast, because I was so uncomfortable. If I had just been like, oh, I'll study you online, or I'll listen to your podcast, wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have taken it as seriously. Invest in yourself. And it's really a declaration, not is the mentor worth it, but are you worth it? Because you're going to get out of it whatever you put into it. So the question is, do I think I'm worth it for the transformation? And then once you're working with that person, again, try to learn how they think. Learn how they see scenarios. Ask them the perspective on things. Ask them why, and then practice applying that frame of reference, that paradigm, to the areas of your life, sales, business. I learned, I've worked with a lot of amazing mentors, but I'll often have an experience where they're like, why are you spending time on that? Or why are you doing that task in your business versus someone else? I'm like, I don't know. I just thought that's what I've always done. Again, we got to get out of the box and see things differently. And that's the power of mentorship.
It's so true. Investing enough time, but also money, to find that the perfect alignment of values is very, very underrated. So I love it. So now that we've identified the person, we found the person, we've engaged the person, we've invested in the person, can you walk us through like a recent project or something that you've done in a recent activity or initiative with your team or customers where a mentor has supported you through to the end?
Oh, this is a good question. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, we are, I'll give one example. We are launching a consultant certification right now, and it's our first ever. And I'm of the same mind as you. I tend to work with different mentors for different things. So sometimes people say, oh, I'm already working with a coach, I can't hire someone else. I think about it like, you're going to have a personal trainer helping you with your fitness. You're going to have a chef or someone come in and prepare meals for you. It's all around health and fitness, but it's different people with different specialties. So one of my mentors has a great deal of experience in a lot of the technical financial side of things, the legal side of things, like all the things that I'm a visionary. I'm a classic entrepreneur. I'm a visionary. Like that type of thing is it's not my jam. It's not my background. It's not my expertise. I'm great at making money. I love making money, but then the back end management piece, just not what I love. So we surround ourselves with great people who do that. Right. And so this person has been really instrumental in helping me ask different questions of myself in terms of how it should be structured, and just bringing up things I hadn't thought about before. Legally, financially, all of it. So again, you want to have someone who can just help you see what you're not seeing and be open to thinking differently and way bigger for yourself than before.
That's Perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. Finding the mentor that will not only help you emphasize your strengths, but identify and you support the weaknesses or the things that you're
Yeah.
not so focused on, right? Really take an analytical approach to your mentorship.
Yeah.
This has been hugely helpful, Elise. I really appreciate you taking the time on the MangoMagic series. And I hope that all the viewers will get some value out of this, and there'll be some questions that'll come through afterwards, which we can share with everybody and your answers. But thank you for your time. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Isaac, for having me.
Many mangoes know the game. Smooth talkers in the lane. Watch them shine and sway in the market every day. Master
Oh, hello there, Felipe.
Oh, my hair. How are you?
Yeah,
What a
doing great. Doing great. That was a good conversation about starting the morning, since it's the morning for me here. So,
So, should we do a little bit of Futurum? I know you're quite involved in this AI company. Should we do a little bit of
yeah,
a demo, talk a little bit about the future of AI in your opinion, in our opinion, and how is Futurum attacking these ideas? What do you think?
yeah. Well, obviously, Gen AI is all the rage, and it's everywhere, pervading our sales and our marketing, and I think a lot of people still are grappling with how do I implement it into my company? How do I make it something useful? I think a lot of people are able to use it, make it successful in some way, helping them. But the real question comes down to some key points for most organizations, which is, okay, what's the privacy part of this, right? How much information can I put into this? And is that information going to be then either A, used to retrain the system, or exposed to something that people, oh my goodness, I lost company data, right? We heard that early on. And it's still an issue, right? It's still an issue that people don't know where this goes. If I ask a question, just like on Google, if I ask a question now, Google learns my interests,
Yeah.
right? Sends me ads on. Well, how much of that's going to be happening in the AI world? Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously with Futurum, we've built a platform that is 100% secure and private. And it's a unique system, unlike maybe cloud privacy. It's actually on-device privacy. So it's a little bit different, and it's a unique take on it. So I think that's every business owner has to figure out, should I be using AI, and how should I be using it? And then
Absolutely.
how deeply can I go into it without exposing my company data? So that's A, right?
Yeah. So I mean,
B would be, yeah, go ahead.
no, I mean nowadays, if people in your company is not using AI, it's like a little bit crazy. And so I mean, and they're putting information about your company, about your clients, about your quotes about everything, and it's where that information is going. You don't know. It's like a black box, and
Sure.
you don't know who are you feeding. And so, of course, this solution is very very neat. So, could you
Yeah.
walk us through the process of developing this customized and privatized AI? How is
Yeah, well,
the
I mean, I think the B part of this is every CEO, every organizational leader also has to consider some important parts about how to make AI different than everybody else. Imagine we're all using OpenAI and we're all asking it the same questions. And obviously we try to feed it different prompts, like act like this or act like that. But I think the end of the day is it's homogenizing some of the responses there's some uniqueness to it as well, but everyone's going to sound like this OpenAI, right? So if the other part of this is how do you make your company unique, but make your own custom trained AI, right? And that's where I think we've built a new product around Futurum, which is we call Build Your Own Futurum, Build Your Futurum, right? And I think a lot of organizations really need to get into this, right? Number one, be private about it. Number two, be custom about it. So if you can be custom, which means you bring your voice into the training model, you bring your marketing material into the training model, your value propositions, right? It's not just general information that's out there that OpenAI is going to then, or whatever platform you're using, that's going to spit out is going to be custom to yours. So allowing that, you can only put so much data in the prompts, right? So you can only put so much in the prompts. Act like this. But if you do a training file ahead of that, now you have a much bigger data set that your company. So again, your proposals. Maybe you take a look at all of the proposals you've won. Maybe you feed in all of these types of information, proposals you've lost, etc. And now you're looking at, okay, what's the commonality of this, number one? Number two, how do we make a proposal that's a winning proposal for this type of demographic? Well, we run that demographic before, and now we can reference that so much faster and better. I think also creating value proposition documents are going to be much more on point if we're actually feeding it our customer data or our custom company data. And you don't want to just put that into OpenAI. Like, you're going to put all your custom data into OpenAI directly, right? That's just feeding the information right to the people then who are then could use it. And anybody can know that now, right? So there's some safety related to it, but once you build the safety part, now it gets exciting because you can create a whole custom world around it. Some of the real use cases, right? A real world use case would be a regulatory compliance for a financial company like a bank, right? So many regulatory compliances, state by state, country by country, things change. In whatever industry you're in, particularly if it's banking or a heavily regulatory type company, telecom, et cetera, those regulations may change. Well, if you can feed that training data in, now you can always keep your training, your policies, procedures, your regulatory compliance in step with the changes. It's kind of a cool use case. We've actually building one out for a bank and a regulatory company. So that's one, right?
So all repeatable processes that a business has. I mean, it saves time for the workers that have to put all the context and everything and write the prompt. If it's customized and it's already ready to be used, it's like saving time, saving a lot of effort.
I mean, there's a regulatory environment that is rapidly changing, right? So if you're going to have
exactly.
Rapid changes, you have to be able to adapt to those changes and know that they happened, and then keep your information up to date. So that definitely works. But to your point, it could be any one of those departments, right? So building the use case around each of those is cool, right? Could be an HR function, could be a sales function, it could be a marketing function. But customizing that to those different use cases in your organization is not something Gen AI generally does, right? Gen AI is more homogeneous. you have to make those prompts, and like to your point, you have to make those prompts, and there's only so much data you can put in those prompts, and then you run out. The other thing is creativity, right? So the OpenAI, as we all know, can make up answers, right? It's gotten better. It doesn't make up as much, but it still does, especially on the creativity. One of the things that we added into our Futurum product was the ability to slide the creativity scale. So when you look at the creativity scale in marketing, it's great because you're coming up with new ideas. When you come up with new ideations of things that we want and what are the possibilities, that's awesome. But when you're talking about regulatory compliance, do you really want it to be creative?
You don't want it to be creative. Exactly.
So I think you want it to be more factual, right? So you can slide that creativity scale down to 0, and like it's better for it to come back and say, we don't have the answer, right? And we don't have the data to make that to give you that answer. That's better, right, in a regulatory compliance than it would be to come up with an answer. One of the things I saw, it was a little while ago, but maybe like 3 or 4 months ago, there was a company that had their AI give them a response, and the company tried to be like, oh, hold harmless, like it wasn't us, it was the AI's fault. And of course they fell flat on that. So if your AI makes up an answer and gives it to a customer or to an employee, it's on you. It's not like you can hide behind it.
Absolutely. So Mark, we have Danny Chu on.
Okay, awesome.
He's the founder of Journey. Rings a bell.
Yeah.
We are quite fond of Journey, so I'm gonna leave him with you, Danny.
Perfect.
Hello.
Hey, Danny.
Danny.
Hello. Sorry
Just
for
want to
being
say
a little late.
I'm a big fan of Journey. I'm a really big fan. Great product.
Thanks for having me. And I feel a little underqualified, I'll say, but I'll do my best to be of value here.
I'll leave you with Mr. Mark.
Yeah, we definitely we definitely wouldn't say that. We appreciate you and actually your product. We use your product quite often here at Many Mangoes. And so why don't you just give us a quick introduction of who you are and a little bit, maybe a snippet about your product, and we can then get into some more details. But
yeah, sure thing. So I will clarify, I am not the founder, but I am the CEO of Journey.
Okay.
And maybe just to give a little bit of context, I run with 2 of my co-founders a small portfolio of SaaS companies called XO Capital. Journey is one of 12 businesses that we've acquired over the past 3.5 years. We've ranged from buying small micro SaaS companies all the way to former YC businesses. Our learnings have been plentiful in terms of sales and marketing. And Journey is the way that I like to describe it is, it's one of the many signals that I think sales and marketers need nowadays to identify who they should be prioritizing in their pipeline. Whether that's at the top of the funnel, in the middle of the funnel throughout the opportunity process, or at the bottom of the funnel right before closing, or even the handoff to customer success post-close. Outside of kind of the 5-word pitch of Journey or the quick elevator pitch, we see Journey as one of the many signals you need to be able to close businesses and to close customers these days. And the more creative it is, the more personalized it is, the more effective we believe it will be, and we are pushing Journey towards that direction, if that helps.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. It's that personalization, a hyper personalization that you can bring right to that specific. And I love the name Journey, right? Because we're all on a journey, and we're on a sales process, and it's hopefully collaborative with that person that we're working with from that organization. And that's how we use it, right? We use it from that standpoint that we want to do an introduction process, and then each page just keeps getting added as we have more conversations with that person. And so it's exciting to use the product, right? And also to have, we're doing a little switcheroos here.
No worries.
Sorry, getting messed up with the screens. We switch sides now.
No worries.
But no, I love it. I love it, the idea of how you can create that. Now, when you talk about where they are in the funnel, so what do you give us a little bit more detail about, like the signals that you mean there?
Yeah. So one thing that we believe in as XO, as a business that buys other software companies, I'm sure a lot of us here have heard of this, is time to value. And I think for a lot of product-led growth companies, and what I mean by that is maybe a business that their sales process starts with something of value that's given away from the product. That might be a free trial, might be a freemium model. But a lot of those product-led growth businesses prioritize time to value. And for longer, businesses that have an actual sales process with salespeople, the types of clients and customers that we work with here at Journey, time to value looks a little differently. We can't just, a lot of our clients just can't give stuff away, can't give an enterprise software away. So what does that time to value look like for somebody that, needs to schedule a 60-minute demo? And what we're learning is that the expectation from a buyer continues to grow and continues to be higher even before they talk to a sales rep these days. And so I think a lot of our customers are rethinking how to provide value even before they're required to talk to a salesperson. And so for us, Journey, and I think Many Mangoes is a really awesome example, is figuring out a way at scale to provide value to people who have not yet heard of you, or to people who have not yet entered your formal sales process. And for Journey, a lot of those signals are essentially just interactions with the journey. So I don't want to, I guess, self-promote too much here, but Journey is, sort of it's a presentation tool. It aggregates really great resources and pieces of content in a single link that can be shared with any prospect or anybody. And you, as the person, as the sender, can receive interaction notifications, how long they spent on a particular page, who they shared it with, when they actually opened those things. And you can get, real-time notifications of when that happens. And to me, and to our clients and our sales teams, those are really important signals, because it gives you an indication of what they're prioritizing, who is actually prioritizing those things, and when that actually happens. And so the personalized, customer experience is aligned with what they're actually, and what our prospects and what customers are actually thinking about at that time. So it's no longer the, hey, just following up, haven't heard from you in 2 weeks. It's, hey, I noticed, they looked at the pricing slide for 2 minutes. They shared that with, 3 other members of their team. There's intent there. And so let's figure out and discover what's going on, and let's provide value at the point of time. And so that kind of set of interactions, whether it's at the top of the funnel with somebody cold, or somebody that's in your sales process and really evaluating your security documents and all those things, that's kind of what we're talking a little bit about in terms of signals.
Yeah, well, no, and I think that's the fun part of the process, right? As salespeople and as marketing people, we all want to know some of the data that goes around it. And I think the challenge we have is sometimes in disparate information, and obviously that's why we end up with these dashboards sometimes that we try to look at and try to see. And the other part I love is that putting it in a unified way, right? So that it's all unified and it's easy to create. I've used HubSpot and Salesforce and a number of other CRMs, and then sometimes it's just difficult. You got to create a different landing page, and then that landing page is unique and it's got its own metrics. And then, I got an email that I have to send them, and I got to message him, and then I got to see did he open his email. Again, some processes around that just creates a unified a way of using this. So we love Journey, and we're big promoters of it, and we believe in it. So not to again self-promote, but third-party affirmation here for you. Danny, we enjoy the product quite a bit. What do you think from a 2024 standpoint? From using this hyper personalization is obviously value, right? Whether you use Journey or not, you use maybe some sort of a video tool to send somebody about their project. What do you find is a key to that hyper personalization to do it. Again, it's great to do it, but then how do you do it at scale as well? So what are some of the keys that you found?
Yeah, it's knowing a little bit of what those signals need to be, and what they mean. I think that's first and foremost pretty important. And I think for every business, it looks and feels really different, and it kind of goes back to time to value, where um, you know is it actually giving something like a journey away and interacting with it. Many Mangoes does a really good job, from what I've learned from Isaac, of providing very customized plans for free that basically sort of extends this communication of like, hey, I'm familiar with you. We're familiar with a lot of companies that look like you, and here's what we found to be successful. And that like kind of extension of your arm to say, hey, I know you a little bit, and here's how and here's why, and kind of extending a bit of a kind of a trust mechanism there, I think is really, really powerful. So just really understanding what those signals are, what sort of is required and maybe needed in your customer's kind of buyer journey is, I think, first and foremost. And then I hate to say this, but like, there are a lot of awesome tools now that really help with kind of understanding what needs to happen to create hyper personalization. And you were talking a little bit about AI stuff, so I hate to, I don't know, jump on that bandwagon again, but one thing that we're really,
it's a big bandwagon.
It is. One thing we're really excited about that we're building is an integration with a tool called Clay. And I think on LinkedIn, it's a really popular tool. They just raised a big round of funding, so I'm sure it's kind of out there in what it does. But it provides a really unique way to create personalization. If you're not familiar with it, I would encourage you to go check it out. But nowadays, uploading a list and sending out cold emails to 1,000 people doesn't work anymore. You need to figure out a way to make those conversations and those pieces of content one-to-one, so it feels personalized, but you're able to do it on the back end at scale. And what we've identified is the further you start journey, the usage of journey at the top of the funnel, the more success you have in converting those prospects at the bottom. And so what we're now able to do and what we're building is to create a journey for every single individual prospect that you're engaging with in a multi-channel approach at scale. And so it's, hey, here's John Doe at Fortune 500 food and beverage category company. Here's their email address. Here's a couple things from their LinkedIn that we pulled. Here's some news articles that pulled about their business that came out over the last 2 weeks. And oh, by the way, here's a journey that will automatically get generated based off of those inputs and based off of those very specific things that you've identified. And being able to do that for every single prospect in an account-based approach, in your event-based kind of marketing, in whatever it might be. But being able to integrate, I think, journey as a signal in one of the many great tools that are out there that are coming out to help with personalization, that's sort of an approach. Because again, yeah, journey is a signal. It's not the signal. It's not the only signal. And so how do we integrate that into other places where signals are getting aggregated and leveraged for, again, whether it's lead scoring or just kind of, personalization? That's sort of where we're headed, and why it's really important to leverage these signals appropriately.
Yeah, no, that's super excited. And I definitely think that, we all go down this road where building value, time to value, building value, knowing the value proposition to the company and communicating that value is what sales and marketing's job is, right? But I think, speaking to the appropriate people in the organization at the right time. And I think that's the other part is, when I get an email from somebody that I even want, I want to engage with these people. I kind of want to buy their product, but I want to know more. It's so far down, right? Like, so email, it's deprioritized. Even if I try to keep a clean inbox, it's in a folder. So that's even worse. It's like, now it's in this folder of this project that I want to do. So I think, this collaboratory environment where you're creating this journey with the customer, with the prospect to build them to customer, where there's one place like one hyperlink that I can go to, and it has all of the information that we've talked about, discussed, proposals, videos that we've done, the notes from the first meeting, the to-dos from the list, who's on the to-do, right? Like, I've got to get them back that information. So I really, really think that's a great process for businesses to adopt, whether you use Journey or not. Finding a way to do that, right? Like creating a simple or process for sales once you engage with them, because in the noise of life, and there might be some noise behind me, sorry, but in the noise of life, it it gets hard to even follow up with the things you want to do, if that makes sense.
100%. I think, don't quote me on this, but I want to say, nowadays the buyer, 80% of their decision-making process is already made before they're talking to, a salesperson on the other side. I think, something similar is, less than a couple percentage points of the buying journey or buying decision-making process is spent actually talking with a sales rep. So, all of that time that's spent, to your point, digging in your email to figure out, hey, what was it that they said? Or, hey, what was that vendor? And what did they send to me? All that time that's spent, like ideally, there are, and this is, again, this sort of a element of time to value is how are you making it easy for them to make a decision, whether it's a yes or a no. And this is cliche, but as salespeople, it's like a no is an even better answer than a non-answer, right? Because you're able to move on to what's next and the next priority on your opportunity or whatever you're working off of. And so providing that value within that buyer experience is, I think, really important. And we always joke about this. It's like, how many times, and we probably don't know the number of times, but just imagine the number of times that somebody goes and searches sales presentation tool in their email search, and out comes 4 other competitors, including yours. Yours just happens to be the 8th email. The person clicks on the 3rd email, and it's not you, but they're like, oh man, oh yeah, I remember those guys. Like, let me go and then they end up buying that. And it's just to your point, like, how do you stand out amongst the noise? How are you leveraging value creation to provide a buyer's experience that they'll actually care about and remember and prioritize. And those are all the things that sort of we're thinking about, not only as we build the product, but also as we sell Journey as well.
Yeah, it's a great point. And when I find so a little bit less about Journey. So what, as an investor, as a guy who buys companies, what do you see? I mean, obviously we've gone through some changes in the market. Money is a little bit harder to come by. Your valuations of companies have changed, probably, of what you think that is. Give us some insight around how you do that. Many of us in this, might be listening, have companies or seeking investment or have taken investors. What's your, thought from 2024, halfway through the year, around kind of that investment world?
Yeah. So I think if I remember on the panel, Adam Robinson will be joining at some point. He's a CEO, founder of RB2B, super smart dude, built a really interesting product that went to market and has grown really quickly. He's a really great example. And I hate to, and maybe this is appropriate, but time to value is what we look at when we evaluate businesses, because time to value is sort of a conduit for product market fit, in our opinion. And nowadays, there isn't a lot of wiggle room to acquire a business that has yet to find product market fit, because the required set of resources and investment to go find product market fit has exponentially grown. Whether that's because of competition, whether that's because software development has become somewhat commoditized. So, the actual tech itself is a little less valuable. And so, time to value and its alignment with product market fit is really something that we look at and we prioritize. And a element of that we have, like, conversations with, and maybe to walk away or take, kind of go outside of like hard numbers and metrics. I think everyone sort of knows that that's important. Is what type of like experiments have you done? What type of things have you done to improve time to value or improve your free to paid conversion or sign up to paid conversion? And what have you learned? What has it told you about your market and who your ideal customers are? Those sort of like qualitative conversations I think is important, because again, it isn't easy, and it isn't like, 2004 where it's like, hey, I built this really great tool for marketers and I'm just going to go and buy a list of marketers, go to a couple of events, and I'm going to, raise my seed round because I have, $5 million in pipeline. Like that kind of conversation no longer exists. Like you need actual revenue, you need month over month growth, and you need to like understand who your customers actually are, because the resources you're about to spend or you're about to get from somebody needs to be spent quickly with efficiency. And so for us, again, identifying time to value, what's working, what's not, and having conversations around experimentation. What have you done with pricing? What have you done with, if you're a free tool, your free limits, to figure out, what sort of the aha moment is that creates somebody and gets somebody to convert. I think Slack has that famous story, right? Of, hey, a certain number of messages within a free Slack org, was like a 70% conversion to paid. And so their entire onboarding process, their entire process for activation was around how do we get people to actually exchange messages on Slack to get to that, aha moment. And that's just gold, right?
It's operational adoption right there, right? Like if they have a tool and they don't use it, they're not going to buy it. That's just a simple thing is that. But
yes,
to your point, right, building that free model and then onboarding that to make sure that they have enough interactions with the tool that they enjoy, then boom, you're in, which is a great story. One of the things I find unique is that a lot of businesses, a lot of founders are really good, at what they know to do and how they've kind of come to the market with their specific kind of use case, or they feel like their product is solving a specific problem. What I find is sometimes a disconnect, like to your point, which is how many experiments have you done? How do you really know what your ideal customer profile is beyond what you think you've taken it to? And then where's your total? I think most people too don't really understand their total market value, like their total size of the market is skewed. Like they don't have an accurate picture of that. Do you find that to be similar in experience?
100%. There's a sort of an interesting saying going around in terms of kind of marketing and trying to leverage outbound marketing, is instead of trying to figure out like your product market fit when you're doing cold outbound or outbound marketing, it's this idea of like message market fit. And it's because, who your product serves most likely is very broad. It could be, 100,000 people that it could serve, but the actual messaging, the bet that you make, the headline on your website, the one thing that you're pushing your users to do in your product as soon as they log in, that's one singular thing, or at least it should be. And so that one thing generally does not support, the 100,000 people that you think your product can support. And so it's sort of that commitment to make a bet, that commitment to say, hey, like, yes, I'm about to neglect probably 75% of this 100,000 people, but I know that, and my bet is that, the 25% of those people, there's a higher likelihood that they'll convert. So let me give this a go, and let me put some parameters in place to test what that looks like. And, it's one of those things that's like, you put something on your website and you think the whole world is going to like freak out about it. And, you change something on your pricing, and lo and behold, not very many people care or notice that anything changed. And so it's just, I think, getting over that commitment, or getting over that kind of hurdle of kind of fear of just making a bet and, moving on from it. And I think that's the beauty of building something, is like, especially, when you're able to kind of validate whether something is working or not with data, like you can move on. It's not, you're not stuck there because you posted something on your website or you built something in your product. You can quickly iterate and change. And I think that's really important nowadays to really figure out who that very small niche of buyers are within your larger ICP.
Well, hey, Danny, we appreciate you joining. And I know what we like to do here is offer some sort of, something that could be of value to our listeners and our viewers and the people that might watch this on a rewatch. We have something that we generally try to give away. I know you might have something like that. Is there something that they can do to learn more about Journey?
Oh, sure. Ooh, I'm not prepared, but I can hand something over to Isaac and y'all's team if that's helpful. You can definitely put together like a promo code and a discount code of some sort
that would be awesome.
to hand over to you all. So I can definitely prepare that and share it with you all. So
we'll do that. We'll add that at the end. All you have to do is message us a little bit more in the side or later if you watch this. We have a little resource page for all of the people that participated in the offers that they're going to have. So Danny, we appreciate you joining, and we look forward to continuing our journey with you using your product. We're a big fan.
I appreciate you. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, bye. Okay, coming up next, we have Steve. So I think we're gonna have Steve join here in just 1 second. Steve Schmidt.
Yeah, it's me. I am the guy. It looks like right now I'm a blur though.
Yeah, you're on a blur, and I'm Steve, according to the.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it. This is okay. I'm coming in on the iPhone because we're having a technical problem. It's like, man, you can have a studio at home that is supposed to be all about this stuff, but at the end of the day, let me just check my settings. When your kids, oh, look at this. This is it. Front camera. All right, look at that.
Switch it around. There it is.
Wow, that's it. Now we look like we're CNN reporters. So I'm on the iPhone. Kids are playing like Mortal Kombat 17 last night. I came down. I'm like, just breathe. Because I'm like, they texted me. They said, hey, are you ready for this? I said, of course I'm ready. I got it all set up. And I came down. And anyways, here we are. Thanks for having me.
Steve, thanks for joining. Glad you could. So, I'm Mark, by the way. My name's not on the side. I'm not Isaac. Isaac's had a little break. So we'll give it to him since we've been live for 7 hours and 50 minutes. Yeah. So, but super excited. Steve, just give us a little bit about you and your background and your company, just a quick overview, if you don't mind.
Yeah, my name is Steve Schmidt, CEO and founder of Magnetic. We've been a company for 2 years. We help founders establish a brand on LinkedIn along with their teams, as well as now YouTube. We're tackling the second kind of this metamorphosis of where we see B2B going. And we stick to those 2 channels. So like, we're really good at those 2. We love the rest of them. That's year, well, look at the balloons. The mini mangoes, we're throwing a party. Year 3, 4, 5, we'll cross each social channel each year. So year 3 for us is Instagram. Year 4 is TikTok. And year 5 is question mark, because we think there's going to be a social platform that's coming up that is not here today. We don't know what it is, but we know that when it happens, our job is to be best equipped for our clients to be able to expand across those platforms then quickly instead of just launching on one. So we've sort of gone past ghostwriting into, content is our jam, and every one of our clients has a very well thought out plan, persona. It is a science around here. So that's what we do at Magnetic. And then underneath, we have a piece called Magnetic Mail. And I'm giving that away today. So we're giving away a year of Magnetic Mail. That's $6,000. So if you stick around at the end, you got to listen, because if you stick around at the end, you're going to get a month of posts from us as well. So you get paired up with one of our top writers. That's a $12,000 value. That we're giving away for being able to listen to this and said, hey, we watch content, because that's the power of content if you believe in us. But you don't get it till you watch the whole thing.
That's true. That's the Godfather offer already out there.
There we go. Top that, somebody.
Too good to pass up.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at halfway through 2024, we're talking about, we've talked to a number of people over the past few hours. Really want to find out some tactical things that make a difference that we can apply. So give us something that you think is, would be valuable that I can implement today. It'd be great.
Yeah. The one thing that I've talked about the most, I'm going to keep talking about it, is for salespeople, it's not about SDRs or no SDRs, number one. Like that's just a name we give something, right? So I want everybody to just like take a breath and be thankful. Be thankful that someone's saying, hey, it might be different than just cold calls, right? It might be this research and actual genuine curiosity. And you might actually, sorry, I'm plugging the phone, and be a human where, you know, you're expected to know something before this call. And then when that happens, I think what will happen is people will realize that Magnetic is meant.
Oh shoot, we lost you. All right, we had a little technical difficulty.
Are we good?
There, he's back. He's back. All right.
Are we good?
Yeah, yeah.
We're good there. Audio, AirPods. It doesn't like the charger. Okay, we're gonna take that out. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yep.
You can hear me?
I can.
One moment. Audio, AirPods, 1 second.
Not very
I'm gonna
well.
come back in. One moment.
Short technical difficulties, but I think we were getting ready to hear the nugget of the day from Steve here. One of the things that I always enjoy is when technical difficulties come, because then I'm on the camera by myself.
I'm back.
Right.
We're back.
Steve's back.
Try to charge the phone. Look what happened. So I think we're gonna go until my phone runs out. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of technology.
Yeah, man. Well, and if someone's watching this whole damn thing, good for them. You know, that's amazing. But yeah, no, I think what I was saying was content. If I'm an SDR today, I can create a channel. I can go out and get other videos that are already being made and sit in the corner and comment on it. Like that's the easiest thing you can do to get started. And I'm like, okay, at a minimum, do that. And the piece of advice that I give everybody is there's 2 websites you can go to today. I have no affiliation. These are research websites, SEMrush and vidIQ. It will literally tell you what questions people are asking online in real time. Put in your topics. Okay, I do content development, content-led selling. Okay, so who's actually talking about that? When you go and look, not that many people. Actually, about less than 200 a month. Type that word in. So no matter how cool we think that word is, no one else gives a shit. And
Right.
So why did we spend 6 months doing that? Talking about something that nobody cared about. So you might be talking about something or thinking you've got a great solution to something that nobody cares about. So even founders, oh, I've got a great solution. Well, if nobody has questions about fixing that problem, you should know to move on to the next thing quickly. There's very few times that people come along and invent something new, right? The iPhone, that was new, right? That changed the world. So that's different. Now every company wants to be like the iPhone. So create the company where companies want to be like you. That's the challenge that we have right now. And create the brand as a person and the salesperson that you are known for to transform, just like predictable revenue did 12 years ago. Who is the person? And that's me raising my hand, who's going to author us into the next generation. And that's where we're going.
That's awesome. No, I think that's the key. And I love that idea. I think we all talk, unfortunately, too much about stuff that isn't resonating in the market. I mean, even in sales calls, I think at times we talk about things that what our product does or what our features are or whatever those cool things that we think matter instead of really understanding what it is that brought them there to have this kind of conversation. Because you know, sales now is pushed way down the line. Like sales used to be the education part, but sales now isn't that. Like they've already
and they're coming in with
up.
pitchforks too, right? They're coming in with pitchforks and they're ready to riot because they also know that the secrets are out. The tactics are gone, man. There is no more, this is free. There is this. There is Alex Hormozy. All of a sudden, everybody's got a free offer now because they read his goddamn book. And it's like, guys, stop doing the same shit. Stop following the same people, because now all of a sudden everybody has, I cannot tell you how many times I've gotten from a coach in the last month, join my mastermind for free. Do you really think I want to join a free in mastermind? I want to join one that's really expensive and that's hard to get into, because there's people in there, you know? So like, let's not forget that it's not free people want, it's the thing they want for free.
Right.
So
Of
like,
course. That's
boy,
the thing.
like,
that's the thing. I want that thing. And then
not
and then I
your
want-
free. I want the thing I want for free, because nobody has trust. So that's why we're giving away for a month for free, because if someone actually takes us up on that, the call it the dopamine and the ego part of LinkedIn, which we figured out happens around week 3, when they get their first person who goes, holy shit, I saw you on LinkedIn, and they go, boom, I'm the king of the universe, right? We're getting paid for 6 months no matter what now. But on the underside, we still got to get revenue, right? So ego can carry you so far. You got to show up and start paying the bills. And so we've talked a lot on LinkedIn about posts and likes and, you know, join this cohort. You know, I'm just like, you know, I've been making $1 million a year for 3 years, and my likes have gone down significantly each year because I've niched down, and I only give a shit about solving problems, not my shirt sponsorship or how many people's lives I've changed, because I don't give a shit. I'm here to make people money. If that changes their life, great.
Right. Yeah,
It's not up to
100%.
me.
I agree.
I can't do that for them.
Yeah, well, that would be imposing a little bit too much.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think
I can't change their behaviors and attitudes and addictions. That's for Jesus and God to handle, I guess, or whatever your thing is.
Yeah, for sure. Well, one of the things I find unique is that when people come to LinkedIn, there, you know, everyone has their. It seems like everyone's got a strategy, right? Something they think is going to help them. And what you've just offered, I think, is something unique, which is like, I don't know where to start, which I thought was great. Well, just start on other people's, right?
Yeah, it's already there. Be the news anchor. Like, hey, have a 2-minute daily news show where you get the best of everything in media in your niche and just deliver it every day. Be the curator and be their best friend. Be the water boy. Be the water cooler. Put your I mean, like the Buddhist salesperson right now is winning. The person who has no ego and just is like water. They're just swimming, you know. They have no ego. They're just like, do you want this? Great. If it did this, could I get it to you? Great. There's servants. And they're out there just serving people water right now. Because right now people are thirsty as fuck for something that changes something. And they hear all these brands and everybody's got the best solution and they're dizzy and they have no money. And we still expect them to buy with a free offer. Well, what I would want to do is, hey, if I can give you this for free for 30 days, and if it proves this, we agree that you will pay this amount for the next 12 months. Is that sound like something that you would do? Yes, I'm interested, right? So it's a, if I can, then would you? And then you actually put it on paper. So that's my secret, is get a contract that starts to say for 30 days, because now you'll only do it if it matters to you, right? Because now you got to work. So 30 days, hey, if we meet this crazy thing that says what we say we do in our commercials,
right,
and our LinkedIn posts, right? Everybody listen up. I'll do what I say I do. And if I can, you'll pay me money. Because the deal is, everybody knows we're full of shit. So everybody wants to be an influencer. Everybody wants to be a fractional something, because it's easy. It's not easy at all. It's very hard, because I have no product other than me and my attitude that day. And some days my attitude sucks. And so if you can hide behind a SaaS product, good for you. Because my product is me. And my product is my posts, and convincing people to pay us $250,000 a year over LinkedIn is not easy. We're not selling PDFs and guru guides here. We're selling life-changing service and software. And that's hard, right? You guys are doing something big. You're on a mission to plant mango trees. People go, why are you doing that? And it gets very purposeful. So I would say for me, this gets very purposeful. Why? Because I got a chip on my shoulder. You know, because I had a company that was lead gen and I lived that life and it sucked. It is a stressful life. You know, every day someone, hey, did you get me an appointment? Did you get me an appointment? That's like when your kid gets home from school and go, did you get A's? Did you get A's? And eventually you get really stressed out and you go, you know what? F you. Like, and so we're in a place now where we never have to say F you, ever. No one ever asks us about appointments. It's not that we have money just shooting out, you know, every orifice in our body. It's that there's intent and a reason, and they're committed to it when they come in and they say, My brand is important. It will take time. And when it works, I want it to work. And when it works really well. And then their ego gets in the way. And usually year 2, they have an epic breakdown and a midlife crisis because they think they're going to go write a book and change the world. And I go, guys, we're just dipping our toes in the water. Like, you got to see a therapist for 6 months before you start taking this shit on full time, because it is brutal. It is brutal.
Yeah, that's true.
Hopefully,
Well,
this is very
stuff.
encouraging for everybody. I'm bringing the heat on a Monday morning, so
Yeah,
at a minimum,
it's a
I'm trying to
Monday
be
morning.
entertaining. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've all been entertained for sure. I've got
green. Did you see this? You guys are mangoes. I somehow coordinated to be green without even trying this morning. So
you got it Verdate up.
Yep.
Steve, what do you think the next thing for us is when you look at where we're going, like hyper personalization, AI, everything? Like, what do you see the future?
I see the future differently than that. I don't see it in broad stroke views of tactics. I see the future with the people who are listening to this all running $10 to $20 million companies by learning the agility of AI and learning the beauty of working with people like Mini Mangoes and people who you can patch in as fractional plugins who are proven. You can be very lean, and you can be a service company who white labels the software with a 78% margin in today's environment. You can scale that very quickly. You can test offerings out with things like Score App, test your audience, get it out there. And so all of that costs very little money, probably less than $500 a month. You can run a test and launch a product. We did that with Magnetic. We're at $66,000 a month in revenue on an idea and a concept. I'd rather take that than a W-2 paycheck. I'd rather wake up to a messy Fortnite party from my son and stumble into an interview and get it wrong than have my boss chew my ass because I wasn't ready for it. But that's just the stage of life I am. I took the hits in the face for 24 years to figure out what I want. So I think that's what people want. They want to run their own show and they want to leverage the tools to get there. And that will leave everybody looking back and wishing they would have took advantage of it now, because good luck in 2 years catching up to that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, it's been great to have you. I appreciate it. And I think we want to give
Who's
out
going to
that
take me up on the offer? Let's do it. Woo!
Yeah, that's the key. So we are sending out the offers to people afterwards. So we'll add that in. I'll have Isaac following up with everyone, and we've got a place to put those. Make sure we share them out.
Is that like an auction, right?
Like an auction.
Yeah, good. Well, here's the deal. Step up and bid on this thing and make a difference. Don't just take it because it's cheap, right? You're going to get a return on it. Make it at least a 4-digit donation here, guys. Plant 1,000 mango trees, or don't even, we're not showing up. We're not showing up to implementation.
We can do some mango. We can do some mango good for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to buy it myself for $1,000. My God.
Yeah. Well, the trees are only 10 cents a tree. So how many trees do you want to buy?
10,000. 10,000 to 1 million. Let's get it.
Sounds
1 million
good.
trees for Magnetic. If we do that, we'll change our website to raise another $1 million. If we raise $1 million.
Yeah, that would be awesome. We would love that.
Not $1 million, 1 million trees, just to be clear.
Trees, of course.
1 million
Yeah,
trees would be what, $10,000?
Yeah, 10,000.
Let's do it. 10,000, get 1 million trees. We'll match it and put it on our website to match it with another $1 million.
That would be great. That'd be great. We'll work with Isaac and his brother.
God, these guys are gonna step up the offer. They're all bringing like $9.99 off for a month. We're like giving away a house. This is great.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. We'll talk again
Bye.
soon. Hey, Adam.
What is up?
We'll flip this. We'll flip the. I'm not Adam. That's Adam. Yeah, I'm Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Nice to meet you virtually here. We really are excited to have you on. It's an interesting thing. Unfortunately, Isaac has gotten a little technical difficulty in hour 8 here of our long running broadcast.
I was gonna say I saw that. Like, what? That's crazy. Wow. what is this all about? Like an 11-hour marathon? Like what's that?
Yeah, yeah. We jam packed like a whole year of content, I think, into an 11-hour spot here. We've talked to some amazing people, and super excited to have you on. And for people that don't know who you are, we'd love to just have them give you like a little blurb about yourself and your company. That would be great.
Sure. So my name is Adam Robinson. I post a lot on LinkedIn. So if you're in B2B, you probably have seen my headshot and my name. And I'm the founder and CEO of retention.com and RB2B. Retention.com, we sell to e-commerce stores, and RB2B, we sell to B2B companies. This core tech is the same. It's person level website visitor identity. And retention.com's 22 million ARR bootstrapped, 4 years. RB2B, we launched it 16 weeks ago. We're at 1.25 million ARR bootstrapped again. And I'm doing a work in public and showing everyone literally everything that goes into doing that. Because 5 years ago, before I had done any of this, I would have done anything to see this content. Literally anything. Because no one else is making it. No one else has the time to sit down there and explain to you what it actually takes to start something from zero that actually gets to 1.3 million ARR in 16 weeks. On a tear. So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. No, that's what's so super excited to have you on and take the time to come on our little 11-hour journey, take your 20 minutes. But you've gotten some incredible results, and I'm sure everyone can go check it out. But what do you think from our just quick analysis? What's the secret? What do you find is the important nugget that we can take away?
Yeah. So saying this feels like a pretty kind of cop out thing to say, but I was on a podcast on Friday, and a guy was like, I want to ask you this question because somebody mentioned this in a comment, which I didn't even see. I try to answer all my comments on a post. They're like, Adam isn't doing anything new. His team just has incredible execution. And I think like any answer that I would give to that, and there's several, it just basically comes down to that. It's like the product was incredible. We did an unbelievable amount of discovery during this period in October of last year when we came up with it and when we dropped it. And we priced it in a way to where the offer was so good that you would be, it was like kind of this guy, Alex Hormozi, wrote this whole book called $100 Million Offers. It's like your offer should be so good that your target audience would feel stupid not doing it. Right.
Correct.
So like, tried to do that. The whole time our target market is on LinkedIn, and I've just been like dedicating my life to getting better at that craft. And it really is a craft. It's not just like you wake up one day and you can start writing posts like Santosh and I write. It's like, it took me 12 months to figure out what this machine wants from me. And it wants something different from everybody, right? Like, what do I mean? It's like the reason that my content now resonates with my audience is very specific to the perspective and experience that I have as it relates to this audience. And that just takes a while to crack. It's very similar to starting a startup. It takes you a while to get product market fit. It takes a while to get content market fit. So, but what I would say is like, I do think that all super powerful growth stories in startups are a combination of an absolutely killer product and an unbelievable distribution effort, even if that distribution effort doesn't look like one, right? Like even if a bunch of nerd engineers have engineered the marketing and distribution into the product and they refuse to acknowledge that it's marketing, it is marketing. Right. So it's just these two, it's as simple as that. It's like the marketing is great and the product is great. I wish it were that easy. It's like simple but impossible, right? Like easy to say, very difficult to do.
Coming together of those two definitely make sense. I feel like there are times where people, and you've done it, obviously you're doing it. I think there are founders out there who struggle. Like, I have a great product. I feel like I feel like it's solving a significant problem, but they can't get that market fit. So what is it that they need to kind of change in that? Is it a feedback loop? Is it talking to people more? Is there something that, would help that process? And maybe it's a different idea, right? Who knows?
So I just a bit about my journey. I started my first startup in 2014. I got it pretty quickly to 3 million ARR, and then it got stuck for 4 years at 3 million ARR. And it wasn't a death scenario because we only had 6 people and it was churning out $1.50 every year for the 3 founders, but it wasn't good because it was shrinking at 0.1% per month. Like you're basically walking a really long plank, right? Like, and that's not a great, that's not a great, that's the wrong, you know what I mean? Like that's just not a good position for a human being to exist in. And I know because I lived it, there's a bunch of psychology that goes into this entrepreneurship thing that I think, I mean, it was doing it for me. It prohibits you from acknowledging that your product just isn't good enough. Why? Because that means you're not good enough. You're spending your entire life doing something. And then I remember just like meeting with this, with this German guy that I knew who's like a serial entrepreneur and super gifted. And I'm explaining to him this plight that I was in. In fact, I just couldn't get this business going. And he's like, oh, the product isn't good enough. Right. Like just very matter of factly. He's like I just was reminded of like reading Arnold Schwarzenegger's book when he's like in a gym and he's just telling a bodybuilder, it's like, oh, you're fat. Like it's obvious. Like the reason you're not defined is because you're fat. And it's just like hearing you're fat is like impossible for us to internalize as an entrepreneur. But and I had the rebel. It's like, oh well, our G2 ratings are like, which by the way, like I like arbed, like I had figured out how to game that system in a way that no one else could. So we were getting like, voted #1 in customer experience in the space or whatever. But it's like at the end of the day, our product was not good enough. It was not, in my definition of good enough is it growing on its own in the wild with you doing nothing, right? If you don't do a single thing, if you shut off all of your marketing channels, is it bigger tomorrow than it is today? Or does it shrink, right? If you have it's bigger tomorrow than it is today, then you are either very close or you have product market fit, and then everything that you do will work. It's just a matter of selecting what the lowest hanging fruit is. If you do not have that, and I know because I lived it for 4 years, it's like nothing you will do will work, right? So like I would run into in another reason, a reason I get energy for creating this content is because the ferocity with which I would devour anything from anybody ahead of me on this journey about anything that they were trying. Like, there was just no content, right? There's just nobody explaining how they were doing stuff. So like a problem that I would face is I would bump into like a Facebook ads agency and they'd be like, oh, we can get Facebook ads to work with this. I have other SaaS clients like this, whatever. And then, you'd whatever, do it, spend 50 grand over 6 months and you wouldn't get a single profitable customer, right? Why? The Facebook ads worked for business XYZ in my space that actually had product market fit that like I couldn't really figure out like what the difference was, but they didn't work for me. It's because product wasn't good enough. And now I know that this content is not about like it's inspirational, but it's not prescriptive, right? Like no one's going to be able to do what I do with our B2B and make it work. Like if our competitors tried, they couldn't do it just because it's what I'm doing. And like, it's what the world wants from me, right? It's my art. Whereas like competitor XYZ, if they try to copy it, they'll get a couple percent of the market, but like, it's just not what the world wants. So yeah, it's a brutal answer, but like, I think people are delusional about the very idea that their products are good enough because it's like self-protection. Like you have to as an entrepreneur. How do you get up in the morning, accepting the fact that it's just not good enough, right? Like, I don't know what else to say.
Yeah,
It's
I've
just
had to
hard.
deliver that. I've had to deliver that to a few founders before myself as a marketing guy, right? I'm sitting here going, we can do all the marketing in the world, but honestly,
Totally.
guys, we need to fix these product things, right? And they don't
Yes.
want to hear that, right? Sometimes
Right.
it's like, it's hard.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, I think the dream for someone like you is you get a good enough brand as someone who provides marketing services that you're only dealing with people like me. Somebody shows up, they're like, my business grew 122% last month. It's like, I can make that work. You know what I mean? It's like, I will be able to make that go way faster, right?
Yeah,
But if
for
you're
sure.
looking at someone at the same stage, that's like, oh, you know, I grew my 1 million ARR SaaS 3% last month. It's like, there's not going to
Well,
be
I've gone
ad.
backwards. I've lost 4 customers and I need
Yeah,
marketing help.
exactly. Yeah, it's like there's not going to be an ad or post in the world that will fix that, right? Like,
Right.
so yeah, it's sad and hopeful at the same time. It's like really deflating if that's the stage that you're at. But like, I just think my journey is such a great testament. Like, I thought during that journey that I could only grow 3 million ARR SaaS companies. And I was trying to start other 3 million ARR SaaS companies. Right.
Right.
And like, if you just keep trying to build better products, like, it will work. You know, like you stay alive, right? Like that's the hopefulness of the journey.
No, I think that's so true. I mean, I've lived it in my own life, and a few times. I haven't built the AR that you've done, but in the sense that you've got to go through the valley of self-discovery, something that happened, it's not working. What do I have to change? And I think that process, all of us need to do that. It's kind of a daily thing a little bit, but then really understanding that if you're going to grow something that's going to be that fast, that intense, something has to ignite that, and it has to start with providing the value to that person. That product has to be great, and so it's amazing that you have that background. Tell us something else that you think resonates with you in your background and in your story that could help one of the entrepreneurs out there that wants to have their business grow.
Sure. Sorry, I have this surge protector that's taped to the underside of my desk, and it's hanging by a thread. And I was worried that if it fell to the ground, everything would go black. So I just rested it on my chair. That's what I was doing.
Perfect.
So I'm very interested in this idea that outbound pipeline creation has just, I mean, for most people, I think it's just become impossible. You know, and I think the people who are doing really well. So an epiphany that I had during 2023 was I previously believed from the predictable revenue book and whatever else that demand was created by SDRs and BDRs, meaning they could just email executives at a company and say, hey, can I talk to you about this? And that's where the thing got started.
Right.
I think that so many people are doing that right now that whereas that was disproportionately effective over a 5 or 10 year period, now we're back in this position where marketing is actually disproportionately effective versus that motion. And you still need people doing that motion, but it's like 1/10 as many. And what they're actually doing rather than creating demand is just capturing demand. So I believe that sources of original demand are things like this. The hard thing is you can't measure them, right?
Sure.
So it's like you can only sort of measure these conversion points in your funnel. It's hard to measure anything that's really increasing the top of it.
Right.
So letting that idea sink in as a founder, I think it can only help you. And I made a post about it last week. It's like, what's very interesting to me is the thing, I spend my entire week doing stuff like this and writing LinkedIn posts. And that's almost my entire job at this point. I've handed off everything else because I just have this crazy idea that like in this moment, it's doing more for me than literally anything else. It's making the top of our funnel incredibly wide. I would have no idea what ever came from this, but it's in the space. You have an audience. it's worth me doing, right?
Right.
But you can't measure it. So if you have investors asking you what's the attribution on how you're spending your time, it becomes a huge problem. They make you feel like an idiot for like spending your life making content, right?
Sure.
If you hire data-driven marketers, they're going to tell you to spend it other ways because you can't assign any type of attributed value. But like, here's the thing that I think is important to let marinate. Google is not a source, right? That demand got created somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like that is capturing demand that someone else heard about you elsewhere. So when you think about really how, in the beginning, it's all about awareness and top of funnel. And then as you get huge, optimizing conversion points has such a disproportionate effect to the amount you're paying people to do it. But in the beginning, it's just like, how instead of 5 people knowing about me, do I get that to 5,000 and then 500,000, right?
Right.
Doing that thought experiment is I think what founders would benefit from like the most.
So true. So we unfortunately have run out of our 20-minute slot. Adam, I'm sure we could talk a lot. You have a lot of wisdom to share with us, but you can always catch more of his content, obviously, on his LinkedIn. And if there's anything that you want to leave us with, a final thought or a Godfather offer, something we can't refuse to use your product, definitely offer it up to our listeners and our viewers. And we're going to be sending that out to people after the event. So
sure,
Adam, we appreciate that.
Yes, just go to rb2b.com and to get 15% off your first 3 months. The coupon code is 15-3.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, Adam. We
Thank
appreciate you for that offer.
And mad respect for doing this marathon, by the way. That's just awesome.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a great, and we hope to get Isaac back, but he had a little bit of a challenge. So sorry he couldn't be here. You got the substitute host, Mark. So
all good.
Appreciate
Mark.
it, Adam.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye now. All right. I think we have Stefan coming in next. So we'll be rolling to somebody else. Well, maybe not. Here we go. Hola. How are you? Welcome.
So, dialing straight in from the Netherlands. All good here.
Perfect. And I'm dialing straight in from Miami.
So, that's sounds
nice
sunny, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's a nice day here. So,
yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us. And if you just don't mind joining our podcast, we're on almost hour 8.5. So we're going live here. So you've come in at the right time. We appreciate you joining. Why don't you give us just a quick rundown of who you are, a little summary, and your company, and the Bootstrapper of the Year award I see.
Yeah, I lately won that amazing award by TechPon in Romania, and I'm just a simple bootstrap SaaS founder coming from the Netherlands, and I'm one of the co-founders from Expandy, this world's leading LinkedIn software for automation, and we are currently at 9 million, somehow around that. So I know a thing or two about LinkedIn tactics, especially lead gen, hacks, and all these things. So that's what I mainly share in public, and that's where we are today.
Well, thanks for welcome and for coming in. So when you talk about LinkedIn, what are some of the things that you've seen, halfway through 2024? Obviously, AI is all the rage. People making a lot of AI and AI posts. What do you think relates to that, right? So what do you think people resonate on that, or how do we know that it's a real post versus not a real post?
Yeah, I think Adam just already shared a couple of great things before me, right?
Yeah.
If you go a bit back, I think as a platform is growing super fast with almost over 1 billion active users who leverage LinkedIn. And it was mainly, if you go back 2-3 years ago, it was mainly used for lead gen purposes, and everybody who leveraged LinkedIn 2 years ago was only focused on making as much as possible connections. And LinkedIn is actually fighting two things. The biggest main problem is fighting spam with a lot of users who want to approach each other. And they have difficulties with educating their users on the platform on how to leverage it the best way. So I think there's somehow a change and a pivot towards content. So yeah, the role of content will become more important than ever before. I also see that for the ones who still want to leverage LinkedIn for lead gen, it's not working anymore with spray and pray approaches. They limited the amount of connections and actions we all can do on the platform. So we actually need to do a better job in searching for people, finding the right audiences. And one of the things is building brand, just like Adam said before. I think that's one of the ways to go. Because if you build an audience and people who start following you and engaging with your content, it's way more easy to build out inbound funnels and engage with all the people who like or who comment on your content or who visit your profile if it's attractive enough, and build inbound funnels from there on as a starting point to make a bit of a more warmer hook and smoother introduction. In terms of AI, I think there are a couple of tools out there which help a lot of us to generate content, or at least to come up with ideas. And I think it's not bad to because we all can commit somehow that we all understand we need to produce content on LinkedIn. We want to be part of the ecosystem. Still, maybe 3 or 4% of all LinkedIn users are producing content. So if you start doing it now, you're ahead of the game. But it's impractical with as a busy founder or someone else in a sales related or marketing related job. It's very hard to commit each and every day to do exactly the same thing. So I think if we can use AI first and foremost for inspiration, that would be good.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and I know you've had a long-standing relationship with Isaac. Sorry he couldn't be here. You get me as a substitute, and with your Expandy software, it's a great tool that many companies have been using. And when you've been in this industry as long as you have, and you've seen it, like you mentioned, the changes of what you can do and can't do. How do you see, I guess you answered it a little bit, but can you expand on where you see LinkedIn as a tool? Is it going to continue to grow at the pace it has? Like you mentioned, 1 billion users. Do you think that is, and then I know Adam mentioned it too, but how do you really resonate? Like, yeah, you only got 2 or 3% content management, but there's a lot of content. So, where do you see that curve going? Up or flatlined, or what's your thought there?
I think it's by far the best B2B platform. It's the most enriched. You can find the most actual data. So I think no matter how people want to use LinkedIn, it's somehow the place to be. Some people come for finding people because they need to find new colleagues and they want to scrape data from the platform. Other people want to approach audiences because they have an open job role, or they want to attract new colleagues. So let's say for recruitment purposes. Other companies are only leveraging LinkedIn for advertisements, as that's by far still their biggest revenue stream. Other people just want to approach people to not spam, but just engage with people to make new contacts and to do business. And other people hosting events more and more like these ones, and they leverage their first degree audiences to create awareness and to invite people for their event. So I think there are so many different purposes on how to use the platform that there are still a lot of opportunities. It's only, in my believing, the case that the ones who want to take the shortcut and only want to blast out and reach a lot of people in a very short amount of time with reverse targeting, and it will slowly separate the men from the boys, right? Because people who do not get results, who do not get are that patient, who do not do a proper searches, who not spending enough time to do to build out a quality approach, they will most likely go to other channels where they still can leverage spray and pray approaches. So
Yeah.
in terms of that, it's definitely a good thing. But I believe that the platform keeps growing, but that it's maybe not for everyone. If you not adopt towards their new standards and the way LinkedIn want all of us to use the platform.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's a growing marketplace, and I think we're all try to understand it at different levels. Interesting. I'm sure we all have stories of success that we can go through. Can you mention any of your kind of journey along the way that you think would help a founder or a person that could use some tactical advice or just inspiration from a story that you might have?
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to start with, because everybody, I guess, understands LinkedIn is the B2B platform to be. We need to be there, but there are so many opportunities. So where do we need to start, right? And let's say if for founders, for business owners who, just like Adam told, we want to build out a brand and authority, I think it's a good way to start with content, to optimize your profile, so that the people who engage with your content, that you also attract them towards your profile. And then from there on, you can build out very easy inbound flows. That could be an interesting way to engage with people. So producing content, optimizing your profile, subscribe, or at least buy the paid Sales Navigator subscription, so that you exactly can see which people visited your profile. And from there on, it's quite easy to engage with the ones who match your personas or your ICP. And another easy thing to do is that every industry has some industry experts, has some rock stars, and they most likely also want to go in the content game, and they start producing content. And if you find one of these people in your industry or in your niche who have a lot of reach and a lot of people who engage with their content, it's quite easy to go to their posts, to scrape their posts, and to import all the people who, for example, liked or commented on that specific post. From there on, you actually know that they are interested in that topic or on that specific influencer, and it will help you to make an easy hook. Let's say I'm also a fan of Adam's post about topic XYZ or fast-growing companies. I wrote a guide about a similar tactic. I would love to have feedback from you. So I think that's still quite an easy way, which is not that time. It will not cost that much time. Just go to the basic search bar on LinkedIn, find one of the influencers you want to engage with, select some of their posts, import the people, and start approaching them or following their profiles. And if they visit your profile back, make a smooth introduction. These kind of things. And from another practical standpoint was that I mentioned in the beginning of our conversation that originally, actually, everybody was focused on making as much as possible connections, and use them mainly for lead gen purposes. But after the moment they not reply, they just stuck into your first degree connections, and most of the people do never touch base on them anymore. So I think, because I studied a lot of things on LinkedIn and which directions they go, and aside content, I think hosting your own LinkedIn event, like you guys are doing right now, or a webinar or a live session, could be a great opportunity, as you can create it within 5 minutes on LinkedIn. But the main challenge for a lot of people is, okay, if I decide to host an event or a live session or a webinar, how do I get a lot of people towards that event? And you can leverage your first degree connections to invite them towards your event, because they already heard about you. They see most likely your content. They see you engage with other people's content. So they should see you as sort of an industry expert, and that will make it way more easier to engage with them and invite them for one of the events you're planning to host. So that could be an alternative to do, which is still working quite well. Another
Yeah, for
thing
sure.
to,
They don't have to be 8-hour long or 11-hour long events either.
no, it can be 20 minutes, 30 minutes as well. So that's how I, for example, use LinkedIn as well, or leverage my first degree connections. What you also can do is going to your basic search bar, you can fill in any specific keyword related to your business topic, or and select after that the tab events, and then it will show all the upcoming events related to that specific keyword. And if you click on the attend button, you will get access to the whole attendees list. And you can leverage a tool like Expandy, for example, to import all these people, so the other attendees. You can start engaging with them, for example, following their profiles or visiting their profiles, warm it up slowly. You can export the email addresses to maybe do a retargeting on it, or use it as a custom audiences in another tool. So I think there are a lot of opportunities which you, within a couple of clicks, can leverage. So I think the best one is still engaging with other people's content, and find an industry expert, scrape their posts, and engage with these people any way you want. Host your own event, that's the second one. And invite your first degree connections, because these people already know you, they trust you, they have heard and seen you before. And the other one is leveraging other people's events and their audiences if it's a similar business topic. So I think these are the most easiest to do without
Those are three
too many
gold
hurdles.
nuggets.
Say it like
Those are three gold nuggets right there. So
Yeah.
we definitely appreciate that. Looks like we're running out of time, but I do appreciate you joining and offering. Sorry, my cup went. Offering your insight. We do have offers that we give. We'll follow back up with people and they'll be able to find special offers. So if you want to offer anything to our audience or the listeners on Expandy, you can offer that back up to Isaac. Isaac's going to follow up with people. So
yeah.
Stefan, we appreciate you joining, and as always, a long-term partner. And so very happy to have you as a part of our Many Mangoes team for so long. So thanks again for all the years of support you've given us.
Likewise, it's a blast working with you guys, that you're bringing up this great event with such amazing speakers. Keep crushing it, and I wish you good luck with the next couple of hours.
We've got to finish off strong. With Isaac not here, I feel like we're missing some of the MangoMagic. So I'm trying to pull in the MangoMagic that I can. So, all right. So appreciate it so much. We'll talk again soon.
We do. Have a good one.
Okay, bye now.
Bye-bye.
For those who may have missed that, was I'm here in spirit, Isaac. Thank you. Appreciate that. Expandy. So if you want to learn more about Expandy, it's a great tool that we use here. You can always reach out to us here at Many Mangoes as well. All right. Joining us now.
It's not Matt.
Wait. Not Matt. Wait.
So, can you see me?
No. Not yet. It's Felipe joining.
Wait. Yes. So while we're waiting for Matthew, he will be right with us, so we can chit chat a little bit. What do you think about these last guests? They're amazing.
Yeah, they were awesome. I think Isaac, I'm doing my best in your stead, but these
You're
speakers you
doing
had
a
lined
great
up
job.
were
You're doing a
amazing.
great job.
I'm doing,
Great.
the speakers are amazing though. I mean, these guys that we've had these last few here have been really, really insightful and awesome. So it's one of those moments where you're like, these people could talk for a lot longer, right? I feel like
Yeah,
there's
of course.
so much more
20 minutes.
information we could get from them.
20 minutes for them is so little, but I mean, you're getting the nuggets, the golden nuggets. So I think that's the key here, to have 20 minutes actionable content.
Actionable spot. That's what I loved about what Stefan just gave us, like the actionable items that we can actually implement right now. Something you can go and do right now, which is great. So today we also have, what's some of the speakers we have coming up? We have what's left in we're in 8 hours and 45 minutes.
So we are having Amir. Then we have, so wait, let me check.
Yeah, sorry, I put you on the spot.
No worries. Wait one. We have Art from, he's on the lobby waiting. So maybe we can, there we go. There is Matthew. Okay. Okay, Mark, I leave you with Mr. Matthew.
All right. Matthew. How are you? Mark Lichty. Is it afternoon for you? It's morning for me. So
well, the first thing I wanted to call out is to all my fellow Canucks across Canada. Happy Canada Day to all. It's July 1st is actually our National Independence Day. So happy Canada Day and best wishes to all fellow Canadians.
Yeah, well, there you go. We wish you all that happiness as well, enjoying your holiday festivities, right? So
absolutely.
Well, cool. Well, Matthew, I appreciate you joining the MangoMagic series. We're super excited about it. As I mentioned a little bit, we've had some great speakers. I'm glad to have you on. If you could give us just a little bit about your background, your company, some of the things that highlight in your bio real quick, just so that our listeners and viewers can understand who you are.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So I'm the CEO of a company called Sales Training Experts. We're a management consulting firm. We specialize in coaching, training, and go-to-market strategy consulting with our clients. We've got a diverse portfolio from startups to scale-ups to public sector clients, and various incubators that we're involved with as advisory status, and so on. And a little bit about some of our area of expertise, and what I wanted to share with the audience today is the notion of qualification along the sales process at both kind of two levels, macro level and micro level, is sort of the topic at hand today. And one of the areas that we actually spend a lot of our time with clients is on this idea of validation as it relates to your value proposition. So, rather than investing a ton of infrastructure, human capital, financial capital, etc., why not make sure that your value proposition is still relevant in today's marketplace? So it's a bit of this, let's zoom out for a second before we, double down into the various strategies and tactics in the marketplace. So that's what I want to talk to everyone about in the audience, is the notion of qualification.
Nice. Well, it's an important topic, and I think people definitely we've heard it a couple times, and it resonates in the industry. But I think we definitely want to hear your take on it. But I think when you talk about qualification, can you highlight what you mean specifically? Take a step back. We're looking at it from the value proposition, but what do you mean? Give us a little bit more insight there.
Yeah, thanks for that. And this is something I also, in my spare time, an adjunct professor at the University of New Brunswick in my local university, and I teach students, MBA students, essentially how to do this qualification as it relates to, trying to pitch a VC or trying to get their first job. What are the principles around qualification and how to apply that in a sales scenario? So, high level is this, right? We know this, the number one value in our economy, the number one commodity is time. Even Warren Buffett, with all of his wealth, cannot buy any time. No one can get more time back. So by virtue of that being the most important commodity and asset in our culture, you have to be very specific as to where you're placing your bets at in a corporation, whether it's a startup, whether it's a turnaround, whether it's a scale up. You can only place your bets in certain areas. Therefore, when you place your bets, you absolutely better nail it. So that's the sort of framework around qualification, is knowing that we only have so much resources and energy to go after so many opportunities. So at a macro level, when we think about it and we start engaging with clients, we do this zoom out process, which is a validation of the value proposition. And what I mean by that is, so first of all, do you have an ICP, right? Do you have that ideal client profile? That's first step on the map, right? And even like one step even before, do you have an ICP? Has the problem that you're solving for in the industry changed, right? So you started out with an initial hypothesis as a founder or as a company, etc. But has that changed? Are there some higher level industry regulations or things like sustainability with our climate changing? Are there some macro level factors impacting your initial hypothesis that you had in the marketplace and what's been getting traction? So we kind of take a step back and say, okay, let's validate this. Are we still solving for the same problem? A. B, has the ICP changed? Are we still talking to the same ICP? And then C, of course, inside of that ideal client profile, who exactly is the persona in the organization that owns the pain for this higher level problem that we're solving for? Okay. And then where the value proposition comes into it is, does your firm and its core foundational value proposition and what they're solving, is it still relevant today? Do we need to change it? Has the sector changed? Has the segment changed? So it's a bit of a validation. That's kind of how we like to start at Sales Training Experts, is get a sense of this validation of the original hypothesis, problem statement, and ideal client profile, as well as persona. So that's kind of step one at a very macro level around sales qualification. I just take it up at the highest level, because there's no point in going into the micro level around sales qualification if the macros don't work. So I can't help you if your product is no longer relevant, if the UI UX interface it needs to be updated, you got technical debt. If you price yourself out of the market as a sales consultant, as a manager, I can't help you with that. You got to kind of work around some of these macro things before you set the go-to-market strategy plan in place for your sales organization. Okay, so that's the macro. Getting into more of sort of the micro is we take a page out of the book, Always Be Qualifying. There's a sales qualification framework that is well known in corporate B2B sales, which is called MEDIC, right? And what we want to be doing is we want to qualify, the sales conversation very early in the sales process, right? Because going back to what I said, you can only place your bets on certain opportunities. Let's hopefully they're lined up at this 50,000 foot view. And then we go down to next, assuming that you got that product market fit, and we're validating in that initial stage. The first thing we're qualifying for is the right stakeholder and making sure that they're bringing the appropriate stakeholders to the initial discovery or qualification call, right? And that's as simple as qualifying for time. How much time do we have? Qualifying the agenda. Are the three things that we initially talked about in the cold outreach, is that still relevant in terms of an agenda perspective for this initial qualification? And then, of course, we're qualifying to make sure that what our firm brings is relevant to what the customer is trying to solve for. So we have a sales hypothesis that we're trying to qualify to make sure that that is relevant to the highest level strategic priorities inside of the business organization. So really, even that first initial discovery call, we're in this notion, we're in the stage of qualification because we think we know what's important to this organization. We've done some high level research and we think that your company is focused on X, but we don't know that until we have this initial qualification, right? Validation with a customer to say, are you really placing your bets in this area? If so, we've got some solutions that we've helped your peers in, I don't know, let's say the high-tech sector or oil and gas, or you name the sector. I'm going to take a pause right there because I've already talked about macro qualification and then, of course, micro level qualification.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's part of the sales process, and I think too, there's a unique trend, obviously, that's been happening is we try to qualify using marketing or using some other things, using LinkedIn, do some understanding of who our ideal customer profiles. Again, to your point, finding the profile that's the persona or the title that person could own that pain. So how much time do you think, from a tactical standpoint, should salespeople be, focused on that, right? Founders are going to have the macro level things, but if I'm a guy that's out in the trying to be sales oriented, how do I really find that pain in that organization?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. So to your point about time is, again, the theme here. We only have so much time, so we got to place our bets very specifically, right? So as it relates to time, what we want to do is segment or tier our accounts. So if I'm a business development executive, strategic account executive, or just like an open field, greenfield hunter, or small and medium business, I'll take my accounts and what you want to do is you kind of have a tier structure. Tier 1 or named accounts or high profile accounts, whatever vernacular you want to use. We'll just say Tier 1 accounts are the ones that we feel have the highest potential net revenue, long-term value to a client. We believe that these ones are the best ones we're going to place our efforts on. We'll call them Tier 1. Tier 2 are ones that we think that, definitely there's something that's going to resonate, but we're unsure. So we'll call them Tier 2. And Tier 3 are, we're just going to kind of do a volume-based approach in this sort of segment. So in Tier 1, you're going to want to spend a lot of time researching these accounts, right? So hop on, first of all, the short tip is if they're publicly traded, go immediately on to their landing page and go to investor relations. Investor relations is the spot where publicly traded companies articulate themselves to the market. They are trying to sell you on why you want to buy my shares, right? Why the share value is where it is today. So it's their public interfacing documents on how they're selling their company. So hop on to investor relations, look at an investor relations pitch deck, perhaps jump onto one of their latest shareholder calls, webcast. And in that webcast, you're going to hear, some of the core challenges and opportunities that these executives are grappling with. You're also going to get a sense of some of the, big investment banks like Morgan Stanley and so on and so forth. They're going to be challenging these executives on, is this the right path to prosperity? So in that dialogue, when you're listening to these shareholder calls, it's absolutely gold in terms of this is where this Fortune 500 company or this Fortune 1000 company is focused on. This is where they place their bets. And for you as a sales leader or individual sales professional in a sales opportunity, that's the most critical part because you have to hook your individual value proposition to what they're placing their bets on. That's how you're resonating. They're focused on solving this problem. You want to show how you can actually help, and then most importantly, how you have helped other peers in the same industry sector. So you're selling in oil and gas, and you got a strong use case. That is what you want to leverage in your initial sales process. So, at a summary, you're going to spend a lot more time, high-level research on Tier 1 accounts, a little less time, more cursory, for Tier 2. Check out their social media properties, check out maybe some Google research, go to Google News, find out some relevant articles and so on. And then Tier 3 is going to be more of a volume game. So that's sort of how I would go in terms of time and making sure that I'm spending amount of time. And I go back to this notion of qualification because I've had clients that have placed their bets on one or two bellwether major lighthouse accounts, and it's sunk their business. It sunk their business.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. I've had a story kind of similar in that sense where, my career, I focused heavily on a couple elephants, in those top tier. We know there's a problem, but what I learned was there's this curve or this, it's not just I want them. Like the kind of this graph, right? That how much do I want them as a customer? That's what I focused on versus how much do they need me on the other side of that. So it's like how much they need me and how much I want them. And that top corner of that quadrant is really the accounts that I should be going after. But I went after only the ones that really wanted me, that they didn't know me. They didn't like, you get my point, right? It's like, it's a learning curve there. So I was just going to ask you that, like, how do you really focus on those tier ones? How do you know you're spending those bets correctly? You got to come up with something that's giving you some insight back that they have some interest. To your point, you did the research on their website, investor relations, et cetera. But what are some practical tips around that?
Yeah, no, that's good. So once you've done your homework at a high level, now it's the plane has to go down on the ground. First of all, the plane's 50,000 foot in the air. Now it needs to go on the ground. You need to actually, maybe start pulling some parts out of the engine, right? And that is going back to qualification frameworks and early in the sales process, very early on in that first initial call. Your job is to think qualify out, not qualify in. Okay. Right. Reverse engineer how you think about qualifying opportunities. You have to be asking yourself, why are they going to go for me? Why are we aligned? Right. So think, what do I not know in the sales opportunity? So in terms of some basic frameworks, you can use BANT, right? BANT, which is, qualifying on budget, authority, who are the stakeholders, the need, what's the level of need. And then, of course, T time frame. Is this an in-year opportunity or an out-year opportunity? That's another thing as it relates to timing and running a sales pipeline is you need to make sure that these projects are in-year projects. How many times you chasing an opportunity only to find out it's a 2025 project? Well, 2025, I don't even know where we're going to be at in 2025. That's way too long in terms of qualification. Now you know where you can spend your time at relative to where the opportunities are. So you got to qualify very early in the process and make sure if they're not a fit, right, in terms of we can't help them, there's nothing we can solve together, we can't be a partner, you got to move them out fast, qualify fast and furious. Another qualification framework that could be deployed, as I mentioned earlier, is MEDIC, right? MEDIC stands for a specific thing. It's metric. What's the actual metric of a business outcome you're trying to solve for? Economic buyer, E. Who is actually the economic stakeholder, right? D is decision-making process, right? How do they actually make decisions inside the organization? D is the other, who is the stakeholder composition of decision makers, right? I is identifying pain, right? Is there a serious problem in here? And C is champion or coach. Do you have an internal champion that can help you migrate the political landscape inside a potential account? And I think someone's kind of asking a question about what's next. I'm not sure if that's okay. And of course, next step in the sales process, that's absolutely critical when you're qualifying, is making sure you have a next step at the end of that call, whether the next step is, hey, perhaps we'll reconvene in a year or so, or the next step is, yeah, we're going to get together next Thursday at 3. How's your calendar? So we can continue on this conversation. I'm going to send you a very high-level executive summary of our conversation we had today, so that we can socialize some of those points internally with some other stakeholders. And of course, that's the other part of that. After that first initial call, is you want to qualify what other stakeholders need to be on the next call, right? Because as we know from the great data with Gartner and so on, there's an average of 5.4 stakeholders in a decision that was written from the Challenger framework. Now Gartner's got it up to about 12 stakeholders in an enterprise deal cycle. So we need to make sure that stakeholders
it's so true. I've seen that it's almost like decision by, it used to be committee, but now it's decision by community. Okay.
Yes.
Like it's a totally changed environment in that scenario in some of these larger corporations. And it's such a hard thing. It's like, again, you went from where I used to be able to make decisions with one, like the CEO and the CFO.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
I got the CEO's buy-in. Now I just got to get the budget and I'm in. And now it turned into, okay, I've got to have 4 or 5 people in. Now it's like 14 people. Like and that account map has grown so much. Anyway, so speak a little bit to that. Like, how do you navigate that in a larger sale?
Yeah, so that's a great point. So, Matthew Dixon, which was one of the authors of the Challenger Framework, just recently published a book called The Jolt Effect. And the Jolt Effect essentially took 2.5 million calls recorded over COVID. So it's the largest data sample in the sales profession that's been available. And we are at that 12-ish stakeholder composition, but the key issue that we're grappling with now as it relates to sales thought leadership is how do you de-risk decisions for executives? So I could provide you a solid business case, a solid rationale to move forward with my organization. The ROI could be clear. We could be aligned at a value level, but someone's going to put their neck on the line. Someone's going to sign that deal. How do we de-risk it for that individual stakeholder that's got to put their name to the deal, right? We have a growing new demographic of stakeholders, the millennials, and then, of course, the Zs are coming into that decision-making process. And what we need to do is we need to provide them with evidence, right? So provide them with the comfort they need to actually move forward. Because right now, the number one issue with deals not moving forward is no decision, not no. Yeah. We said no to the vendor, but no decision because we couldn't even make a decision. So that's our job. Our job is to make sure that everyone in the stakeholder composition is comfortable, make sure that individual person that's going to sign off feels that this is a good deal and they've got the rationale, and we got to coach them along. Going back to that C on Medic, that's where our champions can be really helpful to make sure we can kind of push that deal across the line.
Well, Matthew, we appreciate it. We've run out of time. We love having you on. It was a great conversation. If you want to learn more about Matthew and his team, we'll have an offer to give, and we'll send some more information out a little bit to follow back up. So, Matthew, appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. And we've got a quick second to switch over. So, thanks again.
Thanks again, everyone, the Many Mangoes team, and happy Canada Day to all the Canadians out there.
Yeah. All right. All right. Looks like we got Amir joining us now.
What's up?
How are you?
Yeah, it can't be better, man. Doing well. Probably lower my camera a little bit, but I'm good.
Yeah, well, I was kind of thrown into the hot seat. Isaac is not here, but you got Mark as your kind of your host today. So yeah. I ended up in a perfect spot, but then my computer, ran out of juice. So now I have to plug
need the battery.
Yeah, the battery. One of those battery issues.
Batteries are important.
Anyway,
I think he's straight on my camera. I don't know why it's here. Talk to you. Yeah, it's straight or is a little bit crooked?
It looks perfect, I think. I've gone to the handheld version.
There you go.
All right. Well, Amir, appreciate you joining our. We're on just past hour 9 on our live stream, so we're super excited. We've had a lot of great guests. We appreciate you joining us. And if you could just give everyone here just a little snippet about yourself and your company, just a quick introduction, that would be great.
Sure. Name's Amir Ryder. I've been a serial entrepreneur for quite some time. I'm 41 now, so I've been at it since 22. CloudTask was a outsourced sales agency similar to Many Mangoes in that department. We were focused on helping SaaS companies and got up to about 265 contractors, employees down in Latin America before deciding to pivot to a marketplace, and that we are a marketplace for sales services. So all the lead gen agencies, sales agencies, SEO, B2B, sales consultants, trainers, you name it. And then we also have over 2,000 sales softwares and technologies, database companies, ZoomInfos, Apollos, Clay, that kind of stuff. And then over 10,000 plus remote candidates that specialize in customer-facing roles, SDRs, account executives, CX. And we really, as a marketplace, we don't aim to be the top 1% of talent worldwide. We don't aim to be the cheapest. We're really focused on helping buyers and sellers find either services or agencies or software based on the softwares you already use, right? So kind of like a RevOps marketplace where if I wanted to go find candidates, the SDRs that have used Apollo or Smart Lead or any of those softwares, I could search with that software to find people that have experience with it. So really using and connecting buyers and sellers with all that sales technology out there. And that's been our focus for the last 2 years. Really excited about it. And in one of our departments, which is our remote candidate department, really focused on Latin America, although we're global. So anybody in the States, Canada, you guys can all sign up. We just focus on Latin America. Just has a lot to do with the lower costs and just huge opportunity for SaaS companies and other companies alike to hire in Latin America. And that's a high level of who we are and what we do. And quite passionate about
thanks.
it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much. So why don't you give us a little bit of insight on your journey of what you find kind of as a big, turning point that you went from an agency to this other provider. What was your thought process and how'd you kind of get to that?
The turning point was interesting because it was our best year ever. So it was like our first year that we became very close to 7 figures of EBITDA, which is just obviously not super easy to achieve. And it happened a lot due to the fact that the status quo in the industry I thought was so low, where you couldn't tell a buyer the truth or else you'd go to your competition, and it kind of created this really low bar that really, I would say, upset me. So I kind of found myself being a little bit, I would say, turned off for the fact that in order to grow my agency, I kind of had to tell people what they wanted to hear, and that basically if I was truthful and honest and I took that more consultative that scientific doctor approach, I would turn people off. And then I took the opportunity to pivot to marketplace, because now when you have 300 lead gen agencies, you got pay per meeting, you got ones that are enterprise, you have a different platform to gain someone's trust that hey, if you want to buy a car and you go to Mercedes, they're probably going to sell you Mercedes. But if you go to a dealership that has BMW, Audi, Mercedes, and a few other brands, you kind of feel like you're getting the right recommendation, because a business is for for-profit business, and you have to have more variety in order to give someone the right recommendation. So, we pivoted basically based on that, where just saw the fact that every buyer was kind of oh, I want 15 meetings in month 1. And if you told a buyer hey, you don't really have market validation yet, you don't have product market fit, it might take 90 days, which is truthful, they get turned off. So just kind of saw that the industry was it was not clear, that there wasn't a lot of transparency, right? Even if you look at the way people buy software, if you look at G2 Crowd or these other companies, they sell intent data and they sell sponsorship. So that's not customer centric. It's basically whoever has the most money can buy your data and market to you. And I don't, can you imagine that? When you went to a doctor's office, and it's kind of like that, but the company that had the most marketing material gave you the medicine versus not taking blood work, and so it's just seeing what's existing when it comes to buying software, and it's really a pay to play. And what we really want to get at is more of that Airbnb kind of style of shopping and buying, but for sales services, where instead of having reviews, we collect LTV, right? You can fake reviews, but you can't fake the fact that a company bought Apollo that was a startup and lasted 2 years, right? So just that's the direction. That's kind of that was what happened.
Nice. It's cool. So from the data that you're seeing with all the people that you're interacting with in your marketplace, between even the people that are interested in buying the services or the service providers. What do you feel the trend is? What's trending in halfway through 2024 in your mind in the sales and demand gen world?
It's a good question. It's hard to see. What I've noticed now is that some of the lag effects of just like raising interest rates are now hitting now, and it's hard to really see a new trend, because the main trend I think is coming from just COVID, where like everyone got hired and everybody got a promotion, and now the truth is hitting the fan where now the hiring companies are more in demand and there's more job applications. So I think what I'm really seeing is more of an adjustment from just COVID in general. But I think if you wanted to analyze deeper and say like what trends are really going to come from this, I think it's really easy to see that people are going to look to automate as much as possible, look to use AI as much as possible, and I think people are going to be hiring globally. I saw a trend of companies like Globalization Partners, Deal, Oyster, Multiplier, and you guys may have heard of these brands. They went haywire during COVID, raised a lot of money, and they were helping people hire global talent under employee contracts, which I think is now having a rubber band effect, because people are realizing that different countries have different cultures, and that if you give somebody an employment contract in Colombia, that means 22 holidays that are Monday, 1 month severance, and 55% payroll tax. So I think now you're also seeing the fact that companies are now realizing that, okay, we should hire global, but we don't need payroll. We need to just pay them like contractors full time, right? And I also sent out, interestingly enough, I sent out a surveyed about 40,000 people in my newsletter, and I asked them like, hey, would you be interested in remote talent with AI experience? And a few hundred people said yes, which is a lot on a poll. And people wanted me to send them a list of talent with AI, and I don't think they really know what that means. So I think to them, it could mean an employee that uses ChatGPT or Perplexity, or it can mean somebody who's building bots, or it can mean somebody who just knows AI software. So I think we're at the beginning where people know that it's faster, cheaper, more efficient, and now they're really, trying to see what that is, and they're exploring global talent. They're exploring AI a little bit more. I think a lot of these companies are using this up and down from COVID to kind of experiment with the idea of, should I rebuild more efficiently? Which I think the answer is yes. They have no choice. I'm like, if you're going to be paying rent and buying food in America, you have no choice, right? Like if margins were tough 2 years ago, like the margins got crushed now. So I think people are waking up to a new reality where they can, build a global team. A lot of people are getting rid of those office leases, right? And I think you see a struggle where bigger companies are come back to the office, they got the leases, and smaller companies are kind of like, okay, we should probably be going global and being efficient. But that's what I think. I don't have the data backing it.
I definitely see that trend. Yeah, I definitely see that trend for sure. So
I saw a big trend where like software development demand went down substantially, and that makes a lot of sense because there's less funding, there's less IPOs for software companies, and there's now this idea of like, is a developer 50% more proficient with ChatGPT, and people are still figuring that out. So I think people are waiting to get that data before they scale back up, if they scale back up again at all.
Yeah, and I think from a taking it out of the theory then is what's practical? Like what's one practical thing that you can give us, from I'm a founder, I'm trying to grow my business, I'm trying to get ahead in I know my ICP, I think I have a good value proposition, but what's one thing that you can recommend from your experience that founder should go and do?
I obviously recommend founders check out Latin American talent. I live in Colombia for a reason, and I think it's amazing here. So I think that founders that are not looking at Latin American talent are really not following the trend. Like Salesforce has been hiring here, HubSpot's got an office in Bogota, Google's been hiring here, Amazon's been hiring here. So I think that if these billion-dollar companies are hiring in Latin America to increase their net profit, and they net profit over 1.6 billion, if you're a startup and you're not looking at Latin America, you're really missing a big picture. Unless you got a car dealership, all your reps are in the office, right? Like if you're remote and you're not looking at Latin America, I think that you're missing a huge opportunity to retain capital and reinvest in your product and reinvest in customer acquisition, because the cost of cost of customer acquisition has gone up tremendously. So what do? to offset that. You could raise pricing. It's probably not going to work that well in this market, or you can lower your OpEx. So, I think that startup founders should look at Latin America to hire talent for sure.
Yeah, well, I concur with that. I actually have a remote office in Latin America too, in Colombia. So
which part?
In Medellin.
Oh yeah, I'm in Medellin right now. It's the best place.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so even like with developers, right? Developers in the States can make $280,000-$300,000, right? Here, if they speak English, they're making $5,000 to $15,000 a month, which is a lot. If they speak Spanish only, it's $2,000 a month. And all you have to do is have a CTO. My CTO is Colombian. My CPO is fluent in Spanish. And I might not be able to have conversations with my dev team directly, but I'm not supposed to. And I have 5 full-time people for about $10,000 a month, and that would not even get you half a junior in the States.
For sure. Yeah. So true. So true.
What do you find the best out of hiring out of Colombia? Like, what made you hire there, and what surprised you?
I have a business partner of mine, and we ended up building an offshore BPO, like BPO type services. So it's
for staffing. Perfect.
Yeah. For sure. So it's a cool product. Great opportunity. Actually, big Latin American fan. I live in Miami, by the way. So
I was in Miami for 15 years. Yeah, my apartment, my office right now that I have would be $35,000 a month in Miami. It's $4,000 here. I got 2 cooks that bring me food. I just such a better life. Have you been to Medellin? You've been here.
Oh, stop bragging! Stop bragging now. Okay.
I don't brag. I inform. It would be bragging if I was a billionaire and only 1% of the world could get there. It would be informing people that everybody's got the power to move to Medellin, and they all do.
That's true. That is true. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. We've got another guest ready lined up. I appreciate your time in joining our mini MangoMagic session. Appreciate it. We're going to have an offer back to people, so definitely check out CloudTask if you want to join their exchange or want to see some of the services that they offer. Amir, thanks for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you. Take care.
All right. All right, looks like we're moving on to Art. Hey, Art, how are you?
Hello there. Good. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can.
All right. Been enjoying the show despite the technical issues, but good job. This is amazing.
Yeah, well, we've had a couple technical issues. Number one, we lost our host, which the MangoMagic always flows through Isaac. So inspiring to try to take his back, his essence of how he would interview. But Art, we appreciate you joining, and we're going to go through we're in hour 9, almost 9.5. So it's pretty exciting. So Art, tell us a little bit about Yeah, it is. It feels like it for sure. Art, tell us a little bit about yourself and your company.
Sure. The company is Team Sales Development, and we focus on helping selling teams achieve more annual recurring revenue or total contract value by focusing on client success, and specifically focusing on the buying process and drilling down one layer deeper, how sales and pre-sales can work together better. So this is the idea about the team sales idea, and it's very much at the opportunity level or at the account level, how sales and pre-sales can work together better. So that's what we do through series of workshops and other offerings.
Nice. Well, that's exciting. So when you talk about customer success, or that framework, how do you define, for you, what's your magic, idea around customer success? Like, what do you find that to be important in the sales process?
Well, sure. I mean, many of us have been around for a while, as you can tell, back to the day where when you sold something, you sold a physical thing, even if it was a piece of, if it was software, it was delivering the CD with the software on it, or delivering some kind of item. And the sale concluded basically at that point because you had fulfilled what they wanted, and now they had what they thought they needed, and it was up to them to implement it. So client success looked different back in the day because it was largely up to the client to use their stuff accordingly. And there might have been, of course, professional services or other things like that that would help them out. But the sales part of it was pretty much done at the point of the sale. And then it's like, if you don't use it, well, that's too bad, but I'm going to go on to the next sale. And I'm being a little bit, over
Well, it's
exaggerating.
a little truthful, but exaggerated, but truthful.
Hey, shelfware was not it was a known thing where people bought stuff and it stayed on the shelf. So why is that different now? Because client success right now really is what starts at the sale. Once they say that they, are signed up, that's where the job is to make sure that whatever they've gotten is actually going to work. And that is measured by oftentimes, of course, a consumption model, a licensing model, where sales doesn't even get paid until the client is using the service or the application or whatever the case is. And you can see many, many companies going this direction. Just recently, Broadcom took over VMware and, from my understanding, changed all of the licenses that might have been a perpetual license into a renewable license and some things like that. And don't quote me on those details, but the point is it shifted much more to consumption. So client success now has to be defined as what is the client doing that's actually helping them to fulfill whatever business goals that they have in mind. And why that's important is because we no longer are trying to get to a sale. I've kind of coined a new term. What I call it is commitment to consume. So the sale doesn't end at the sale. The success doesn't end at the sale. It's committing to consume, to move forward so that client is actually using it. And my philosophy is it goes along with so many of the other speakers. I saw Eric earlier talking about working backwards from business outcomes to what you need to try to offer. Danny was talking about the buyer being done way far in their process before they even engage sales. Steve was talking about the idea of SDRs and so forth, and even Matthew talking about qualifying out. So why is this significant? Because if the end in mind is client success to get them to consume so that we can get our commissions, basically our annual recurring revenue bonuses, that means we need to think about it from hello. And so the idea of team sales is from hello. And I don't care if hello is a person or an automated service, or in the case of many mangoes, the AI that was participating in my Demo Fest presentation that I gave, that I didn't even realize it was an AI that was participating as many mangoes way prior to even engaging me. So I knew a lot about many mangoes before Isaac and I talked. And since then, I've come to learn what that whole process is. So from hello through client success, everybody's got to be focused on that. And it's all got to be about the buyer's journey. Yes, we have a sales process, but our sales process has to be guided by that journey. So long answer.
No, they have to align, right? Like that, they have to align with that buyer's journey and your sales process. And if there's a misalignment, sorry, there's some noise on. Anyway, that's a problem. So tell me a little bit more. Tell me a little bit more about that. Through that process that you have.
So it's very. What I find, and by the way, I deliver workshops and I work with companies with both pre-sales and sales. My background is that I've been both. I've done both roles. I was a customer prior to that, so I experienced the enterprise information management, very complex sales because I was on the buying side of that, and then I was in sales and sales management roles, implementing the most complex sales that you can think of. And now I support, for the last 25 years, clients who have extremely complex sales, supply chain, electronic manufacturing, all that. What I find interesting is that there's a lot of pieces that are broken in this overall mechanism that has to happen. And for example, I think if a salesperson is thinking about anything, they're thinking about the sales process. And frankly, that's a good start because very often the process itself isn't even thought about. The process is supposed to be implemented in a CRM system. And most salespeople hate CRM systems because it does them no good. It's mainly for the purpose of management. So right there, we have a disconnect because even the sales process that should be helping us isn't seen as something that's attractive. Now take that one level further. And if we're supposed to be focusing on the buyer process, that means that we need to figure out where is the buyer in their journey and what does that mean for us? and how do we help them through their journey while at the same time working through our sales process. I do an interesting little experiment in one of my workshops. I talk about both of these and I describe the buyer and the seller process. And then I tell everybody on the call, I say, okay, where do you get engaged? And I tell them, make sure you name you talk about the stage name. So I want to know, what stage name do you get engaged? And right up on the screen is the buying process and the selling process. And you know what happens, Mark? Like 95% of the time, they answer in the sales stages. Almost nobody says, I'm involved with helping the buyer understand their business needs. I'm helping them with solving their, finding funding. I'm helping them with implementing a solution that's going to give them payback. And it's not trivial because everybody all of a sudden goes, oh, wow, I should think about that. So I've taken this whole thing, and the way I'd encourage everybody to think about it is, first of all, it's not just a linear process. So the buyer doesn't start at one point and exit at another point. If it's done correctly, from a sales perspective, we should be circling back around again. So whenever the buyer is engaged with something, that gets a circle for us because it's expansion. It's helping them do things better. We might offer other solutions. So maybe we came in with a part of it, and we see other areas that we can help with what they're doing. Same thing with the buying process. The buying process isn't just linear. The buying process is a circle. So the way I look at it is the buying process is a hub at the middle, and then around that is the sales process. And wrapped around that are two main concepts. One is solution enablement, and the other one, account management. And why that's important is because both of those start at hello. The very first time, whether it's a many mangoes AI reaching out and gathering information, whether it's an automated demo system that's providing information to somebody that, they don't want to talk to sales, right? 58 to 60% of the buying process is done not talking to anybody, but there's great information that can be gathered. That's all solution enablement. That happens way before we get involved in sales. And account management is needed in terms of recording what they were doing, why were they doing it, and then passing that along to whoever's the first contact. So that might be a BDR, it might be a AE, it might be an AM. Whoever that is should have the information available so they can continue what I call like that flywheel effect, so that we continue around that engagement, and that goes all the way through customer success. In fact, radical concept here, maybe customer success needs to be doing more of the quarterbacking or the overall process. Sorry, it's a US term, right? Overall process starting from hello to make sure that the client success is what we start with as the end in mind.
Yeah, no, I think but see, the thing that's so cool about what you're saying though is like, it is customer success is buyer centric, right? Like that's the whole point. It's like buyer centric mentality that we have to build. And from starting with that, knowing what the buyer is looking for, knowing what that customer's journey, what the end goals are, now the sales process becomes more aligned with the end of them getting what they want, because that's what they're trying to, the problem they're solving, right? So they have to know the problem they're solving, and then customer success is helping them solve that problem, right? They bought the product, they bought the service, whatever, to solve that. So I do think there's a misalignment in some companies. They still call it customer support, or you know what I mean, which isn't probably bad, but to me it's like we have to produce some success here. Like they have to win. Like where's the win for the customer?
Or more to the point, it's just this point solution that comes in at the end and kind of is plunked in there, and then they start asking the questions all over again, like
all over the guy. It's like, well, I talked to the sales guy. I went through all the. He knows all my pain points. Like, how did this not get communicated to you? Like,
exactly.
I've heard that. I've heard that journey so many times.
Yeah, and Mark, it breaks down two other at least levels from there, because one thing is back to the point about the buyer is it's got to be buyer centric. And there's a lot been written about that. Garen Hess, who's a good friend, he wrote, selling is hard and buying is harder. And that's the start of the buyer enablement focus. Well, even from there, if you think about it, when it comes to what we're trying to do for the buyer, one of my partners that I work with, John Kerr, he runs Mastering Technical Sales. He's one of three major partners I work with. He has an expression that says, our solutions have no inherent value. By itself, our solution means absolutely nothing. The only way our solution matters is in the presence or the context of solving a business problem. So if we are only thinking about our stuff and pushing our stuff and trying to throw it up against the wall to see if it sticks, we'll be just maybe running on luck if anything actually goes through. When it comes to a buyer who's interested and we get them to literally pull, that's our job really, get them pulled, get them interested because they know what this is going to do for them. Now our solutions are relevant. They have relevance. The other way that this works is if you think about the buyer's needs as sort of a Venn diagram, and you think about our solution as a Venn diagram, the only place that there's value is where those two overlap. And how are they going to justify what they're doing? It's based on value. What are they going to count? What are we counting on that they're going to see at the end of this is value. We have to look at their needs and our solution and where they overlap. And that's working with my partner who has the sales opportunity snapshot methodology, Steve Bistritz. And our job is to make that overlap as big as possible, but driven by the buyer's needs, not driven by all the great things we think we can offer. And a number of your speakers have said that already. It's not about us.
Yeah.
It's about them. Once we flip that around, now we can turn it from a sell into a buy, and we turn it from a push into a pull. And that's golden. Now, and that's what we want for them. We want mutual success. We're not trying to impose anything on anybody. That's no fun.
Right. Yeah, no, that's for sure. No, I appreciate that perspective. And I think, and it's been said, and it's a management principle, beginning with the end in mind. And I think that customer end is how we drive that customer success. And so outlining that ahead of time makes a lot of sense. If there was one other, we have like just a couple minutes left here. We get to our next speaker and end our marathon here shortly. But as it comes down to it, what's one thing as you can pass on as kind of an experience that you've seen, that you've done, that in a quick short story that you have, that you've driven some success for a customer?
Yeah, well, one level down from this is the sales and pre-sales person. So in most high-tech sales, you have a salesperson that's primarily responsible for working with the business decision maker and the business close. You have a technical salesperson, whether it's a sales engineer, solution architect, whatever, all the flavor of names. And the reality is that too often the salesperson feels like, okay, I'm going to line up a demo or a presentation. I'll get my technical salesperson to show it, and everything's going to be wonderful, and we're going to make tons of money. And this goes back to what somebody said earlier about qualifying out. I remember an experience that a relatively new sales rep had asked me when I was running a team to bring my A game because they had just procured a meeting with Smiths Aerospace, which was a $23 billion supplier of avionics to the aircraft industry. And this was going to be a huge deal, and we only have one shot at this, and all the typical, placations of trying to make this demo happen, right? And I said, Jerry, you know what? I'd love to do that for you. I think, if they have 3 or 4 days, we could show them everything we have. And, we both kind of laughed to realize that's not realistic. So what I said is, let's sit down with them and let's figure out what's going on. Let's do discovery, just good old fashioned discovery. And we did that. And we were talking with them, working with them. Randomly, the CIO of the company walked by, which we didn't expect. He popped in the room and he saw us talking with them and collaborating and sharing ideas as opposed to selling. And he grabbed a whiteboard marker and started marking some stuff up about things to care about and what not to care about. And I'm happy to say this went on a couple different times. We developed a really good picture of what that client was about, qualifying ourselves in terms of what we can really do for them. And we wound up with tons of business out of that. It was, like a 7-figure deal to start with, and it just went on from there. Lesson learned, had we gone in and just shown the demo, throw our stuff against the wall, we probably wouldn't have ever won that deal. And by the way, they already had looked at other competitors and they were about to decide. We got in at the last minute. So it just shows you could slow the process down. And what we did was we got involved way into their process, past even thinking about other alternatives. We helped move backwards in the sales, in the buying process to find out what were they thinking that got to this point. So that's, I think, a really big success story for both sales and for pre-sales, how to work together. Oh, and by the way, one of the reasons the sellers have a problem is because the client doesn't inherently trust us. They just
Right.
don't. They trust pre-sales. So working together as a team is where you can increase client success, increase ARR, and increase your not only commissions and revenue,
That
but
story
your
is
revenue.
perfect though, because it really highlights the point of making sure we're not just there to show our product, right?
Mhm.
It's that's the building the trust. If you come in and just show your product, I almost don't trust you. You know what I mean? Because you
Exactly.
didn't listen to me, you didn't understand my issues, my problems, right?
Yeah.
And it's hard to get to that point, but I think that's where all of us are trying to live, you know, in that consultative way. So appreciate it, Art. And if you want to learn more about Art's sales development programs and his team approach, feel free to reach out to him. We're going to have more information that we're going to pass out a little later, and we'll have follow-up information on Many Mango's LinkedIn page.
Yes,
Art,
and
we
definitely
appreciate.
connect with me on LinkedIn. And by the way, I have a book coming out at the beginning of August that describes all of these things. So it's called
Nice, awesome. You'll
Making
definitely have to
Seamless
get.
Sales.
Nice. Make sure Isaac gets that, and we'll definitely be a part of helping you promote that on the Many Mango process
Yeah,
here.
he's all over it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thanks,
Thanks,
Isaac,
Art.
too. All right, Mark,
Yep.
take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye now. All right. Tor,
Hey.
how are you?
I'm
Gonna
doing very well. How about
flip-
yourself?
Doing very well myself, yes. So we appreciate you joining here on our Magic Mango series. We're at 10 hours of CEO and top advice. So we're on the last leg. You get the famous seat, the last statement of our tour.
Pressure's
Of our
on.
long tour. Yeah, I don't know, maybe not, but now we get to just have fun, right? It's the last one.
Yeah, of course. And I
So-
hope it's the last one, but not the least one.
No, definitely not. So Tor, tell us a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself and your company. Love to learn a little more.
Yeah, so my name's Tor. I'm one of the co-founders at Navrio AI Agency. Our agency develops AI SDRs. So
Okay.
I'm sure throughout the 10 hours, you would have heard the term SDR, appointment setter, sales development, business development, numerous times. What Navrio does is we use AI to create a process that mimics what a normal SDR would do on a day-to-day, just using AI. So it will do your prospect sourcing, your lead gen, your go-to-market, your appointment setting, booking a call, everything along those lines, and then just hand off to the sales team.
Sounds pretty amazing. So tell us a little bit. Like, obviously AI is huge in solid rage. You're working on this. What kind of experience have you felt like in this process, and how long have you guys been kind of, it's new, but how long have you kind of been thinking about this, and how did you get experience? Do you have experience in being an SDR before you built this, or how did you come about? What's your story?
Yeah, it's a good question. So for myself, I've been in sales about 10 years before this. I started out way back as a telephone fundraiser. So I was calling people up and asking for their credit card details over the phone for charities around the world. Then after that, moved into tech, did sales at Google, did sales at Gartner and a few other startup companies. And then this idea, my co-founder actually approached me with this idea because he'd founded his own design agency some years ago, and they'd recently been toying around with generative AI. They then were able to use that for some of the clients that they were working with. But he then had an idea of, why don't we start automating some of the sales processes that you're doing? So I showed him the best sales processes that I'd learned in my career and experience. And then he overlaid the AI on top of it. And we were able to come together with a perfect solution that we could use for ourselves to book meetings for our own business. And then we started giving that same service to our clients.
That's amazing. I mean, that's, to me, that's the fun parts of marketing, coming up with an idea, implementing it for yourself, testing it, and then be like, hey, you know what? This is a great way to give this to other people, and let them experience the joy we get out of it. We've done a little bit with Many Mango, so we feel that pain, we feel that excitement finding those pain points for people. Tell me a little bit too, Tor, about what you think is, I mean, obviously the trend is AI, obviously coming up with these things, but how do you really solve some of these? It sounds like a pretty intricate process. Does somebody still sit from behind and manage that, or is it all automated?
Yeah. So another good question. So the way that we perceive things is that humans should do the thinking and the strategy. AI should do the heavy lifting and the graph work. If you ask any SDR or probably anyone who's spoken prior to this, they'll tell you that the stuff that they hate is having to scroll through endless hours of company reports or like softwares and solutions to try and find lists of prospects or numbers to dial, emails to send, and things like that. They hate that part of the job. What they enjoy is actually communicating with people, building rapport, building connection, building human emotions on a call. So we say, why don't we let the humans stick to what they're good at, which is the EQ part, the emotional intelligence, let the AI just do the delivery. So we'll have a human sit behind with each of our clients. We'll have a human sit down and say, here's the strategy we think is going to be best for you to book the most appointments in the shortest amount of time. And here's how the AI is going to execute on that strategy for you. So then at that point, you've got a human brain who's done all the thinking and a human brain who's come up with all the copy, strategy, etc. But then the AI is just going to send that out at scale. The reason why AI does a really good job at this is because if you speak to any SDR or any appointment setter, they've probably got a template that they already use for cold calls, for emails or whatever. They've got more or less, they just say, hey, Tor, saw this on LinkedIn, thought it'd be interesting if I reached out to you about what we do. PS,
Yeah,
I love
saw this news article, saw this post you made. Your company did this. You just got funded. Every time I've ever been funded, I've gotten 1,000 inboxes from people on. Hey, you just got funded. I saw it. Yeah, I did. You know, thanks. Appreciate it. I got to spend my money wisely.
Yeah, exactly. So the fact that people have already been doing that for years manually means that that can just be replicated by AI. And that personalized element of you got funded this much or that much or the other thing, AI is able to find that information and then just plug in the gaps. So a human doesn't have to do it. Human just has to think, what's the best way to get your attention? That's it.
Yeah, and that's not always the best way, but it is a way, right? Like at least it's a touch point. Well, what do you think? You know, from your standpoint of from a you know, obviously you've got some cool products. We'll learn more about those. If you want to learn more about his SDRs, you can go to Navro and check it out. But from a sales nugget standpoint or a process standpoint, beyond AI, like what do you find is the trend? You know, right now, you know, some people have said like hyper personalization, right? So is hyper personalization the gold nugget that's going to change, or is there something else that you're also seeing, Tor?
Yeah, I'm going to say I'm actually going to disagree because of what we've seen. I wouldn't say that hyper personalization means results. I say having a good offer means results. If you have something that is so irresistible when you go to market with it that nobody can afford to say no, it doesn't matter if you send a generic message, you're going to get a response. If you're targeting the right people at the right time with the right message, the right offer, you'll be good. Whether it's hyper personalized or not, hyper personalization has become a bit of a buzzword. We hyper personalize a lot of our stuff, and sometimes we don't. And sometimes on the stuff that we don't hyper personalize, we still see just as good as performance because the client had such a great offer when they went to market in the first place. So hyper personalization is almost what you need to do if your offer isn't amazing and you need to find another way to get someone's attention. Then yeah, okay, go overboard with the personalization. If your offer is already really good, get the offer in front of people as best you can. That makes more sense.
Yeah, for sure. No, I love it. It's a good point. Tell us a little story, you know, from your background or something that you can say was a success for a client that you've done, that you've implemented something that you've seen some tangible results.
Yeah. So I can't say too much because I'm not able to disclose exact scenarios and exact use cases, especially if some of the client's competitors might be listening, who knows. But what I can say to the point I just made about the offer, they had a really, really good offer where they were offering something up front. So every call that they got on with someone would leave that call with something tangible. That meant that at the end of it, they were leaving with an equal exchange of value. So rather than them saying, hey, I've got this strategy session that we could book in, or I could give you some advice tailored to your business on a call, which is what every salesperson does. Instead, they
Right.
actually went into the call and gave them something that would be useful for any business owner. And
Yeah.
for that reason, people are going to jump on the call because they want that piece of value anyway. And then the conversion on that is going to be down to what you do when you're on a call. So the way I always view the sales process end to end is it's the responsibility of the SDR to book an appointment by any means necessary, as long as it's within the company boundaries, right? We're not breaking any rules, but just book an appointment. That's your job. It's the job of the AE or the closer or whatever you want to call them to close the deal. But the SDR has to get that first touch point booked in. If you're trying to go to market by saying, hey, on the call, our AE is going to walk you through a demo and do all this and do all that, and no one's biting at it, maybe then that's not the best way to pitch people in the first place. Maybe the best thing to go to with is, you're going to leave the call with this thing. We're going to give this to you. And then when the AE gets on the call, his job is to ask the right set of questions to frame their thinking towards your offer. So to your point about golden nuggets, one golden nugget I would have is to break out your sales process step by step by step, and then say, how can I get the highest conversion rate from step 1 to step 2? And then once you solve that problem, go to step 2 and say, how can I get the best conversion rate from step 2 to step 3? And then so on and so forth, rather than trying to think of, oh, I need to tell them exactly what I do from the very start.
Right.
To the end. Let people it's like a relay, right? I'm the last person on this event, carrying the baton to the end. Let everyone pass along.
Yeah, well, I think that works a lot when you have those broken out roles, right? Like, so if you are an organization that has those broken out roles, you know that I got to pass it to the next guy, and I'm that pass it to the next guy. A lot of founders are the process, and so they don't think in terms of themselves passing the baton to myself. If you know what I mean. If you're the guy providing all of this, from the beginning to the middle and the education, and then the customer success at the end. You're that founder still doing that, or account planning, salespeople that still are customer success people. It's important to think of it that way, though, that I've got to pass them to the next step and pass them to the next step.
Right? In fact, I'd argue if you're the founder and you're doing every step yourself, it's easier for you because there's no translation that gets lost in the source. Everything from what you said originally, you already know what you pitched to him on the first place, and now you can carry it on yourself.
Correct. No, I mean, it's easier, but I guess my point is we skip steps. So if I'm the founder, sometimes I get anxious to just get to the point, right? Which is I should step the customer along with, which is our last guest who talked about the buyer process, right? Even though I've uncovered a need, doesn't mean they're ready to buy.
Yeah.
And so, right, it's like, okay, we've uncovered the need, but I need them to see that they want to pull this from me, right? And so I think that's a fun thing. So tell us a little bit, we're going to wrap this up in a few minutes. What do you think is kind of the future, not just SDRs? How do you see this AI, you're an AI company, give us this spectacular assessment of what you think AI is going to do. I mean, you mentioned you have humans, reviewing stuff. I would argue that some of that AI is probably going to come up with maybe some better ideas than I wouldn't even thought of. I know that I go to AI, use it a lot for ideation. Hey, tell me 10 other ideas I didn't think about this one topic. So why don't you give us a little bit more information around your thoughts on AI?
Yeah, so agreed with the ideation piece. We use AI for ideation a lot. It's just a human who has the final say of what the best idea is, because the best way to use AI is not to get it to tell you what to do. It's to give you the options. It's to set a frame of parameters, right? So say, I can either do A, B, or C. And then feed that to AI, and AI may say, actually, have you thought about D, E, and F? And you're like, oh, I didn't think of those. Okay. So now you've got a list A, B, C, D, and F, and you can make the decision which you think is the best as a human. Because
hopefully the data drives us in some way, right? So we should be able to test A, B, C, D, E, and F at some level, right?
Exactly. But just for simplicity, because I know, we could get into, let's spit test A, B, C, D. We could get into all of that. But just for simplicity, let's say you picked one out of the 6, right? And then you went through that process. Now you're saying to the AI, okay, now you go ahead and execute on that process, and then we're going to start using that data to inform our decisions. And actually you realize, you know what, the process wasn't the best. Instead, I'm going to pivot to do D instead of C now. You start doing D works. Now you have to hand that off to someone who's going to be able to close the deal. Now at this stage, and probably indefinitely into the future, I'm going to make a bit of a big bet here. I don't see AI being able to close as well as some of the world's best enterprise sales reps. I don't see it being able to do that, because the world's best enterprise sales reps are doing long extended sales cycles over long periods of time. They're going out with clients. They're playing golf with clients. They're taking them to lunch, dinner. They're doing all that type of stuff. The whole schmoozing, right? So AI can't.
So you don't think AI is going to take me out to golf? Virtual golf. No.
Virtual golf, maybe. But that whole lengthy process will be difficult. Maybe at an SMB level, you know, like a smaller business level where you're doing quick transactions that are more transactional, then that might be possible. But at a higher level will be more difficult. You know, if you're selling something like real estate, it's probably going to be super challenging to replace that with AI. What AI probably can replace on the back end, though, is delivery for a lot of cases. So if you are implementing a SaaS product, for example, you probably don't need so many humans to do that as you did before if you're using AI in the correct ways. So I think what it's going to be is teams are going to end up being like a singular salesperson or just a few salespeople who are closing deals, depending on the number of leads you're getting in. And then when they close, those immediately just get handed off to another AI to do the delivery. And then maybe you have like one human at either end managing overseeing the whole delivery process, like a head of delivery, and one overseeing the SDR process, like a head of business dev. And then that's how the business is going to be condensed. And you're going to see, there's a theory that the world's first trillionaire business is going to be coming from a small business of AI-led individuals, i.e. there may only be like 2 or 3 staff members, and then AI is delivering all of the rest.
Yeah, well, at that point, your costs are very low, right?
Super simple to scale. All you got to do is just scale up your AI, which doesn't cost anything in most cases. So,
yeah, it costs something, but who knows what the real cost is. Well, hey, it's been great to talk with you, Tor. I appreciate you joining us. If you want to learn more about his offerings, please visit Navarro. And we're going to end our amazing Many Mango series with speaking with Tor. So again, appreciate it. We're going to follow up with everyone, and then we'll have more from Isaac and more of these posts from all of our guests. So thanks so much, Tor, and goodbye, everyone.